We need a ball. We need a ball.
On that last one.
Yeah, throw it in, throw it in. Referee, can we switch ball? Hey, listen, 5:49. Ball. We need a ball. We need a ball. We need a ball.
Let's go!
Referee, can we switch ball? How much time we got? 22. Hey.
Yeah, for sure.
Maddie. Time out! Time out! How much time we got? 22. What do we have left? 22? 22? One time out,
Dash
correct?
G to install it globally.
No, I
Step
didn't do
7.
that.
Let's go ahead and do that
And
in a terminal.
longitude,
I'm
which
gonna
will
open
be
it
from
here
quarter
in
dot
Visual Studio Code.
user
I'm gonna make it full
dot
screen. So let's
longitude.
start by
Okay. Yes.
installing
not
steps and
origin, but
CLI globally on our machine.
Destination. Save it. Perfect. Now we also need to pass the stroke width. That's basically how fast.
Carlos, hola.
To go there. And what's the 5 kilometers? It's only a hard-coded value.
Let's copy this URL. Let's scroll down
here. So in order
to the
to
code
see
example
that,
on
we
the
have
API
a
Ninjas
thing, we
the
have a
exercises
function
API. I'm gonna
in
check
MapView directions called
JavaScript
onReady,
documentation, and I'm gonna
launched
copy the
on-
URL from here.
Yeah, when the map is
Let's go
MapView
into the
directions
terminal.
are ready. So it
And
will
let's
return
clear the screen.
result,
Let's do curl, and
which,
then we are
we
going
will
to paste the URL. Oh my god.
not result, but maybe result. So let's create
That's an
because-
curl, and let's paste the URL here.
We didn't plan this yet. Change color for
No.
each one. I think he means like
Muscle,
the color
let's
to the
do
restaurant and then
chest
the
here.
beer. Not sure if that's possible, but while Lucas
Yeah.
is doing, I'm gonna research.
Why
Okay,
is it
yes.
like
So
this?
because we know that our minutes and our kilometers will change, I'm not sure how often, but it will definitely
Where I
change.
can take
That
a
means
curl
we need
request
more
example.
states.
Curl
So one state we
request
will need for
example.
Total minutes. That total minutes,
Need a
which
oh,
let's
with
initialize it with
headers.
0 as default value, and total km. Set total kilometers, also as 0 at first. Let's save it. Okay, let's go here where we have that already. Did I missed it already?
So again,
yeah, here it
let's
is.
start from the beginning.
So
We need
to
curl and we
set
need the URL
when,
that we want to request. Going back
when our
to
directions
this
already, we
one,
need to set
I
total
don't even know
minutes,
which one.
which
To
we can get
JavaScript.
from. Let me check the documentation. Resolve
V1 exercises.
dot
Yeah, it's
distance.
basically not that complicated. It should be HTTPS, API, API Ninjas, COM, V1 exercises, and then we will be able to add variables like muscle and so on. So let's simply do to the exercises to this simple URL. We see that we are missing the API key.
And now we need to
The
display the
API
data.
key,
So
if we look in this example, this is a header with a name X
show
API key, and here we need to provide the API key. The header for curl is being sent with -h, and here we are going to
and let's reload everything
-h.
as we didn't have it ready. So from
We
here,
are going
let's
to
go
provide
here.
this
Oh, yeah.
header with
So
the
you see
name
the values
X
are,
API
well,
key.
let's say a little bit too big. So for total minutes, we can
Inside
do
a string should be X dash API dash
one
key.
Save it. And for
boy.
total kilometers,
I need to remember
we
how to
can
work with
do
curl.
Also do fixed,
Except,
but we will show
okay,
3
then
digits
dots.
after. Save it. And
Like this,
actually,
and here
do
we need to provide
show,
the actual API key.
we don't need to
The API key that we can take
one
from
after
our
the minute.
dashboard
be zero,
of
yeah.
API Ninjas.
Definitely.
So let's go to my account.
So perfect. We can see that,
And for the
of course.
kilometer, it's like maybe
and
only
here there
one
is
digit
API
because
key,
free.
press show API
The thing
key,
is that
copy it,
after it goes
and let's go
past
back to provide it
one
here.
1 kilometer, it will show then
Let's
only
see.
like
Let's press
0.1.
enter.
Like, and
Yeah,
if it's
that's
Error,
100
missing API
150
key. I
meters,
think I messed
then you
up a
will
bit
see still 1.1. So maybe at least
the
the two
header
digits.
here. So let's go ahead.
Or do you want to
Let's
make it 1?
No, it's okay.
scroll
2
to
Ds, I
that
think.
one.
You can work on these two, like for example,
do it in the
and
terminal.
calculate if it's, for example, now it's showing only
Change
98
this
minutes,
one,
but you could make
try
it so that
again,
it shows
and
1 hour
yes,
and
now it
like
works.
minutes, and
So
also for the
it's better
kilometers.
to copy it and
but
move
yeah.
it to a file
For,
by
for
creating
the
a simple
demonstration
text file
purposes, let's
here
leave it like
and
it is
pasting
right
this
now.
curl command.
Okay, we have this. We have
If
this.
you want to make it multi-line,
So now
you
we
can
need to,
put that
for example, if
the
we start
headers from a
moving
new
here,
line, but in that case you need
we
at
need
the
to
end to
update
put
our path
a
from
backslash
time to time.
make sure that this
In order
command
to
is
like
multi-line.
show different
Now
paths that
I
we are
can
getting
copy
closer, and we
the
need to
curl
update
command,
these
open
values
the
as well.
terminal,
So
clear,
for that,
paste
we
it,
will
and it should
create
work.
a
Yes.
listener.
Test it and
when
make sure
we
that it
fire
works.
our use effect,
Also, remember
we will
that in the
create
documentation
a,
of API
something
Ninjas,
called,
we saw that we can send, for example, property called muscle.
Which
If,
is
for example,
going
we
to
add
be
here a
location
question mark,
dot,
we can
and
provide
again,
here
watch,
variables.
position
For example, muscle
Okay.
can be,
let's and inside
let's
let's
say,
pass
chest.
some options. So first of all,
Let's
we need
copy
to
this
have an
muscle
object
chest.
of tracking
Let's
options. First of all,
send it
let's
again.
pass the accuracy to
And
which
hopefully
how accurate
we're
we
gonna
should track
see
location.
muscle chest
So you
exercises
can add
only.
like low, medium,
It has a lot of
or,
instructions, but yeah.
whatever accuracy
Type,
you
strength,
would,
muscle,
like
chest.
for example,
Yes,
you think
it
your
works.
application
In a
needs.
similar way,
Here,
by
let's
setting
see,
different parameters here,
balance,
we
lowest,
can
low, highest, high,
query
press from
different
navigation,
kind of
balance. I'll go for high
different
here
kind of
because we need quite accurate and also
exercises.
distance interval. So what that means
think
how
that's it.
often
That's
we
a
should
valid curl command.
rerun.
Once we have a valid curl command, but we can
yeah, so how
copy,
often we should
paste,
rerun
and
this,
we receive back the
how often
results
we
that
should
we
track the
want.
position. I'm not sure how to
In
explain,
that
but
case, we
if you
can,
pass, for example,
we can
here
transform
10,
it into a
it
steps
will
and
rerun this
import
function
command
that we will
to transform this
specify a little
REST
bit lower.
API into
It will
GraphQL
run it
API.
every 10 meters.
And
when
look
the
how
user,
easy
this
that
little
is going
dot
to be.
moves 10 meters.
First of all,
We
before
don't
we
need
get
it that
started,
often.
I'll
And for
create in
demonstration purposes, probably I'll
folders.
do something like
In my
100
project,
no,
I'm
maybe
going to create a new folder called
100, not
API.
500.
This is where
But
we
you
will
can do
store
like every
all
1
the
meter. Of course,
information
it's
for
probably
our
going to be
steps
too
and
much.
API.
But yeah, something
Let's
like
open
that.
back
Let's
the
save it.
terminal. And let's make sure to cd
then audit.
into the
We
API
also
folder
need
to work there.
specify after
I'll
like
do clear.
specifying these options.
And
These
when we have
options,
a curl
yeah.
command that we want
we
to
can
use,
task a function.
all we have to do
And
is
in that function we get
prefix it with
updated,
steps and
location,
import,
which is going to be a
and that's
new
it.
location
Now
where the
let's
user
copy
is
this
with
same
all
command
the
with
details
steps
that
and
we
import
need.
at the beginning.
And in this
Let's
function, we
paste
will
it in our
set
terminal
driver
by
location
making sure that we are in
to
the API
this
folder.
location.
Let's
So
press
let's
enter.
latitude
Steps then will
be
ask what do we
updated
want our
location
endpoint to be
dot
called. You can give it a name. I
dot
will leave a default one that it's suggesting.
latitude
And we see that in just
and
a second or even less, we successfully imported the data from this one and created the GraphQL schema. if we look at in the
save
API
everything.
folder, we see
Let's go
2 files
here.
and a folder.
Can't find
The first one is
and
the
also,
configuration,
like after,
and it specifies the name of
I
our
need to do the
endpoint.
const, yes, here.
The index
but after,
GraphQL is where we combine different
like after you leave, for
subgraphs
example,
of
this week,
our
we need to
API.
clean up.
In this
And
case,
in order
it
to
only
clean up, in order not to
includes
run this,
the file from curl
Watch
the
position.
index
listener
GraphQL.
subscription on your
If we go there
application
and
the whole
curl
time.
index
So after you
GraphQL,
leave the screen, we
we
need to
see
return
that
this,
it created
and that way we will
query
clean up this function and it
that
will no longer run.
when executed
save
will
this.
send the REST
Let's go here.
request to the endpoint.
And now, in order
exercises.
to test this,
It has a muscle
there's only
property
one.
and it
So
also
why
has some
this,
headers for our
because you see here, I'm only
API
updating
token.
the driver location.
Well,
not
maybe
the
it doesn't
time
make a
and
lot
the
of
minutes.
sense now, but
But
let me show you.
every time I update
let me show
driver
you
location,
in
this
action
map
how
view
everything works.
directions will change.
Rerender.
One
One
single steps on
Yeah,
import command, we
render and
define the
change, which
schema.
means it will
The next
fire
step is
this
to
one ready
deploy
event
and
once
run
more.
our
And when it
API.
fires,
To do that,
it will be able to
again,
set total
it's as simple as
minutes
running
and set
steps
total
on start.
kilometers left.
And
So
this
in order to
is going to
showcase this
deploy
one,
our
let's go
schema to
freeway
GraphQL
drive.
to steps and cloud.
Yeah, it's too far. I'm
After
trying
that's
to
done,
drive from
we can
America to Moldova.
press on this API to
So
explore
we
our
won't be able to
GraphQL
showcase
endpoint.
this.
Let's press on this API.
How to show
Let's
the
open it
movement
in
now.
browser.
Without using.
Will the CPU run also do the same?
Yeah, everything. These
And
simulations
here
are
we
done in
have it.
American. That's why I had those.
Let's
at the beginning.
let's
And
see
if
where
I
the simulation
simply
is running
execute
and
this
let's
query,
grab some.
We see some
fix
data,
it.
Okay,
but
so
we
then
don't
I have
see
all the
anything
data for that
returned.
prepared.
Yeah.
Why? Because
Yeah. So
here in the variables,
let me
we're
just
going to see
find
that we
in
have a
my
variable
notes.
called
Where are
muscle
they?
that we need to provide a proper value. For example, chest. If I do that, we see that we get back
here. So
the data from the
let's
API.
set- where are we?
But the good thing
setting-
is that compared to the REST API, this is a
end
GraphQL
location,
API.
so
And we can, for example,
Here is
design the,
No.
the data
Well,
that we
here.
want to return depending on the
Here.
page. For example,
So
in our
destination
mobile
will
application,
be,
on the homepage,
let
we
me
might only
copy
need the
these coordinates.
name, muscle, and equipment.
But let's change
leave
them in the
name
no?
as the first
Oh,
one.
yeah, maybe that. Yeah,
Because
Muscle
we will
as
have
the
to go
second
back
one,
here,
and
update
equipment as
the
the second,
code.
as the third one.
So end destination.
That would
is
be the
user.
design of a
Okay.
query
This is the
that we would
latitude.
need on the home screen.
This
If
is
I
the
run
one.
that one,
We'll try to update
now
the David
our
API
API
after the
only
video,
uses
so
the data
if you're
that
watching
we
it afterwards,
designed
like
and
we're
that we
gonna
asked
not gonna have
to
to
give.
mess up with
and we see that it actually
related to the logic
contains
we are
the
doing now.
514,
Yeah.
only exercises
Let's
that we
save
asked for the muscle
these.
chest.
Okay. So now I
How
have
simple
the, but
was
I need
that?
to also
That's,
update
yeah,
my
it's
own
always
location
impressive for me
to
how easy it is
a
to
different one.
create a GraphQL API using
features,
steps. And
location, custom
it
location,
literally was
and where I have
two
that
commands.
location. Can we
Yes,
just
we
compose
needed
it?
to make sure
Nope.
that we created this curl request, and I had to remember how to
I
work
hope
with
it's
curl.
this one.
But
Not sure,
after we
but-
have a curl request, we
No,
simply
it's not this one.
add the stepzen import at the beginning. What's happening
matter.
behind the
It will be
scenes
close
is
enough.
that stepzen is sending a request, is analyzing the data that it receives, it's introspecting this data and parses it and automatically
now
creates a
copy this
schema
one.
for
Look,
us.
as you're working here, but
The
we're
schema
having like a
in
nice
GraphQL,
conversation
the
with
schema
people
is
in the live
what
chat. So
powers
What are you
GraphQL
talking about?
because it represents the data structure and the queries and the mutations that we can run.
about
So we see
girlfriends
that every
being
exercise
jealous
has a difficulty of like string,
to their
equipment,
boyfriends
string.
because
All
they're
this
watching too much of my
we have
videos.
to create
Oh, wow.
ourselves.
Yeah, I
Steps and
received
automatically
a message from
parsed
a
and,
subscriber that every time
parsed and
like she
created
hears me like,
based
oh,
on the
again
response
him.
from the
And
API,
someone suggested
API
a nice,
endpoint that we provide.
answer. Tell
And now
her
when we
these videos
send
will
a
help.
request to, the,
brand
to
new
our
garage.
GraphQL API
Exactly.
hosted on
So,
Stepzen,
Here it
behind the
is. We
scenes
can see
Stepzen
our
is actually
location,
sending
the
this request
restaurant,
to the
and
API
also
ninjas. And
So we
the
decided to
result is
chill a
coming
bit in
back
San
to
Francisco.
Stepzen is being
Yes,
enough
optimized
Moldova.
and is returned back to us.
Moldova, there's nothing there.
Then
So
with Stepzen
let's
start,
do the
this
feature
schema that was
location
generated
freeway drive.
is
And
transformed
as you
to
can
an
see,
actual GraphQL
we
API
have
that is
this
hosted
line
and
here,
deployed
and
to
we can see that
Stepzen,
the time
in literally
and kilometers change
seconds.
as well. So let's
That's
see when
super
we start
powerful,
moving. And
and
it will
also
go.
it's
Let's
very
go. Come on.
extensible. Like it's
Okay,
very
it's
flexible.
getting faster.
Because
That's that brunette.
yes, we can
That's
do
that
that
brand new
with
Ferrari.
a couple of
Damn.
commands. But at
It
the same
updates
time, we can
automatically.
adjust the schema
Yeah,
the way we want it.
and
For
but I
example,
see
instead
that,
of my query, I might want to change
kilometers.
this
Oh,
to
yeah, now it's updating. Yeah. So as you can
exercises
see, the kilometers
to make
are
sure that this
updated as
query is
well.
called
The
exercises.
time will probably be
Without
updated soon
doing
as well.
anything,
That's
steps
gonna
are
be,
automatically deployed
long
in
drive
2.4 seconds
for delivering
because it's so that the file has
Agent
changed.
for-
Now,
But
if we
as you
go
can
to
see,
the
everything
dashboard,
is working, and
and
that's
if I will
what we
refresh this
actually
one,
needed. So let's
in
go
this
to our
interface, we can look at,
customization
we
back.
can press on the docs,
And
we can press on
what
the query,
now?
and we
What
see
else
the
do we
query
need?
that
Let's
we
see the
have called exercises.
slide.
So we
Okay,
manually
we have
updated
the
how we
listening
want
to
our
changes.
query
We
to
are
be
updating
called.
those changes.
Also, muscle here
We are
should be
rendering
chest.
the route. No, it's not demo
Now
yet.
we can query the exercises and it
It's
makes more
not
sense.
demo yet. But now
Similarly,
we need to change.
If we look in
So
the
for
docs,
example,
we see that.
For now, I am always able to accept the order, right?
Yeah, let's open the docs.
But
Let's
if I, for example,
press on
just
the
open
query
the
type
delivery,
to see
I should be
the
able to see
query
the whole
type,
path like it
and we
is
see that the
right
exercises
now.
query
And
returns back
then
an array
if I think,
called
okay,
route
35
entry.
meters is not that far, 14 kilometers, I can probably make it.
Not sure if you can
In
see
Lithuania,
it
that's
properly.
far, but they probably
Like this,
in
but as you can
America,
see here,
so
it's an
then
array
I should be able
called
to
route
accept the
entry.
order and then
Why?
start the delivery.
Because we didn't specify
after,
the name of, of
I
that
accept the order, I
property.
shouldn't be able to
The good thing is that we
click
can
pick up
always
the
change
order
that
because I'm
directly in the
still not
schema.
close to the,
So if the
restaurant.
type route
So I should be
entry,
able to
we will
click pick
rename
up
it
the
to
order only when I'm,
exercise,
like let's say, in 100
and the return
meter
type
radius
here
of the
in the
restaurant.
exercise query.
And after
we will
I pick
also
up the,
rename to exercise
the order, the
access
route
this
should
type.
change to show the route to
GraphQL
the
will
user.
automatically.
And the same. Also, I
And
should be able to
redeploy.
finish the
We
delivery
can go
only
back to
when
the
I'm in
dashboard,
100
we
meter
can
radius
refresh,
of the
and we
user.
see that the query now
So,
returns an array of
In order
exercise.
to do that, maybe I need
Now
more
makes
water
more
because I
sense.
don't have anything left. So maybe you'll take over.
What else?
Uh,
Another thing is, what if we
Do you
want
want
to
us
add
to,
other parameters to
put
our
that-
query? If we look at the
that
documentation of
plugin
our
for live
exercises API,
Or-
besides the muscle,
you
we
need
can
this.
also provide a name
I need like
that can
oh,
help
okay,
us
okay, no
search
worries.
for
Okay.
data.
we are waiting you here. Everyone is
to
waiting you
add
here.
it or GraphQL as a parameter
Yeah,
is
Lucas
as
is doing
simple
a great
as
job. Like
adding
3
it
hours
here
without any
as a
stop,
parameter
like
to this
going
query.
boom, boom,
Name
boom.
of type string.
Okay, so what other questions do we have?
we go
This
back
is a very interesting idea.
to
Can
our
you make a
dashboard,
tutorial on how to get a
here,
girlfriend?
If we refresh,
Alex, we need to make
we
a
see that
tutorial.
our
We
exercises
need to make a tutorial.
query
People are
has
asking.
two parameters, name and muscle.
The secret is in React.
It's the
You
first
just
time for
have to
you
know
working
React.
with GraphQL.
People
Let
are
me show
asking,
you how it
can you make
works.
a tutorial how
For example,
to get a
right now
girlfriend?
we can, of
Come
course,
say hi.
query the chest.
Everyone
But
wants
what
to
if
see
we
you.
are looking for a specific,
Don't blush,
like, let's
because
say,
nobody sees
don't
you
need
so
all
far.
of them, I need only the name. What if we're looking for a specific
All
push-up
right.
exercises? How can we
So what's
look
the
for
secret?
it? Well, first of all, because our query has a parameter called name, that means that here in the exercise
How could
query,
you?
we can add a parameter called name, and we can hard code it to,
right.
let's say, push-ups. If I search, we're gonna see
Damn,
that
this
we
is a very
have
good
three
thing. Like, I
exercises
was
that
wondering if
contain
you
the word push-ups in it.
like to add a
Push-ups,
live stream
bench
only
push-ups,
talking
and bench
about like your
push-ups.
experience, funny, interesting stories.
The thing
This
is that
actually
we don't
sounds
want to
more
hard
like
code
a
it. We want to be
podcast.
able to set a
And
variable.
it's something
and this
that
will make a
I
lot of
always
sense
want to
later
do.
when we integrate
And
it
we
with our
actually
user
discussed like
interface, because
at the
we
beginning
want
of
to
the
send a
year
dynamic
with the
variable.
whole team
To do
of
that,
not just
we
development.
need to
about
declare a variable
starting
on
a
our
podcast, but we
query
decided that
at
it's
the
not
top.
time yet. Just we have to focus
the
on what we're doing
variable
best. But
here in
definitely,
the
like something
query
like this
should
is
be
coming
prefixed
because
with
I would like
dollar
to
sign. Let's
just sit
call
down,
it
relax,
name.
and talk with Lucas
We need
about
to provide
anything
the
that's
value of
happening,
the type
like
of
interesting
this
stories, as you're
variable,
saying.
and it's
Yeah,
going
I
to
like
be
this
string.
idea.
Now,
Maybe-
the name property of our
Okay.
exercise
I'm gonna stop
query,
here.
instead of hard coding
Oh my
it,
god,
we're gonna send
I'm struggling
the variable
with
name.
limiting like the
So
amount of things that
that's
I'm
where
doing
we
just
have,
because
like,
I
that's why we
want to
have
do
here
everything
name
and I
with
want to do
$sign
them
and
now,
here name with
and then I
$sign
end up
because
like
name with $sign is coming from here,
overworking
and here it
and
only
not
specifies
sleeping
the
and
property
yeah.
name. that
Step
we
by step,
expect
step by
in our
step, but it's coming.
GraphQL query.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if I run it, it's gonna give me all the chest
I would like to be the
exercises.
first guest.
But in the variables field,
So-
if I will just do a comma
Okay,
here
yeah.
of the name,
Okay, I would love to.
Push up.
And then we could actually invite the
It's
viewers
going
to tell
to-
their story.
the
because I
name
can see
is
that
going to
they
be
have
passed
so
to this
many
name here.
interesting stories.
This
that
name
it's
is going to be
crazy.
passed to the exercises parameter
I think
name,
that's
and we are
a
going
good idea,
to
but yeah,
send
let's
it
first of all
all
focus
the
on
way
more
to
important
our
things.
REST API.
Which is
and back
finishing
we're
your
gonna
course, and
receive
for me
only
right now
exercises
finishing
that
this
contains your push.
delivery
Name.
app.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the screen, and I know that there will be a
Any
few
questions so far, guys?
different statuses of the order, as we can see here, and I'm wondering like how to approach it better. Is it to create something similar to enums?
Is it
In
clear?
order to be able to track their order status, or is there a better way? So, for example, let's think. If I go from here,
Yes, we can.
if I see this
we
first
can
screen,
continue,
that means I
right?
don't have yet an order, but I don't have a way yet to
let me
check
check.
because I don't have.
You know how I think we can start?
Yeah.
First of all, we need to understand if we accepted the order or not.
Yes.
The order
Okay.
that we are looking at the moment
Yeah, I think from the API
is like
standpoint,
that order. But when we press on accept order, let's save the same order in a state variable called active order or accepted order or something like that.
Okay.
We transform
So we
Yeah.
will take it from one place and put it in the active order. And
Yes.
after
the next
that
step
point,
is to
we
query
will
this
think how
GraphQL API
to
inside
deal with the next states.
our
Yes, I
React
think
Native
that's a
application,
good suggestion.
so that
let's do
instead of
just
using
that.
dummy
Create
data
another
here,
state
we can
with
actually
active
query our
order
API that we just
and
created.
set,
And we will query it in a
active
similar way as
order,
how we played
and at
it
first
here
it's
in
going
the
to be no.
in the dashboard
So
on
when
steps app.
you
We will
that
define
means
a
we
query
need a
that we need,
function,
for example, on the home screen, we will
which
leave
will
the
be
name
maybe
and
after
the
the effect. I don't know why I like to keep.
That's what
if
we're
I
going to
can,
provide. We're going
use
to execute
effect,
the query.
like at
If
the
a
top.
user doesn't
And
search for
probably
something,
after
we're not
driver.
going to send any
So,
variables
Cons,
and maybe not even muscles, so that we can look at all of them. Name,
on
muscle,
button.
name, muscle, and so on.
press, because the
Perfect,
button
yeah.
will have different names. So okay, so after
So,
the
our
first time
goal
when I
is,
click this button,
Instead of sending
Give
this
me
query
1
from
second.
our dashboard, we need to
All
send
in
this query
one wants to
from
know
our
from
React Native
when we can
application.
access the course and how to enroll
Before we
in
do
it, the
that,
full stack
let me go ahead
mobile
and,
developer course.
I will
So,
do a git status.
You will be able to enroll in the
Git.
course starting from the 25th April
Commit.
up till 2nd of May. So you're gonna have 1 week. Next week we are launching the course, and during the next week you're
Actually,
gonna receive more information
it's also
about the
good to
details.
rename this
But
folder from
go to
code
academy.notjust.dev, and
let's
there
say,
you will simply be able to enroll by pressing
exercises.
enroll. And you're gonna
And
be there
if
all
you
set.
rename the
And
folder
I'm gonna invite you
exercises
to our
in the
private
index
community
GraphQL,
that we
make
have
sure to
with
rename
all the
here
course
also
members. And
exercises,
I'm gonna share all the resources that you need to get
access the
started
file
and
correctly.
start
let's check if
leveling
everything
up
was
your
correct,
skills as a
file
full
was
stack mobile
deployed.
developer right away.
I will
Yep.
double check if everything is working
Okay,
here by
so,
sending a request.
now we can-
Yeah, I think it
on-
is.
when a
So
user
now I
clicks
can
this
safely
button
do a
accept
git
order,
status.
first of all we will check
Git
if
add.
there is active order. If
come
there
on.
is no
Wait a
active
second,
order,
what is that?
Git
My bad,
commit.
my bad. I was not showing.
Set up
But yeah, you just did that if
the
statement, right?
Graph
only this
QL
statement. If
API using
there is no
IBM
active order,
step
that
zero.
means we need to set active order to the order that we have right now. And
yes.
after setting
And we
to
don't
this
need this
order,
one
we will
anymore.
need to change the route. So
I'm thinking right now,
Yep.
by doing this, now
think-
everywhere in our GSX we are accessing order, not active order.
Yep, because that's what we're getting.
alright.
I think, like, I was thinking with enums and like
So The next
because
step
we
is
will need to
for
do
us
a lot
to
of
query
checks.
the
And
GraphQL
everywhere
API
checking like,
from
okay, we have an
React Native. To
active
do
order,
that, we're going
for
to
example,
use the React
when we're
Query
changing
library.
the destinations
Let's
and
open up the
waypoints, because
documentation
we will
of
have to delete the
React
waypoint
Query.
after we have an active order. So that's why
It's
I
a
thought that
library
enums
from
would be the
Tanstack,
easiest way to say, okay,
and
at which
it's a
stage
powerful
am I?
library
Is it not accepted?
to
Is it accepted?
manage
Is
and
it
to
accepted?
query data.
Yeah. Okay.
No matter
Okay.
GraphQL or REST API.
I think that's gonna
in,
work a bit better.
React and React
Let's see.
Native.
We can
Let's
improve
go
later.
ahead here.
I think
It's
today will be
React
for this
version.
stream, so yeah.
Version 3.
Okay, so instead of
use?
creating
Should we use the
the state
latest?
for active order, I will
And the
create
latest is
kind of enums, which are called
let's use the
order
latest.
statuses, and I will simply have different order statuses. First of all, will be not accepted. That's the first status, which is basically, that means I still didn't accepted it. That means it's at this stage like it is right now. There will be another step.
For Vaver, let me send you like exactly what
The exact, yeah, you could do that.
that we will need. But you can go with right, like I think it's new.
So yeah, let's
The
go
first one
to
is
the
new.
overview,
Okay.
the installation.
No, yes, the first one is new. Then is
and we're
ready
gonna use
ready
gonna
for
start
pickup.
by
We have
installing React
then
Query in our
picked up.
application. Let's do that by copying the npm command
I saw
to
that
install
you have ready for
Tanstack
pickup
React
without
Query.
backend in here, right?
Let's install it in our application.
Okay, and then
Make sure you run
But
this in the
we
root
don't really
folder,
need
not
like
in
ready
the
for
API or
pickup.
something
After we
like that. It
accept,
should
we
be
already
root.
going
And
like,
in the
okay, that
package,
means it's
if I'm
already
gonna check,
created.
we should have
We actually don't
new
need a new
Tanstack
one
React
because if the
Query
order
and
is
version,
new,
in my
but
case, the version
it is still in
5.17.
cooking process. We don't need to show it
Let's
here.
move
We will
forward.
show orders on the map, only orders
When they
in the
cook.
state ready for pickup.
The next step, let's go to the quick start.
Yes,
and
yes.
viscosity.
So
Query
So that means that we will need
specifications
one more
and so on.
state between ready for pickup, because the next state in our case we created picked up. So you can
yeah, so
write
that's
it right
what we're
now.
gonna do. Ready for pickup, picked up.
Yeah.
And then that's it, and then completed.
Yeah, I think it's called
In the
completed.
React
Is
Native,
I'll
it-
double
but
check.
we
check
don't
the
really
documentation
even
of
need
React
completed.
Native.
Like if it's completed, if you complete the order, we'll just go back. That we don't need that state. There's only two states. If I not ready for pickup, it's this one. After
we don't
you,
need anything
oh
from
no, so
here.
after you
Let's check the
accept the order,
GraphQL.
we need one in between. These.
We need in between. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Okay, so
Accepted or
yeah, I think accepted will be accepted.
accepted or driver. How to call it?
I think
Okay,
this one works.
Accepted. Yeah.
You accept the order. Okay, so yeah, if we
So
go
like,
to
to recap,
Their
the
documentation
life
on
cycle of a
GraphQL, I
order,
remember it was
user will
better.
place a order. It's gonna be in a new
I used
state.
also like Apollo
In
client
that case,
in a lot of my
drivers
projects,
will not see it.
but
Only
React
restaurants will
Query
see
is
them
also
in
really
their
nice.
dashboard. And from the
So-
dashboard, they will put it in the cooking state. After it is cooked, they will put it in the ready for pickup state. And when the order is in ready for pickup, drivers will see them on the map. And the first one.
our application. To do that, we're going to wrap our stack navigator inside the query client.
So specifically for you, Amis, Lucas is going to animate the zoom in automatically.
And we need to provide the client
so
here
after you click
that we created before.
After you pass the reference here, we can use this map outside here. So for example, I can do something like
query client provider here. Query client provider. I messed up the name.
Current, because
now,
I need to
that means that every screen in our application, including, for example, the index, will have access to the query client and will be able to request stuff to run queries.
So basically, it will animate
let's
change to another region where, for example, we need to pick up. But in our
for
case,
example,
what I will
where do we need to query things? We need to do that on the home screen where we render a list of exercises. At the moment, this list of exercises are coming from the dummy data, but we want to query it from our GraphQL API. To do that, we are going to use a hook called use query from stack React query.
What I will change, I will zoom
let's go
in a
ahead
little
and
bit
do
nicely.
const
So I will change the
data
latitude
equal
delta
use
to
query,
something like,
and here we need to provide some options.
And also,
because our let's rename it from application to exercises
so after I
screen.
accept it,
so because our exercises
also, I need
screen
to change now the
is
state,
going
so
to be
set
rendered
status
inside the layout.
Order statuses dot
the
accepted.
use query hook will
And
have
do I need
access
to do
to the
something else?
query
I think I
client
don't.
provider.
You need to link
here.
the function to the button.
The use query, what does it expect? The use query. It expects a query key.
Here. So we need to wrap it
Our
in
application
closed,
but yeah, we're going to figure it out in a moment. It has a query key, and the query key should be an array that identifies this query. For example, it can have, in this case, it will be for us exercises.
On button press.
The second option here should be the query function.
Yeah, let's go. Let's say I
the
already
query
went
function
here.
is a function to be executed when we want to get the data.
So let's reload.
So it's a function that should return some data. Let's for now simply return
first of all, I need to
the exercises that are coming as well from the dummy data.
Sheet reference as well.
Now the thing is that in our flat list we can go ahead and use the data here dot just data.
Do you remember? I think it's collapse.
The cool thing is that the use query can also have a is giving us
and I need to check like
loading
if I
property
have this current as
that
well.
we can check here.
So
if it's loading,
let's
simply
go to
return
one of the orders.
An activity indicator component from React Native.
I think I agree with it.
Activity indicator from React Native is a simple spinner.
Zooms in nicely.
Let's go ahead and restart our server to see what's going on here.
Whether you want it more,
let's open it
less
on
of
iOS.
it, and then start tracking here. So one thing that
we see that
Google Directions API
in the query function I'm going to return an empty array
and
here.
They specify this in their privacy policy is to make this Directions API as turn-by-turn navigation.
Exercises
if you want
from
to use
dummy
turn-by-turn navigation, you have to use their Google Maps
because we are using
basically
data in the
instead
flat
of
list
creating it
coming from the use query.
Bro, wait a
So
second.
yeah, that's the query function.
Today we're
what the
Jonathan, thank you very much.
And
oh my god,
the
this is
Tanstack
the
React
biggest
query
issue
is
so
agnostic of how it renders
Oh my
how
god,
it
thank you very
fetches
much.
data.
Without any message,
Because
without anything.
it
Thank you,
only-
Jonathan Berber.
It only
He said all
accepts
the best
a
on your
query function,
upcoming
which
course.
can be an asynchronous
Jesus
function
Christ.
GraphQL
if delivery
that will
status
specify.
is accepted, that means we need to show
let's
pickup
also
order,
do
because most likely we will want to pick up
GraphQL
the
simple
order as our next.
From the restaurant.
Yeah, from the restaurant. And lastly,
It needs
if
GraphQL
it's
and GraphQL request.
picked up, we will complete the
Okay,
delivery.
And it's
now
bit.
we are going to
yes.
import in our index screen two things. We're gonna first import
Okay, so let's
the
go to our button
GQL,
and here instead of
which will
rendering
allow
this
us
one,
to define
let's
the
do
query string, the structure of our
button,
query with a
title,
field
and
that we
color.
want to get.
Okay,
We're gonna
so now we
import
can
that
pick up
from
order. Perfect.
GraphQL
But
request,
I can click on it.
and we're going to define our
Yeah, I can click on it
const,
right now. Like even if
query,
I'm 1 kilometer
let's
from
call
the
it
restaurant, which
exercises
shouldn't happen.
query equal
So I
to,
need another function
using
which
this
is called
GQL
is
that stands
button
for GraphQL.
pressable.
We're going to follow it up with
So you want
that
to
tick,
disable the button depending on
and we're
how
going to press
far
enter,
is
and
the
here is where
driver
we'll put
from
the
his
query
destination
that we
or
want to
restaurant.
execute.
Exactly.
The query.
Yes. So,
Usually we
and in order
copy
to do
it
that,
from
we
here.
will have
So let's
to
copy the
introduce
query
one
from
more
our
state,
dashboard steps in,
which
and
is
make sure that
going
when
to
you
be
execute, it's
is,
working properly. As
driver
that is happening, we can
close.
copy it in our
That is
GraphQL
driver
query.
close.
And we're
at
gonna
first
be
it's going
we are
to
gonna be using
false.
it to send the
But
request
on every
where to the
is
server.
our map view directions. On every
To do that
re-render,
in the query function.
on every ready state,
We're going
we
to
will
use
check
the
if
GraphQL request.
Scroll
a bit.
We're gonna look at the task
I
query
did.
API,
You see my
query
experience for
function. We
streaming
need
that
request.
because I like keep
We need
it
the
here. And it's
URL.
good that Vadim is like
We
telling
need the
always like
query
either close
document,
or
But I
and
also
the
make
variables. Okay.
maybe I
The
don't know.
request
Okay,
is
so we will
imported
check
from
if the
GraphQL
distance
request, right?
is
Let's check again
closer
the
than 100
documentation,
meters.
GraphQL request.
That means we can
Let's
set
destructure
is driver close to true,
request
because
from
that means we
GraphQL
can already
request.
pick it up.
And
you can make it
inside
even
the
closer if you
query
want, but
function
I
of
think
our
100
use
meters
query,
for us will work. So let's save it.
You know what I'm
we are
thinking?
going to return
not to
request.
get into a situation when this
And
function is
here
not
we
called.
need some
And you know
options.
why I think this way? Like we update
First
the
of all, we
driver
need the
location
URL.
every 500
URL.
meters.
Let's
Every
define the
100
URL
meters.
here at the
What?
top. Const
Every 100 meters.
Oh, you update every
URL
100 meters.
equal
Yeah.
to something.
Okay,
I'm gonna
then yeah,
put it
that's
in a moment.
fine. Then maybe add
Besides the URL,
less than or equal. So
let me check the documentation.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, like if
Request
the
actually
URL
fine.
and then the document
would be
the
smaller,
document that we define here
we
with
might
top
get
exercises
into a
query.
very rare situation when the previous update was at 100 meters
URL.
Yeah.
and you
Let's
didn't
find
set
the
it to true,
URL that
and the
we
next
need to
update
send
never
the
happened
request
because
to.
you are updating
That's going
every
to be,
100 meters.
if you go to the
so you are
steps,
5 meters
that's
from
going
the
to be
home, but
here at the
nothing
top.
happens.
Might not be
Yeah,
able to
yeah,
copy
true.
the
So,
full URL
If
right
now we
here,
can make our checks. If our
but what you can
delivery,
also do is you can
status
check
equals to order status dot not
you can
accepted.
open up the
Oh, we don't
endpoints
have.
page.
So basically, if it's wait, if it's what ready for pickup, right? Yes. If it's ready
The one
for
that
pickup,
I'm
then we
working with,
should
how is it
return
called?
that it's
Soft
button is
something.
button disabled. I probably I should call
This one.
because I will
Copy
return
URL.
when it's disabled. Probably.
So
let me think.
find it in the endpoints and press copy URL.
So if delivery status or ready for pickup,
Maybe in the
then
docs,
button,
it's also
button
no.
is not disabled.
And come back and paste
Okay.
the URL here.
Now, if delivery status equals
Cannot read property name
order
of
status
undefined.
dot
Let's see
accepted
why. That means that
and
the
is
request
courier
gave us an error. The error
driver
is handled by
close.
React query, so we can check
Then
we can take the
I
error
should
here,
return
and
also,
we can do another if statement
it
here.
shouldn't be disabled because
If
that
it's
means
not loading, but if it's
I am
error,
closed.
let's
that means I'm
return
returning false.
text
And
fail to
lastly,
fetch
if delivery
exercises.
status is
This is the error handling.
picked up and driver is closed, that means I'm close to the user's
What
house.
happened? Data. Let's console log the
already.
data.
So
Oh yeah.
Otherwise,
I think I know
should
why.
return
If I console log the
true
data,
to disable it because that means I am nor
and look in this
status
one.
is ready for pickup, nor I am close to the restaurant and the order is not even accepted.
It's loading,
Nor I am
loading.
able to deliver to the user, and nor I'm
Failed to fetch exercises.
that's
That's true, I was expecting that.
Logic,
And we can do a console log error to see what's happening.
In here,
the problem is that unauthorized, missing or not allowed. We didn't provide the API key for
so let's see if it works. Now it should be disabled.
For steps because here, if we look in the dashboard, if we look at the headers, there is a header called authorization. So let's see how we can send this header using the GraphQL request. There is the fourth one, request headers.
Then return gray
headers.
Else, what do we return there? Else, this one, and delete this one. Oh no, delete this one. Maybe fix here everything. Here, then return.
We have a home page.
This one.
Let me check.
Okay, let's start a bit, save it, and see if it is gray. Wait, is button disabled? If it's true. Oh. Okay, let's see. Delivery status right now. Let's reload everything and check. Maybe I didn't accept the order yet. So now it should be green. Okay, now I accept the order. I'm able to drive there. Okay, yes, I didn't. Now it's pickup order. I'm too far. I cannot click on it. Nothing is happening if I'm clicking on it. So I need to implement more logic on the button press. So then, if
in the request, the next parameter is variables, but we don't need any variables yet. And the fourth one, I think it's headers.
Status is dot accepted. That means set delivery status to order statuses dot picked up. And last delivery status equals
request headers. Well, in that case, we need to put them into an object with URL, document variables, and request headers. Yeah. So let's put this into an object
for now.
Inside of this one is going to be called document.
So in here, we will make some more changes
here later. Also have header.
Actually, right now we need to make them. So, okay.
Headers.
Let me
something like this. Request headers, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So now
request headers.
We will work
request headers.
Now we will work on the logic. So, as I said, if I accept the order, I don't want to see the route
from
to the user,
steps
which means I need to
and it's going to
hide
be
this waypoint.
The API key. That of course you can provide for environment variables, but I'm gonna try it just like that
I have
to see if it at least is working, and then we can think how to optimize things.
If delivery status equals
fail to fetch exercises, refresh. We don't have an error, nor do we see the flat list. Let's check the console log to see the data, because most probably the data has a little bit, the data currently is not an array. The data is an object that contains the exercises, which is the name of our query. So in the flat list now, we simply should say
so you want to show the waypoint only when it's ready for
exercises.
Yes. And otherwise,
and just like that, finally, we have our data
waypoint.
Anyway,
in our cases, you are calculating directly to restaurant or directly to user.
And React query
so let's
inside our application. To be honest, I think Apollo client is a bit more simpler in terms of this.
Right now. Okay, so it kind of works.
Yeah,
I don't see that
the
point
query is still
anymore,
powerful.
but that means
and
that if I accept it, my destination is
instead
not
of sending a request like this,
restaurant location, which is going to be latitude of something and longitude of something. Where is restaurant?
How do we provide the headers more?
Oh, yeah. It is order dot restaurant dot left and longitude is order dot restaurant dot longitude. Okay, and also I need user.
And we need to
go to everything and change where we need it. Okay, we don't need to initialize here.
now
change, I cannot press here. But now if I change my location to
and it handles the error,
this
the loading states, and
restaurant
everything
location
else. It's handled by Graph query.
I think I can see
In the graphical client, if you want to, the good thing is not to provide not
Mira, mira, mira. Run. Hey, run. Hey, Basti, mira. El Puma. Al Puma. Eso, acá. Hey. Toma el Puma. Tómalo el burro. Mira aquí, mira. Hey. Basti. El centro va bien.
Backend that we have developed yesterday, and we will actually fetch real orders, we will display real data there, and we will update the data on the backend whenever we change the status of the order. We will also update the automatically the location of a driver in the backend in a way that the user will be able to listen to these updates, and the user will be able to see the driver on his map like with live location. So yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. Another thing is also to see the delivery button to deactivate until you close to the customer.
But
I don't know.
that was necessary because we had.
Yeah, that's what Lucas implemented there.
Is that on this screen in this query,
And tomorrow when we have
not
backend,
only
we'll be able to, after completing the delivery,
right?
to write it to the backend.
So let's add the equipment because we see that something was missing on our screen. So the equipment, by simply adding it to our query string, we see it here.
Both. Okay, here. Now I'm delivered, delivery, and I'm here, delivery finished.
Right. What else? The next step. The next step is going to be to
thing that's left
query
is to be able to navigate from here
exercise on the exercise
most likely
details screen. So
Are we
if we
doing the
go to
icon
the
button?
name here, at this moment we are still using navigator on the details screen to find the exercise. As I said, rule of to send a request to the server.
Navigation, go back.
Well, the first step is to import GraphQL
And for the styles
from
we need, I think, DOM.
icon
GraphQL request
its position
and to
absolute.
define our query document.
15 position.
Let's say
And you need to render it either add elevation, but the easiest way would be just to render it below.
Open the backticks.
You render everything and then you render it and it's gonna show on top. Right now the map is simply on top of it.
The rule of thumb is, we go.
Te la van a rifar, ojo. Hey, mira acá, ponte el amarillo. Ya, sí. La corta, mira. No descuiden. First and goal.
If delivery
We're going to get the data
accepted,
and that is low.
The driver is still closed, so just set is driver closed to false when you pick up the order.
Yeah.
In the use query, remember we need to send an object with some parameters.
Yes, I
One
think
of them
so as
is
well,
the
because right now
query
we
key,
didn't change
and
this at
this
all.
identifies
It's
and
still
is used
true because
for
it's
caching
still
the
flow, the driver
result
is
and
still
for
flow.
invalidating the result when
I
something
didn't
happens.
re-render this one.
A
No,
query
Lo tienes del lado derecho, güey. Fuego. Can I come on? Hey, ya se pueden arriesgar, atentos arriba. Juega tu asignación. ¡Se rompe! ¡Se rompe! ¡Suave, Brett! Alguien se va a meter al call, atento. ¡Ya, toma! Está bien, vamos. Hey, hey, deja esto. No te vayas tan rápido, Gax y Brett, aguante. Aguante. Vale, 3 y largo, ¡Hey! 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 ¡Va con el 10! ¡Va con el 10! ¡Va con el 10! ¡Juega más cómodo, Brett! ¡Juega más cómodo, Alexis y Carlos! ¡Vamos! ¡Va con el 10! ¡Va con el 10! ¡Uno! ¡Hey! ¡Hey! ¿Cuánto down? No bajen tan rápido, suave. ¡Ey! ¡Ey! ¡Ojo los niveles! ¡Ojo los niveles! ¡Vayan rápido los dos! ¡Full speed! ¡Full speed! Van a cruzar, Brett. Lectura cruzada acá el 17. ¡Ya! ¡Ya! ¡Pura bandera! ¡Pura bandera! ¡Exacto! ¡Vamos! Bandó.
Segura.
¡Hey, Sofía! ¡Sofía Ruch! ¡Forward! ¡Ah, qué ¡México!
Thank you for being here.
Yes,
It caches and it remembers that this data is already on the client. It doesn't have to send a request again.
You interact a bit, you
If we
code a
go
bit,
to
it's
something
like fun,
new,
light.
it will do
Yeah.
the loading state. It
Nice.
will do that
way.
the query.
And I really like this.
If, however,
doing it
we
together.
are going to something
Yeah.
that is
Yeah,
already
that's
in the
why
cache,
also
because
it's
we are
like,
providing
I'm
here the
alone
name,
in this room.
it works perfectly fine like this.
Talking
Also, like when doing together, it's good. Like for example, sometimes
And
to
yeah,
brainstorm
that's
together
how we
to
have
find okay,
details
the actual
page
best
available.
way to approach it, and also the viewers see that.
Perfect.
So I think
They
that's
see it
also
in front of
valid
us.
perspectives.
We are not done yet. We want to
That's also nice, yeah.
searching,
We should definitely talk about
maybe
that.
pagination.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
also
I'm in.
So
Okay, guys. So, by the way, I didn't provide
status, add.
Okay, so join us tomorrow. Tomorrow is another day of a challenge, the fourth day, and tomorrow we're going to take the application that Lucas built today for the driver-side application, and we're going to connect it with our backend, with our AWS Amplify backend. We're going to start by connecting it, then we're going to implement authentication there so the drivers can log in. And after that, we will start by fetching the orders, displaying them properly on the map, accepting the orders, and also updating the data in real time every time the driver moves towards his destination. So it's going to be a very interesting features and a very interesting live stream. And I'm going to see you tomorrow. Yeah, at the same time, same place. You know it
have still a lot
well
of
already.
We don't have a lot of time.
Bro, someone is asking a very interesting question.
The
I
important
won.
thing of
I don't know. You decide.
here,
I said like,
there are still a couple of things.
you can choose.
We still
There's
have
two options.
to
A dinner that I propose or a
search
cloud makeup
at
that
least
you
and
propose.
to
It
do
depends whether
load
you
more to be able to scroll
like how
and
much
load
you love your
more
fans.
items. Let me
I'm gonna think about
put
that.
them
Yeah.
here, and if
I'm
we
gonna
have
think
time
about
at
an
the
excuse.
end, we're gonna do that.
About
But
that.
I really want to show you the MongoDB integration.
But actually, I
how we
didn't
can
look at the
keep
time
track of
until
different
we started
sets and
today's stream, and I was like, let me check.
So in the
But you have
search,
two options. So
and we're gonna also have
maybe you can come up with
load
something even
more.
better. I don't know. Like
How is it
Okay.
going, guys,
Do
so
it.
far? Vadim number one, thank you.
Okay, so guys, I think we should give Lucas some time to rest. And I wish you good luck. I hope you enjoy this challenge. If you do, please support us with some likes and subscribe button. It's weird, but that actually helps us reach more developers
let's
and
move
help
on
more developers.
to
And
the
yeah, this is our
third
goal,
part.
not just development.
So
let's see you.
implement the
Have a nice
workout
evening,
loader
and I'm going to
features.
see you tomorrow.
What we
right?
want to do is we want to be able to log
Thank you, Lucas.
Bye,
sets
guys.
of exercises.
Bye.
And store them in
What's
a
up, not just
database.
developers?
For
Welcome back to
database
new live
in this
stream.
part,
And
we're
in
gonna
this
use
video,
MongoDB.
we are going to build
If you're not
a
familiar,
local first
MongoDB is a
Trello clone
great
using React Native
NoSQL
and Rel.
database
So,
working with documents.
Instead of talking, let me actually show you.
When I was working at
demo
Ethereum,
of
I actually
what we're going to have
used,
by the end of this video.
so
I
built
built Trello
Ethereum
is
on
a
top of
project
MongoDB,
management tool that you can
and
manage
I know
your
it works
sprints, your
really well
tasks,
for
where you can
for
create
these
these
kind of
tasks in different
applications
columns.
because
The schema is
and
flexible.
that's what
We're
we're
going to
gonna
do.
have
The cool thing about this
we can
application
provide
is
different
that
documents
it's
with
going to
different types
work locally
local,
first without
and
any
it's
internet,
it's
without
quite
even
powerful.
having to create
Together
an
with
account.
MongoDB
But we're not going
Atlas,
to limit ourselves
we
to
can
local first, because whenever we have
create a
internet,
database
we want to
really,
synchronize the
really
data
quickly.
from the device
But
storage
actually, before
to the cloud,
going
so that you
to the
can
database
use the
and
same
so on,
application
we
on
still
multiple
have to
devices and
do
also
some
to
user
collaborate with
interface
your team,
in
for
order to
example.
add a
So
new,
even though the focus of today's video is going to be
able
local
to
first,
add a new,
we're going to actually get into the synchronization
set,
behind the
right?
scenes, so that
So we're gonna
everything
do
is
that
an actual
on this
application
screen.
with online capabilities. Because
To
yeah,
add a new
that's a
set,
very common architecture that can benefit a lot
let's
of
go ahead
applications,
and on the details
especially
screen,
applications that
right
might
after
be
the
used in
instructions,
scenarios where
let's
you do not
create
have a strong enough connection or stable enough connection, internet connection.
create a separate
So you want to make
component
sure that your users
that will
can use the
handle the
application
logic of
even
adding a
without
new set.
having
In
internet,
the components,
can
let's create
operate,
a new
and
file
once they gain
for,
internet, everything is synchronized with the backend.
new
For
set
that,
input dot
we're gonna use React Native with Expo on the front end and Expo router for managing the navigation, the screens,
I'm gonna
and
define
for
a
the backend
default
for the
component
synchronization
here
stuff, we're gonna
that
use
will
Rel,
simply render text.
which is currently called Atlas
And on the
Device
details
SDK.
screen,
Rel
let's go
is very
ahead
tightly
after
coupled
we
with
render the
MongoDB, so this is a great solution
view the
if you're
panel for
currently using
our
MongoDB or
instructions.
if you are starting
After
a new
that,
project.
let's go ahead
You're gonna
and
see it's
render
quite
that
easy to make this
set
synchronization, and
That
it's
for
quite
me was
powerful,
automatically
especially because we
imported
are using
at
MongoDB
the top here
as the
from our
database
components
layer.
folder.
So
What we
without,
see is we see the
any
new
more
set
talking, I
input,
think it's time to get started.
component
So let's roll
layer.
the intro.
And let's go ahead and also start working on this component that will handle adding a new set.
So the first step, let's go ahead and initialize our
style
project.
sheet.
And hello everyone who is joining us live. I'm gonna open a terminal
Using style sheet.create.
Here is my terminal.
Let me zoom in. And here I'm gonna have a container.
And let me navigate to the project, to the folder where I
that
keep
is going
my
to be the
project.
style, so the
I
whole
think it should be here
for this thing. It probably needs a background color white.
I think I have to
the style,
close
so the
the
rest of
window.
the containers.
But while we're here, let's go ahead and initialize the Expo project using npx create expo.
Let me see the panel.
Here, let's call it Trello.
The panel has padding 10 and border
Also,
radius
let's
5.
put at latest
here
to take the latest version
to
of
have a
Expo
same style.
So let's press enter.
Nice.
This is going to initialize our blank project from where we will set up everything, including the Expo router for navigation, rel
for the repetitions,
for our
and for the weight,
data.
and we need a button
And yeah, let's wait a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, I'm going to close the window because someone is doing some renovation.
Rendered using a text input component from React Native. I'm gonna remove the text here, or maybe.
By the way,
let's
guys,
add a new
look at that.
set. We'll
Look what
record.
we've got.
Let's do simple.
This morning we received the silver
Below
button
that,
for
let's add a text
1,000
input.
subscribers. So yeah, thank you very much everyone who is watching. Please subscribing to the channel. Your support means a lot to us. And we see that our work is valuable and helps you become a better developer. So if you're not yet subscribed, make sure to hit the subscribe button and help us reach the next milestone.
We see them here.
Thank you very much.
And we can go ahead and add some style.
All right, so what do we have
Styles.input.
here? Our project is ready, and I can go ahead and open it in Visual Studio Code. But when you see this, your project is ready. Let's go ahead and write code
to simplify
the name of the project, which is
only
Trello,
have two things.
and this will
Because
open it
now
up in Visual Studio
I can
Code.
put
We no longer
text
need the
inputs
terminal.
on the
Let's
same
close
row
it
by simply providing
Let's
justify,
make this
not
visible.
justify content, but
And
flex
before we get
direction.
started, what I like to do is I like
the
to switch
container.
right away from
All the
JavaScript to
wraps and
TypeScript.
weight are on the
You
same
don't
row.
have to do that
And
if you
if I
don't comfortable
provide
with
some styles
TypeScript.
to this
We're not going to
input,
focus too much on TypeScript,
such
but anyway,
as
it's good to have at
border
least some
with
type validation. So to do that,
one is too
I'm
much.
simply
you can
going
do
to rename the
style.js
file to
app.tsx, which is the smallest border.
And in the next step, when I'm going to open the terminal, write
we
add
npm
some starting to start
10,
the developer
if we
server.
add a gap
Expo will ask me,
of
hey,
a
we see there is a TypeScript
to
file. Do you want me
manage
to
the spacing
install it
between
setup
them?
TypeScript? Let's just press
If
enter.
we also
So Expo will
do a
take care of
flex
all the
one on the
configuration for
input,
us, which is really
will
handy.
make the input
Now,
take half of the space, or
when we see
share
the QR
space
code,
between them.
that means that our application is running.
what
We
else?
can
What else?
already start working with
Between
it.
that.
The
I
easiest
will
way
do
to
a
run an Expo
border
project if you don't have Xcode or Android Studio setup would be to download the Expo Go application on Android
too much,
or
5.
iOS,
Perfect.
and then
Love
simply scan this QR code. That's it.
Maybe
You're
the
going to
border
have
color
your application
should be
ready
border
to
color.
run. In my case,
Should
I'm going to
be
run it
gray.
here on the iOS simulator by pressing
Or
I in this terminal.
Gain
And
Spore.
this will install it and
Or
open it
if
in
it's Gain
Expo
Spore,
Go.
I think the width should be higher.
Just a little note,
now
later
I
in the
like
video we're gonna have to create a
So
custom
if I go
developer
to
build
free,
because Realm
now
will have some
perfect
custom
works.
native code, but that's
Besides
not a problem
inputs, we
because
need a
it's quite
button
easy
there.
to do that.
So let's use
and
a
I'm gonna
component
show you when we
from
get to that.
Native called
But for
It's okay, from there for place, come on.
Got a little contact on the defense, holding, 10-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
Okay. Vamos, Ada. It's perfect. Ajmo di, daj nam jednu. Brani ovo. Ajmo publika. Dva u sredini.
And then start by doing that. So in the components, let's access to file variables. In the components, let's create a new file, and we're going to be able to send them to the database. List item.tsx43. And this is going to be one item. Here we're going to do a render one task. A custom component in React Native is a simple function, so let's define it as a function. We're going to set the wrap. Let's call it the same as the file task and set item, also backed onto string. So after we press from this function, we should return something. We should return some JSX, which will represent what do we want to render on the screen. So the things that we want to render will be some components that we are importing from React Native, and these are keyboard at the moment, which is a container, a simple container. It has letters and a text that we can specify what type of keyboard that this text of the task. So let's start by rendering the view, and then inside the view, let's render the keyboard type. Let's say first task is going to be. Now we want to make sure that we see this component on the screen. For that, we first have to export this function so that other files can import it. So by doing export default before the function keyword, we are exporting it so that now it's numeric. And the same thing, we can go at the top and do import task list item from source components task list item. Now instead of this text, which I'm going to remove, I will go ahead and render a task. Task list item like this. First task. That means that now we have a UI. When we press on the add set, we want to see things to the database. Style a little bit this task to look more git commit like the task from here. So it's going to have some kind of dark background. Text is going to be white. And maybe we can also do an icon to see how we can create and set up, configure our database. To set the background, as I said, we're going to go ahead move the container and we're going to view and provide some styles here. So to style, we will provide an object in the cloud where we can set background color black for example. Let's go ahead and you can try it to make the text white. I'm going to free style, free solution. So our color we're doing here is free. I'm going to sign in my account. Okay, now the background is black, the foreground is white, and this is how you can define inline styles. This is good for in a lot of situations, but I usually, especially if your file is quite long, it's recommended to separate the styling from the rendering logic. To do that, we have the style sheet component, style sheet API, that we can import from React Native. And using the style sheet, at the end of the file, we can define maybe an object that will hold all our styles. In my case, we do that by doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take here our project. In this object, we have to define different styles that we have. Our project component we can name them the way we want. So one of them will be the container. Will be empty here and text also me empty. As a project owner. Now I can move the background color style from inline to the container the text style.
After that is
also
done,
to
we need to create a deployment.
And the last step is to simply connect
a cluster
to this style property
our
styles.container.
Let's create.
So pay attention that I'm removing a pair of brackets because we no longer choose
define an
how
object
we want
we
to
are
deploy.
accessing it.
So styles.container, and here
free version.
It's perfect for learning and exploring MongoDB cloud environment. So my cluster is zero name
style it a little bit
so
more.
I'm gonna use
Probably I'm gonna go to
app.tsx
and I'm gonna use
and
AWS.
I think I'm going to
let's just
simply click probably remove this align item center and justify content center because these are centering everything in the middle of a screen. If I remove
this one will
here,
automatically add
it's
our
good, but now the
as
task
a
is
white
all
list
the
so
way
that
to the top
only
of the
we
screen,
can connect
and
to
it's
it,
behind the notch,
and it will
it's not
also
visible
allow
really
us to
well.
create a database
So
user.
to fix that, I'm going to pre-fill the username called password. This is going to be important.
Area
So
view
let's
from React
go
Native,
ahead and I'm going to replace the root view in our application with a safe area view. Now
or
everything
open a
inside the
file
safe area view
and
will be
let's
rendered
provide
here by
inside
the safe
username.
area, so not behind the notches or stuff like that.
And
now
the
the first
password.
task is
Remember
nicely
them because
rendered
we
at the
might
top. Different databases in our collection, and we have different tables here. Lastly, when it comes to the task list item, we had that X button at the end. If we look here, we had this database specifically for our use case. This is going to be a simple name, let's call it, that we can get from the collection name by going to log sets, right? Expo, when you go to the gym, you perform a set, you want to record that. And by searching so let's call here, I don't know, the collection set. So let's take this and a design icon, and it shows us how to import it. Let's do create. Import it at the top inside task list item under the collection, and I'm going to render a database called after the text and a new collection here called sets. Instead of color black data, is not we can visible. I'm going to use let's press insert document. And very light we can specify simply gray key value fields for our and I'm gonna leave the default size we need maybe exercise name is going to be good, for example. But the thing is that now the X button is right underneath the text, which is not what we wanted. We wanted to put the icon and the text in the same line. So we can accomplish that by changing the justify direction of the parent container. Yes. So by simply saying justify, I'm gonna use it here to say that hey, this is going to be flex direction. Logging by changing it to repetition for the this will put the child items into the same row. Let's press on this now plus sign to add is to the right of the text. And when you field will and if we want the X to go all the way to the other side, we can manage reps is not the string. Justify content space between. And that will put all the space available in integer between the items, and this way will be an actual integer left, for example, right, and 8 repetitions. Much better. I'm gonna do a plus sign here. So that's good. That's perfect. Again, it's a space string, but neither is gonna be an integer. I think it check size double because you might do like you might add some weight, like I don't know, maybe 35 maybe. Let's see how it will look like this. So we can have 7.5 here, for example. after we have this, let's press insert.
Okay, so
and
just like that, we have the task
inserted and we see it here.
The next step is to be able
to send data to this task list item or clone
that will be
rendered here, because from app.tsx we will want to render 6 repetitions, but in this case tasks, they will all say insert task, and now we see
what I want to do is I want to be able to send from here.
So yeah, now that we
the first one,
the first task is going to be an object with that description of first by integrating this task in our and then the second one GraphQL is going to contain data about the second task,
if we look back at our
and here we're going to have
architecture.
First, we know that our GraphQL API is already connected with
this is how we send
data down
source
from the parent component down to the child component.
And we also want
not
to
first, but also
MongoDB
to the same GraphQL
so
API.
The name of a property that we are using is
this
from
task,
our application,
and the value is the object that we are sending
single
here.
GraphQL API for
now,
all the data
how do we get access inside task list item to the
steps and
properties?
that's
we do that
that's
as
actually the
power of the function, and here we
allows
can
you to
right away structure different data sources that we are interested in using its name. So if we're
this is very powerful
here,
in a lot of
we're
cases,
going to destructure it
data
using
that
the
we
name
have
task
coming from
different sources. Now this is going
as
to
you
be
can
the
see on
property
this
called
diagram,
task, and
we have a
we can
GraphQL
render
built
instead
with
of
steps
this
that is created
hard
from
code
different
building blocks. I'm going to use the brackets and I'm
connected
going to
with
render task
SQL backends from some
description.
data with
And just like
REST
that,
from some
all the
data
tasks
like
that
the
we're
REST
rendering
or
they're
no
rendering
SQL backends
different
or
descriptions.
our
First, second,
GraphQL
and third
APIs.
task. So this
That's
will
the
allow
power
us to send
of
different data and render it the same way on the screen.
I'm gonna
Show you
okay, that's good.
let's move on.
MongoDB
And the
blog
next step for us
on the IBM
is going to be to website
render
one of these created by Carlos
containers
and
that
here
represents
one list
step by step how we can integrate
and I'm talking about
MongoDB
with
dark
black background
with
container.
steps.
That container
I'm
has
gonna
a
go ahead
title
and do it
with the name of a list. It has
together
with you the list
what
of
we
the
need to
actual
do
tasks
first is
and
on
at the bottom we're
Atlas
going
side,
to
we
have
need to enable the data
input
API.
where we will write the new
The
tasks.
data API is
So let's do that,
basically
and I'm going
RESTful
to implement it as a separate
like
component.
endpoint on top of our
Let's
database.
do new file.
So we can interact with
New
MongoDB
file.
by sending
It's
REST
going to be
REST
task
API requests. We know that
list.
with Stepzen we can easily integrate with
Dot
REST APIs
TSX.
because we have done that with the
tasks
API
list.
for our exercises
task?
before.
It's okay.
At the moment, the
Task
data API is
list.
disabled.
It's okay.
So let's go ahead and
Let's go
enable
ahead
it.
and
We're
start
gonna
by
select the data source
defining
here
the component and
for
right away
cluster free.
exporting it. So export default function.
Task
list.
That's it. Let's enable that data access.
And the task list will return
Restricted
something.
API.
It will of
Why
course
is it
start with a container.
Let's
So let's
refresh.
import a view and a text from React Native. Let's select cluster free.
Enable.
And let's render the view
Restricted
here, and
UI
inside it,
API
let's render the
access.
text.
That.
And this is going to be the title of our list. For example, to do project access. Maybe I need to change. No. Okay, let's go ahead and import this task list inside our app.tsx. And I'm going to do import
workouts,
task list
data API
from
and let's do cluster
source components
Enable.
task list. And let's
Why? I did
render
that
it.
before and it was working.
We're gonna render
perfectly
it
fine.
here.
Maybe
at
I
the top.
need
Let's
to
go with that. Now we see the to-do items there. And the next step is actually I want to move the list of tasks that we are rendering from here all the way. Maybe the task list component should be inside this view with padding. And now I will move all of these task list items from here inside the task list. This is going to be the list of tasks. Let's do it like this. Don't worry about the pricing issues yet, we're going to fix them shortly. But yeah, I see that we forgot to import task list item from this folder task list item. And the name of this component should be task list. Why did I call it item? That was my bad. I think it said now with this we have a title of a list and we have a list of items. And later we're gonna add on the bottom here the properly task, but in the previous one it was added, so I'm not sure why this happened. Perfect. Let's go ahead and see what should we do here. Well, first of all, let's make the background color of our task list dark gray or dark black, and I'm gonna do that right away here. We need to configure inline style background color. If I'm not mistaken, it should be added exact color, but I'm gonna see maybe it failed to add automatically. It's 1011 adding the IP that you're accessing. I will go ahead and add maybe somehow padding, maybe changed 10, so that there is some spacing around, and yeah, that's good enough. The problem is that now the title disappears because it's rendered with black text, so I'm gonna go here and give it a style IP of color white, or it appeared. And let's go ahead and increase its weight to bold, and maybe even the font size to 20. Maybe some margin vertical to separate it a little bit from the list. Your 10 current IP, and just like that we have part of how to properly set up. The whole container, of course, should also have border radius. So let's do border radius 5 to make it have a little bit round corners. And yeah, that already looks better. Now, speaking about the list of tasks that we are rendering here, I don't want to render them manually like this. I want to dynamically render them based on an array of tasks that we're going to have. To do that, we have a component in React Native called flat list. And a flat list helps us render lists of items. So let's render the flat list above our items here. And there are two things that a flat list expects. It expects the data, and the data should be an array. Let's right away go here and define the list of tasks. Let's try to quick start. If you are new to React Native and state is still new to you, I'm going to explain it shortly. If you are more familiar with it, probably it's I think I need to specify it's what easy. It has but we're going to use the state because whenever the list of tasks changes, whenever we add a new task, we want to re-render and update the UI. So let's start here with an empty array. And the use state returns us back two values. The first one is the actual value of our state, which we will call it tasks. The second one is set tasks. Let's go ahead and use these tasks in the flat list as the data. And for the render item, this is a function that will tell flatlist how should it render each item in that list. So this function will receive the item and should return the UI component that we want to render. What do we want to render? Well, we want to render one of these task list items. And instead of hard coding the task that we send here, we're gonna send right away the item. Now, from this flat list, if I'm gonna comment out these two things, the flat list is not rendering anything. That's because our task's state is currently empty. I'm gonna go ahead and add here one default value with description, or I'm gonna copy it from here. Description, steps and MongoDB. Let's do first and second. And I can even remove a comment here. And now our flat list properly displays the tasks that we created in our state as a task list item component. Perfect, that's good. If we want to add some spacing between these tasks, you can do that from the item list by adding some margin to the container. But in these situations when we have lists, the best way to manage the spacing is using the gap property. It's going to help you like with some weird issues that can happen with spacings. So I'm going to send to the flat list the content container style, which is going to be the style applied to the component that wraps around all our task list. So by sending their gap 5, it's going to add 5 pixels spacing between the items, and you can even do more if you want. So 5 probably is enough. So now they look even better. Perfect. Data API. MongoDB Atlas. Maybe I should go ahead and do git add git commit minus task list, because at this moment we have 2 components completed. We have a task list that renders a list of tasks and the task list item that renders one of these small tasks. Perfect. The next step is going to be the input. Let me check the comments. Hello from Venezuela. Hello, let's go to organization settings. Greetings. Settings, organization name, required. From your experience, these types of applications are best work with Realm or with Amplified Data. So which of the 2 technologies is better for you? Maybe I need to enable this one. Well, let me tell you this. Like, this is kind of the first time I'm working with Realm. I have experience with working with MongoDB. So MongoDB itself is a really great database solution. However, it's very specific in terms of how you filter, how you fetch, so you have to learn the MongoDB way of doing things. This will also show us in Realm as well, because some filters are very specific to MongoDB. But yeah, I believe like it's a very good solution for running this kind of local first applications. Leave project? I need to delete the previous Why are we using TypeScript but not using typing? Because I don't have like a lot of time to type perfectly everything in this demo, because that would take me too much time during the live stream. And sometimes I'm just letting TypeScript infer the types, and this will help us a bit later when we define the schema of our database. TypeScript will automatically be able to infer that type, and it will add some benefits. So what I'm telling our students from the academy is, if you're using TypeScript, it's okay at the beginning to have issues. It's okay not everything to be perfectly typed. So whenever you have like some issues, some red warnings, try to fix it, but you cannot continue. Like if it's working, it's okay. It's still better than having everything typed. So that's not a small advice. It is working. It's not possible. Bruno is asking, is there a way to make UI in React exactly as it would be done using native with iOS 18 coming out? How can we ensure UI modification aligned with it? Because I just cannot. So from this comment here, but I assume that you asked, is there a way to first UI in React native previous one as it would be using native? And the answer is it has absolutely yes, and hopefully I will be able to benefit using React Native, because React Native is not reinventing these components. It's not rebuilding them to look like native components. It's actually using native components. It's a simple mapping between JavaScript and native components. So every time through this, for example, with iOS 18 coming out, every change that is happening on the native side components, the different is automatically cluster 1 handle collection React Native without collections. Having even to update our application. Workouts, and this is happening here because behind the scenes we are using the native components. So that's the benefit of React Native compared to Flutter, which see how is trying to recreate all the native components. Test your API and create we need to create API key. Let's give it a name. and the name is going to be StepZen because we are going to interact with this API from
Why not
StepZen.
do local with Watermelon DB?
And let's copy
actually,
it and save
I
it
asked this as a
file.
poll on our YouTube channel because when it comes to local first application, there are so many solutions that you can choose from, and it really depends on the other things that you're using. For example, it depends on the backend that you're using. Because if you have a SQL backend, probably there is a better solution compared to Realm.
We can copy the
if you're using MongoDB as a database, Realm is perfect. If you're starting a new project, Realm is a very good solution. So this is not like the only way to build local first application. This is a way to sending. And we see in the
document with
poll
ID,
on YouTube,
because
you guys have voted, 648 of you voted. More than half of you wanted to see a Realm tutorial. So that's why I listened to you, I listened to the community, and we built that
action.
Watermelon DB was the second one,
Send a request
and
to
maybe we should do a tutorial
to
as
find
well.
all the
This is quite an interesting topic. I think you can expect more tutorials about this local first approach in the future.
projection here, because the projection
let's go ahead and
is
continue our
specifying what
tutorial.
fields we want to return. In fact, we want to return all of them.
And what I want
And
to
when
do
you
now
delete the last row, make sure
is
to also
from the
delete
task
comma,
list,
because otherwise it's
after
gonna
the flat
fail.
list, I want to add
And what else? What else?
I want to
think
add
that's it.
here
Let's
the
try
new
to
task
copy it
input.
again and send
to handle
it
the new task input, we
from
will
the
use
database.
A component
And
from
what do we
React
see?
Native
We
called
see the document
text
with an
input,
array. It
and
has
another
ID,
one
it has
called button.
exercise push-up, reps, and weight. And if
Let's
you
start
are
by
going
rendering
to
the
add
text
more, close.
And you might not see it
also,
there,
if the
but
API
if you
is
add
not
here a
working
placeholder
on this data API, you're going to
new
see
task,
the data source cluster.
you still
Make
will
sure
not
to
be able
change
to
here
see it
from
because
no
the placeholder
access
has
to
a dark
read and
gray
write.
color.
This is
So I'm
important.
going to change the
Have access to that.
placeholder text
I'm
color.
going to go to the
to
database to actually
gray.
create one more
gray is
item
already
in our
better.
collection.
And if I
of
go there
workout
and start
sets.
typing, it's going to have
some
text,
duplicate
but the text
this
is
one,
black,
let's
so I'm
save
going to
it.
go to the style and say that
Wraps
the
with
color of the text should
with
be white.
weight. Insert.
And now the color is white.
Now we
Also
have
in the
two
style,
items,
let's go
and if
ahead
I'm
and
gonna
add here
send
some, I don't know,
curly request
padding,
again
like 10
to
add some spacing
all
for
the
it.
items. We see
Maybe
two
we should style it
objects
in similar
return
way as
from
we
the
have a task
URL
list
from
there.
from querying up
with
the
a background
collections
color like this.
sets.
Let's try.
Now,
Background
what does
color.
that mean? That means
This-
that if we have a curl request, we can prefix it with StepZen. Import,
to add spacing
by
between the
executing
list
this
and this
command,
one,
we're
I'm
going to
tempted
parse
to
it
use a
and add it
margin
to our
here.
steps
I
and
think it would be
GraphQL
better
API.
if I go to the
For
parent
that, what
component
we
and
have
say
to
that
do is
there
we
should
have to
always
first
be a
move to
gap
the
of 10
API
pixels
directory.
between all the components
And here in the API
so that's
directory,
already better.
let's execute
For the
the
text
steps
input,
and
maybe a
code
command
border. I'm going to press enter. And we see that
Radius
there
of
is an unsupported
5.
flag location. Yeah, this
That's
location, let's delete it from the curl command. We don't need it.
Should the gap
I'm
here
going
also
to
be 5
copy it
to
again.
match the other gaps? Yeah,
And
probably
paste
that's
it here.
better.
Starting.
Okay. And the padding here
Done.
10
That's
is
it.
similar.
Now, if we look in our
on the
API,
item
we
it's
see
15, so maybe
another
we should do it
folder
15 as
created
well.
called curl.
And if
that
I
has the
delete it,
index,
it
and
says
here in
new
this
task.
one,
And if I
we
have it
see
here,
our query
we
for
are writing
my collection
the information
that
for the
sends
new
the
task.
request to them. And
now
point
after
and
the
so on.
text input, let's go ahead and
If
render
our
a
steps and
simple
start is
button
still running,
with a title.
then it will automatically work, but if not,
task.
we can run again steps and start.
As you can see, this is what
see
I'm
that
talking
it's
like
working
this
and it
button is
automatically
rendering a
deployed.
native button,
So I
and
can
on
go to the
iOS it
steps
looks
and
like this,
dashboard.
but on Android it will look
And I can
differently.
do,
It will have like a full
refresh
background
here.
because that's the native.
What I'm gonna see
native
is I see
button
a new
on Android
query called
so
my
if you're
query,
testing on Android
where
and
I
it
can
looks
provide
different,
the collection
that's perfect.
here.
That's what we
The
want to have
collection,
when we are working
the
with
collection,
native
the collection
components.
is set. The
And
database
when we
is
press this button, let's do
workout,
one press.
and the
Let's
data
do
source
create
is cluster 1.
This should be a function that we will define in our
And for the
component
documents,
here.
I can do
and let's
ID,
do
exercise,
const.
and reps. Let's
Create
try to
task
send a
equal.
request.
And I'm gonna start by doing
name
console
here.
warn create. If I press the
expected
button
empty
at the
in
bottom, we
query
should see the
exercise
warning,
my
which
query
means that we
sets and so
connected it
on.
with this function.
Database
But how can we
workouts.
get
Let me
access
check
to the information that the
the
user wrote here in the
request
text
there.
input?
collection sets. At this moment, this is an uncontrolled text input. We are not controlling the value. The text input behind the scenes is doing that. If I don't have any variables. To transform it to a controlled text input, we're going to have to use a state variable where we will store the thing is that I don't want to have to set up a collection with database, state, workout with an empty string. What I want is for it that is automatically to be called be enabled for us. And we can do that by setting it up in our So having these two fields generated for us, we are going to send both of them instead of my query. I want to set the first one is going to be sent to the value. Then instead of having variables not for tasks, collection, data source, and so on, this way I'm going the text to provide always render what we tell it to render. I'm going to at the moment if we're going to try to type something, it's not going to change because we are not updating the new task. The second thing is a string change text, and which is a callback function, and we can assign them set new text. This way, when the user types something and the text input detects that text and change, here we need to provide it will call the setter and will provide the new value. This way, updating the new text object task where we have state variable in codes collection, now, and the collection should be sus. I can console log here one set state variable with new task. And then if I go here and write something and press add task, we see that we have access to this value. Set to... So I don't know what... later on we're going to handle like actually cluster 3 in your case or for now 0. I'm going to do an... And the database reset them is going to be state of our input to an empty string. So after creating a new task, the last one empty. Doesn't have maybe for now what we can do is simply add it to the existing structure list, and now we can go ahead and remove later on we're going to do completely different, so we can skip this one, but just for us to see something happening on the screen. Now let's see if steps and deploys it successfully. Go ahead, yes it does. Update the tasks list using refresh all the previous tasks. Refresh by spreading them like this to see, and then adding a builder with a description. Description sets in the documents of the value that the user wrote here. Can send it and not task but tasks here. Now, if I'm gonna do hello, this is the query that task is going to be added to the list, connecting with the input B and taking down one step. Let's go ahead and copy this like this, and let's go in the list. On this page, after we are going to reload the application, where we lose track. I'm gonna go and create a new component that we render a list of, and that's where we're gonna work. That's what we're gonna create a component called to make this local first list have like a local database sets that is going to persist this data, and later on let's do run it with the cloud so that whenever we add this task to the list, they are persisted first locally. After we have an input, let's render the application will still be there. And then we're going to connect it here, synchronize with the cloud with a backend. And we will have to do a query here to get the data from our GraphQL API. Remove a console log from here. Set and query I think equal. I'm going to spend 2 minutes extracting here we provide the query that we create a separate into the style sheet just to make this file easier to work with. So let's go ahead and import style from React Native. Let's define the styles at the bottom of the screen, and also let's import styles the equals query style sheet.create from Tanstack query, and the first one is the container. So I'm going to copy it from here. I'm going to cut it from here and do styles.container. Now, I have to go back here and provide in our container. Let's go ahead and do the query and paste the styles that we copied from data. I'm gonna do the same process for use query text. For example, this is going to be. We're gonna have a query key styles.title called copied from there. Move it to title and a query function. That will, and this is going to be the input. Use the GraphQL request and the doc from there. Add request is input here. Query. Make sure not to add double brackets. Yes, we can have is loaded and everything now is styled properly. And things like small gap, like I'll leave it here because it doesn't load. Add a lot of like activity indicator garbage in our code. And now it's much easier to look at this component. We can fit basically the whole rendering logic on one to see the data that we see that hey, we have a title. If I go on the details page, then we have sets, a document, and it has object and object. Perfect. That means that here I can go ahead and render a flat list directly from React Native. So let's go ahead where the data is going to be data dot commit minus m. This was new. If you saw, there was a documents as well. So documents and render item. John is saying he did a watermelon DB tutorial in November day 22. Actually, yes, I did that. But to be honest, I failed quite miserably by integrating it. So I don't highly recommend watching it. I think I should prepare better for that. Or better. I had some issues with watermelon DB reps with configuration, and I don't remember if I actually managed to solve them. So if I go here, we see. But I saw that a lot of people are watching and taking value, so maybe it's valuable to see how I struggle. Another way is going to be to add a variable, but that was my request in order to only get the I'd have to look more into that to see how to properly prepare a tutorial for it. Yes, that's gonna be. Aditya, hello. How are you doing? Color, white. So what I want to do now, before we move to the next step, is to add this nice background gradient and so on. That is going to be the last step at this moment when it comes to the user interface. Maybe and then we're going to go into setting up Expo router, and then we're gonna start working with rel hidden. So just like that, yes, we have what I want to do. The flat list as well that renders is if you look in the app.tsx, the last thing, guys, at the moment we're rendering inside the app.tsx, we're rendering the task list. Before we hit when we think about the task list later on in our video, but there is one thing that we will be part of adding of one board. So a board will have multiple lists. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and extract task list together with this provide this into a separate component. At this moment, it might seem asset bundle, but it's going to help us later, like separate provide the source code with the details. This is a list, and then this is a list where so let's go into the components and set to the database. A new file. Anyway, we have 8 minutes. Maybe I'm gonna manage task board. But task I don't think I will. So let's try to do it. Here, let's export anyway default. For our smart export default function, I cannot go over task board. YouTube punishes everyone for and that. It will return. Okay. I'm gonna copy it from app.tsx. I will copy this view that has padding and the task list. I'm gonna copy it from here, move it to our board. In the return statement, data API. Next, the arrow function there. Testing our and I should API. Make sure to import. Let's look at the docs from React Native. And the task list, import task list from .task list. Docs, now we lost everything on the screen. That's because in the app.tsx, we should go ahead and import the authentication, authorization, task board, and render it here. Task board, a single like document. Now our app.tsx is very minimal. It only renders the task board and handles things like save review, status bar, and so on. To copy it from here. Talk about let's try to functionality of our project management board, like everything and we is in separate components here, together with the task board. Looking like I'm gonna zoom out a bit and list item. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna copy the API and URL I wanted to do that because until the action I want to add like some kind of more interesting background to have. As you can see API, here, I'm using after action is going to be insert one. So let's go ahead after that and use post request API key expo linear API key. I'm gonna use this one. API which you can find here in the Expo documentation, and we can install it using npx expo install expo linear gradient. This library allows us to render gradients, so let's go ahead and install it in our project. Database workout. This is of course optional, but it will make it much better. Be exercise. And then what we can do is we can render the gradient somewhere here. Wait. I'm going to import the gradient as per the documentation. Reps. So import by destructuring linear gradient
try
from
to
expo
send
linear
this
gradient
request to see if
and
it's
then
working.
to render it, we can take this linear gradient
like this
and do it
inserted
above
yes, it's
the
working.
task list.
That means
It has
that
this
I
styles
can
background, but what I want to do here is I want to render it with absolute position, steps and import, and let's try to do that. Make sure you are in
Absolute.
the API directory. Top,
hopefully that will
0,
work.
an expected curl frag
bottom
S,
and make sure that
it
S for
covers
location.
the whole background. Bottom 0,
Let's do
left
again.
0,
Okay,
right,
problem curl while please check
0.
that the curl command is valid.
So just like that, our linear gradient is rendering behind our task list. If I comment it out, we should see it here.
It's working, but why it's not working with steps and import bottom?
And
it's not
it's not
it should be
exactly what we want. We're going to get
JSON.
there. But usually when we want this kind of absolute things that will stretch and fill the whole page,
Inserted.
Shortcut instead of doing this would be using
the dashboard
style sheet
that if
imported from React Native.
refresh, we're going
And
to
the
see
style sheet
that
has
if I
handy property called
refresh,
absolute fill.
should be a mutation,
So if we do
right?
that, this will absolutely
API.
fill the whole
Whole
parent
one.
container. And yeah,
Why is it a query?
it doesn't fill the whole page because
Should
our
be a
parent
mutation.
view should have here a flex 1 to make sure that it takes, it fills the whole screen. So now we have a gradient that goes from this color to transparent, and we're gonna change it to the following colors. Where?
Generating a mutation when using the default graphical operation type is query. To change the above,
Yes, these are the colors.
Manually update the schema to mutation. So
Okay,
from I can do that.
Let's say purple
manually in the
to,
curl 01
blue
from type
and
step
now it
query
looks
to
much
mutation.
better. But because our task board
and
is
the type here
rendered
shouldn't be root
inside the safe area view, as you can see, we still have white lines at the top and the bottom.
Insert.
So most probably I'm gonna go back to
response.
and I'm going to go back from safe area view to a normal view, so that
instead
the
of
background
root
fills
here.
the whole screen.
Okay, now
And
it's deploying.
I will
And I can
uncomment
check
the
in
task
the
list, and most probably
here if I
now
refresh,
the task list
set
is
the
going
query
to be
command
rendered not
mutation as well.
and the
mutation
mutation here. So we can simply
is going to be
here
called my
using
query.
a safe area
I can
view
add inside
and
the
the task list
collection called
inside the safe area
sets.
view. So just like
Sets.
that, the linear gradient
database
expanding on the
workouts.
whole screen, even beyond the safe area,
what's
and
the
our
data
content
source?
is cluster wrapped
One.
around the safe area view to be displayed
And the
in the
document
safe area.
is going
So
to
just
be
like that, we have it with
the document
nice
is not going to be
background.
a string,
And last thing I want to do is going to
or is it going
app.tsx.
to be a string?
For the status
The
bar,
document
I'm going to
input
change this to light to make the battery color and all the icons at the
Here
top
it's,
with white.
It's tricky.
And now everything looks perfect. I really like it, and I think we have it like beautiful enough to continue working. So
Name.
this was our
Name. Hello.
yeah. I was thinking already ahead, but we're gonna get there. So this was our
Yeah, we actually need this
commit.
one. The document.
task board.
Anyway, guys, I'm going
Linear
to provide
gradient.
some information in the asset
Perfect.
bundle, so make sure to download it again in a couple of hours. I'm going to provide that. I really have
Bruno
to
is asking, could you create an app
close this
with React
one
Native
at
Visions,
the
Vision Pro?
moment. Also, the source code you're going to find in the description of this video, so everything is going to be there, so you can check it out.
Do I need a
and,
Vision Pro to do that?
finish the last
Or would
steps.
it be able to
Yeah,
use this
anyway, we
as
have
a
managed to do a lot of
Xcode
things.
has like that
We
simulated
integrated
experience,
with
right?
REST API, we created our own database, we created the GraphQL API, we learned about
Expo, React Native.
Okay, looking good so
Expo
far.
router. We did a couple of screens.
If you are
So
just
it's
joining the live
really,
stream,
it's
today
really a lot
we are building
what
a
we
local
managed
first
to do
Trello
for
flow.
hours.
A local
I hope
first
you enjoy,
project
guys.
management
If you did, make
application.
sure to subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much,
So
Stepzen,
far,
for
we
sponsoring this
have
video.
user
And I have
interface
to
of a simple
shut it off
to-do list.
at this moment. Right, I'm gonna see
in
you
the next step,
week.
we're
with
gonna
more
set
tutorials
up and configure Expo router
to be able to have multiple pages, like the detailed page of one
What's up,
task.
Node.js developers?
And
Welcome back to a new
the next
live
step
stream.
is going to be
Today,
to cover
we are
the
going to
local
continue
first
building
approach
a
to
chat and
with our
video
local
calling
application
applications
in
in
React
Realm
Native
and
Expo one synchronized.
So, if you don't know, in the previous live stream, we have built the
that
chatting
sounds like a
functionalities of
plan,
our
and we
application.
can continue
And in
working.
this video, we're gonna focus on implementing the video calling
Just check my
feature
to-do list.
and also the push notification.
Here we see
Next step is to
messages
set up the
we
entry
can
point.
react to messages.
The entry
we
point
can
is your first
reply
file
that is being executed when the application is launching. Okay, that we can
set
send
using
package.json. At the moment is the up entry from Expo, and we can do
Expo router,
everything that you would use Expo router / to be able to do in a chatting
forward.
application. So all
We need
this
to add the
power
schema
is
of
provided
our
by
application.
Stream Chat.
This is used for automatic
and we are
deep
also
links.
going to use Stream
And
Chat
this
today
should be
for
done
the
in
video and audio calling functionalities because JSON
like to
file
be able to also
and you can add it
start a
right
video
under
call
with
with
people in this application.
You can use it.
So if you're ready, I think we can get started. And if you want to follow
this is going to
along,
be used as
there is also
deep
the
link
source
code.
schema for the deep link to be in the description
Okay,
below.
moving on to the next step.
Telegram clone, so you can download.
We're not developing for
you can
web.
clone the
Maybe
repository
we're gonna
and
do,
then update
test
the
it to
environment
see if
variable
Realm is
with
working
your
on web as well. I
Stream
haven't
API
tested it
key
yet.
with your
So,
Superbase
yeah,
URL.
let's go ahead and install this because it's not going to cost
Superbase
us
anything.
Then it's going to connect to your
in the
system,
terminal,
your Superbase
and
also
stream,
install
and
React
you're gonna
Native
be
Web
able to
to
follow along and continue to get
And what else?
building this video and calling application.
This is
As far as I know, it's the default one already.
guys.
And we should go to the step 5 to modify
by the way,
before I get started,
we
have
just
Babel
launched,
Preset Expo, but
today we
it's
launched
already there.
the landing page
So
of
go
our
here,
upcoming course,
Preset Expo
which is called
here.
React Native Mastery. I'm working
And I
very
think
hard
we are
on it.
ready
Like
to
this week
start,
was
but
crazy.
we
I'm
just restart the
probably
server
the
with
dash
D4C
C word
dash
today because I've been working
let's
on
go
this website
and move
to make sure that it's ready today.
server is running.
So you can go ahead and explore more like
let's
what
start
this
by
course is
pressing
going to include.
C.
We're going to cover
Alt-C
the best stack for building
and
mobile
here I'm going
applications.
to run it with npm
And
start.
the most important part
and
is that
dash
you're going to build
space
7
dash
unique applications. They are designed specifically for this
So
course, and it will take you step by step from very beginning to very advanced and help you master
now
building mobile
I'm going
applications
to
with React Native
close
and
Expo.
There is a lot of topics that we
I
are
here
covering
to open
here.
it
You can check them out.
What
And
we
this
will
is just
see,
the surface. Like
don't
in
press
fact, we're gonna do
anything.
even
Let's
more.
just follow
So
together
if you're
because
interested, make sure to
the
join the
important
waitlist
part.
because
we should see this
we're
welcome to
planning
Expo
to
screen.
open
very few
this screen
spots
is displayed
for
whenever
early
we
access
do not
during
have
the June
the up
to allow
directory.
the
The up
directory
directory
in early is a very important directory because of course that's where we're building all our screens.
I'm already working on the second project.
Instead of
by
touching
June, we're
this
gonna have a
button
free
that
project.
will set up
So
the up
stay
directory in
tuned.
the root
Make sure to join the
folder.
waitlist.
What I
to
want
be
to do
notified
is I
about
want to
that.
open source
And,
folder, and inside
I'm
source I
gonna
want
keep
to
you
update
updated
this
on
folder
progress,
manually called
how
up.
it is going there.
And inside the application, as I said, we're gonna keep all
Now,
the screens.
back to our
And the first
tutorial.
screen is our home screen. The home screen,
Hello everyone who is
is
joining us
the
live.
index.tsx.
Enes.
And here, we're gonna do,
Barry,
let's say,
Adita, hello.
export, default, function,
Lucas.
Rogelio, home.
How are you doing,
screen.
guys? All right, so let's get started with our video
by
implementation.
entering something here.
For
it will
that, I'm gonna go
automatically
ahead
render
and
on
screen.
on the home screen.
Get
What do we want to
started.io.
render here?
And under
Well,
developer,
let's open
I'm going to go on
up.tsx and see
video
what do we
and
have
audio.
rendered there.
And
So
here
most
we're
probably
gonna go
we're
to the
gonna
documentation for
I think we're gonna render this
native.
kind of
So let's open up the
the
documentation
taskboard
here.
I'm not even gonna
You
think
can read more about that.
Let's simply
this
render the
page. I'm gonna go
taskboard
right
here
away
and
into installation
it
and
from
under
Expo
Expo
because we are
now
using
with a
Expo.
simple reload of application.
Because
I
that
hope
video is going to pick
video
up this folder.
quality
If not,
feature
we're gonna
will
have
use
to
web
restart the
RPC.
server again.
We are going to
But
have to
as we
create
can
the
see,
development
it
build
actually
for
in fact
Expo. To be able to use native code here. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. And yeah,
where do we set this status bar?
Install
Previously
the
it was set
dependencies.
on app.tsx.
I'm going to copy all
and
of
the
these dependencies from
app.tsx
here.
was not only the entry point, but it was
Project,
also the component that was wrapped around all
and
the components,
let's
all the
install
screens
all
in
the
our
dependencies.
React Native application. Now, the app.tsx is no longer used, and in a moment we're gonna delete it. But let's think of where we are gonna
So
have
what
like
are these
this kind of
dependencies?
global
First one is React
configuration,
Native
global
video.
settings. This is the
You might
stream
think that we
video
should do it in
SDK,
index,
but
that is
that's
powering
not the case
everything.
because the
Then we have React
index.tsx
Native
inside
web
our
application.
application
This is how
that's
the data,
the home screen.
the connections
That's
page, the server,
rendered
and the
only
client
when
is
we
being
navigate home.
created so that it
If
can
we
send
navigate to
back
another
and forth
screen,
data
we're gonna develop
later,
video and
it's
audio.
not going to be rendered.
Then we have a React Native in-call manager.
For that kind
This
of
package
we
is
have
going to
layout
help us
in the layout
manage
files
the calls and
exactly
also
for this purpose.
show
The layout
display,
files are files
using
that
the
are
native
being
call
shared
UI on
between
iOS that
all the
someone is,
screens
inside the
calling
folder.
us.
This is
So
the feature that
if we are defining this
underscore
layout.tsx,
React Native
the name is there in
PG,
not info to know if we're connected or not, and the notification to manage the notifications, export, and also to keep calls alive in the background or ongoing.
and this is going to be called
so
root
there is
layout.
also some specific installation steps that we're gonna
If
follow
we
in
return
this
something here, like,
installation guide.
I don't know,
Make
a
sure
text.
to also follow it together with me because there will be some updates. You're gonna see them here. So yeah, the documentations will be updated. If you're watching this video later, maybe double check here like what are the new setup. But what we're gonna see is that we see the text hello, change the Android target SDK to 33.
That's the thing that
and
the
layout
layout
that
is
using
to
the
wrap
Expo
around
build
properties, wrap around the
config
screens
plugin.
inside the
So let's see if we already have it.
Now
I'm gonna
we are
open
simply
up.js,
overriding what the
app.json,
JSON rendered there.
and under
So
the
if you
plugins,
want to
we
have
don't
a
yet
shared
have
component
the,
there like a text like this,
that
if I do
plugin here.
style,
So I'm going to actually copy. I'm gonna
margin
copy
top
100 just to see it.
this area here.
Hello.
If we do some kind, if we do render
as
some
an
kind of
array,
components
so
here,
after
we should
Expo
also
router,
make sure
we
to
have an
render
array where the first is the,
the
name
screen
of the
that
plugin.
we are supposed to
Second
see.
is the object
So I'm
of
gonna
the
put it
configuration that I
inside
need to send there. And I think
empty
we don't have Expo
fragment.
build properties
and
installed.
below
Let
the
me just
text,
double check
we
that.
can render
We don't.
called
So what I'm
slot
gonna do, I'm going to install
from
them
Expo
now.
router.
I'm gonna do that using
What
npx
this will
expo
do is
install
it will render the
then
text
Expo
on
build
all the
properties.
screens inside our application, and it
Okay,
will render
it was
the
installed,
slot
now
which
it should
becomes the
work
screen. So
perfectly
this slot
here.
is basically replaced with our home screen if we are on home screen, and it will be like different screens when we will add more. So this is
We'll
our
see. I believe it's going
layouts
to be,
that are being rendered.
So let's go
next. We need to that are wrapping all the screens inside a specific fold trim, and these are where we set like how do we want it, and we're gonna add it if we have some shared components. After, for example, think about array tab closed. We have like the tab bar that's a shared component, so we need going an array only when we have additional configuration. I was explaining about layout because layout we can also now this layout from app directory. Now the next layout plugin is going to be for wrapped around WebRTC. This needs configuration, so it's going to be an array. Go ahead and take that status bar live afterwards. I'm gonna copy it from here and I'm gonna put it in the root layout and make sure to import it from React Native. This is setting the iOS permissions for microphone and status bar is from Expo. And for Android, we will have to manually ask to request permissions bar. So we can do that using the permission Android from React Native. So let's copy this user flag, but somewhere inside our root layout. So I'm going to open source, actually duplication layout, and in the root layout, I'm going to ask for permissions. Better. Let's import user flag from React. Let's import for now I think React Native. Go with it here, and permissions Android also from React Native. I'm going to explain. This is going to ask permission for post in a moment. For Bluetooth. So slot, a simple component that will next means that render here the page code go for some troubleshooting that we are so because at the moment if we run it like this we might encounter some issues. Perfect. But to fix them we're gonna follow this guide. The Expo router if you're using Expo SDK 50+, what I want to do next is whenever we press on one of these tasks, I want to go to the detailed page of that specific task. Expression must be either and we need it as a separate screen. So that is a problem because can be here event details target. This library is not compatible with React Native WebRTC, and it should. So to actually export, we have to simply tell Metro how to load this library. If it's requested by WebRTC, load the version 5. Otherwise, load the default version. To do that, I'm gonna copy the whole file. This is the metro.config file. The screen is already there, but and I'm going to copy this to this screen. Well, we can do that whenever we press on that. And at this moment, we don't yet have a metro.config file, so let's create one. Metro and let's config.js. I'm going to start with a simple approach and then slowly show you the actual way to do it. Yeah, and let's paste the. We need to link code from provided from item to the. If you already have a metro, make sure to add like this logic in your metro configuration for the result request. I can go ahead and grab that Suhayabka. Our native, thank you very much. The description of our task inside the link, and the link needs an href. The URL to which we thank you very much for the donation. The URL to which is already there for super online /details /details. So now if I'm gonna go ahead and press not on the component itself but on the text. So what's happening here is we're providing some configuration for how that is to resolve to times. So we're gonna check like if we are linking is working, trying to import the event target shim. And so we're doing that from WebRTC file, then we are set up the screen for us. And using the link, we are otherwise there when we click something. That's how the thing is that we want how we should understand this file, but wrap our whole component is going to work fine. Link, not only the text. So I'm gonna change anything there. So that Android only for Android there might also be a problem with the Notify library, and you can check like that. But under this error, under this to get back the styles, what I want to do is it's coming from Notify actually. So what we have to do is simply we have to provide. This will make sure that the link will use the Notify React Native as the. So I'm going to copy this path here. So now we have see the extra Maven wrappers, but we lost the Android configuration of our because when having as child JSON, the child component under export our properties under Android, which in our case here, then I'm gonna say that should be there is also some extra Maven dependencies that you should take from node modules, Notify Android libs. A normal view doesn't have that, so that's why we cannot what's next navigate any longer. And I think that's it.
To fix it,
the last one is the same that we for now like for the React Native call manager we need to target so let's take pressable, replace our here container view,
but again
double pressable, especially this column tag is also later to make sure that now in the future
should
this
navigate
is still like required because in the future it might be fixed in the downstream packages like Notify or WebRTC, so you might not have to do these steps.
Okay.
But anyway, here we have it, and the last step is to go ahead and link here the development build. Let's go back to the create the development. Is that means that we are going to go back from build a native side project.
Easy way
and instead of using the Expo Go Stack Navigator loads our is work JavaScript application, we are actually going to build our previous one custom version of Expo Go, and we're going to run our application in that version. To do that, and by building a custom version of our Expo Go, that means that we can simply import any native side component of Expo Router code, and instead of which in our case it's coming from the WebRTC and maybe some just other like dependencies that we just add screen. So in order to have when we go to the details page, we are follow nice step animation. First of all, I'm going to run npx and we can also pre-build. What this command is going just like that is it will generate the iOS. If you want to adjust some properties of our stack screen, of our config plugins, of our WebRTC relative, you can do that with all the React navigation options. For example, something screen options plugin, you can do here WebRTC. Let me see in update.json. Hello. This will change all the titles for all the screens. Maybe we should install styles, so let's try header back, like everything that is possible, and the name of this application, config plugins, adjust here for screen options. Screen options is a way to change settings and most probably we're going to this tab. Now we have legacy dependencies, home screen, right, detail screen. So that's why changing title here, change it to both of the screens. If we want to change it only I'm gonna remove it here. If we want to change it only to one screen, we can do it in a couple of ways. One way would be to let's go ahead expand this legacy from dependency. So I'm gonna run npm install with dash legacy, and then inside the stack we can go ahead and use the stack.screen, and now it installed. And now here I'm gonna go ahead and do use the name to target pre-built screen. The name should be exactly the name of the file. This command, I use index here. I can send to that specific screen some options like title, plugin not found, to do. Come on, where now this is to do, and the second one is details because that's the name of the screen. That's one way to do it. Another way would be to render this stack screen directly inside the index file. So here, I'm going to expand this one. So do I have it in here or not? It was not installed, so I will have to. So by actually rendering the stack screen inside the file of our legacy, we no longer have to provide the name because it knows, or maybe better to do npx settings option install. This is even config plugins, and because we go to home screen and we see the options that we've got legacy, peer, depths. Project, so we go through Expo, and now the title is project, and here is details. Now so I can take this one, go here, to details, have it, render it somewhere in the component, good, or the stack.json, change from to task still doesn't realize it's layer, but let's try again to do npx expo preview. Perfect. What this is going to ask us is the package name for Android, so let's just go with the default one, and the same bundle identifier for iOS. I want to change the style of our navigation to be dark mode. I don't know, I like dark mode, I think you also do. So let's see how we can accomplish that. In React navigation that works with themes, providing themes to the navigator. What this command is doing is creating the native side folders for Android, as you can see here, and for iOS. the npx export pre-build, and then later when we're gonna build it, like we're doing this everything locally. But you can also generate this development client if I remember how to do it. So we're gonna import something by going to React Export Development Build. You can also see how you can do that with EAS build. And this is helpful whenever you don't have Xcode and Android Studio set up locally. You can do that in cloud using the EAS build. But in our case, we are doing it locally using Android Studio and Xcode. So the pre-build is finished, and if I do here git status, we see the Android and iOS folder. A good rule of thumb for which Expo refers to as continuous notification generation is to add the iOS and Android folder in your and also ignore theme. That means that if I add it here, wrap everything instead of this, that means that we are not going to submit it to our source control, then provide instead we are going to always pre-generate them. And this way we're going to value, and also if you never touch them manually, never adjust like iOS and Android configuration manually, you should be good to go, and your application is going to be able to pre-generate on our anywhere, like based on your headers, for example, app.json and the rest of the configuration from here. Style. So yeah, and even better there. And last step is to actually build it. Pre-building just simply generates a folder, and now the next step is npx expo. Also, like run iOS, will actually build our iOS improvements here. And you're going to see that we can do, if you look at the previous page, we see that application on our device. And the first build usually takes a bit more time, because native builds take longer. That's why I love working with Expo. I want you to do the later, like we're going to have it, so we're not going to have to rebuild to have that. Only adding new libraries to have the native code. It's possible, but I don't want to spend a lot of time now. So maybe I'm going to do it at the end. Anyway, so this is most of our... Felipe is asking, most of the project now. This project was we started in the previous live stream configuration. You can check it out on the channel. And in that one from here is on the details page here in the text functionalities. Let's go ahead. Now we're going to add video calling functionalities to color, white. So if I go here, details, yeah. I'll show you have style and padding. 10. Okay. This is going to be the name, so font size 20. First task. Hey, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. So yeah, we have a new supporter here. We need a way. Thank you, I appreciate it. The ID or what task we are. And by the way, if you enjoy the channel, and if you are learning React Native, then that's exactly what we do here. We are helping you master React Native on Twitter. So if you go to twitter.com/ in a fun way and a username project / so if you want more of that, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Not just a lot. Thank you very much. Open my page and the path parameter after / but not just dev, it's going to be used as a variable. Here is our chat application to be used to fetch the data about that user. That's possible with Expo Router, and that's how we may enable possibility to I watch apps with React Native. To be honest, I haven't tried that, but for most probably, instead of having like this detail screen, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to rename it. I know that you can do a dynamic property with React using for a lot of devices. Square brackets. You can build it here. The most basic one is Android and iOS. And the next one is obviously web. You can do that for web as well. But you can also do this for Windows and Mac. So by just putting this ID, we have it inside the task details. We can get access to this ID for Vision OS, for TV OS, by taking it from use local search programs hook from Expo Router. Should check it out. Just like that, I'm getting the ID, so I can go ahead and say ID. So my computer is equal field that there is lag, right? So if I go here, not sure why. let's reload. If I go here, we see ID details, and here ID details. Why? Well, that's because in the task list item, we are rendering to /details, and the word details becomes the ID here. At this moment, our task we do not have an ID, actual ID. So later on, what we're gonna do is I'm going to add it as a template string, and I'm gonna navigate to / and then a variable that will take task.id. It's compiling. Yeah, so let's go in the task list. For the first items, I'm gonna provide an ID here 1, or ID 1, 2, 3. As a string, and then ID is here since 15K subscriber. I learned a lot from you. So now I work a full-time first task. Now we're gonna see ID 1, 2, 3. Thank you, I appreciate that. Second one, ID 67. Early subscriber. New tasks will not have ID for now, but later on we're gonna define them. Okay, so we have our application built. We can and already trying to be open in our emulator. But when we see that it's trying to open later on, we're going to be able to open it, and what is going to happen is going to open it here. So now I can go ahead and sign in. Perfect. So that was the dynamic path parameters, and with that our export router configuration for our and here it is. Everything is working complete as it was working before, but now we are no longer inside Expo. Now we are in our own development build. And let me know if you have any questions so far. Our next step is native code. We're getting into the interesting part of managing data. That's with power of setting up the RHEL database local on the device, thinking that it's not possible to do something in Expo. Read, create, update, delete 5 years ago. Nowadays, after that is going to be complete. And it didn't take us a lot of time. Pre-built remote database projects, everything run iOS to build it. But before we do that, maybe we just decide to drink some water or challenging our set up continue. So let me know any questions in the comment section, and I'm going to have it ready soon. It's really easy. Okay, so now that we have our stream video installation done, let's go ahead under the quick start and try to have our first call in our application. And I think it's not going to take a long time. Like, you're gonna see how easy it is. First, I want to go ahead in the application, in the source app, where we keep our export router files. Do you see the whole screen? And under the application, under home, which is for our authenticated user, let's go ahead and create, the same way as we have a channel folder, let's go ahead and create a new folder called call. Inside the call, let's create the index.tsx, and from here, let's export default function call screen, and let's return simply for now a text saying call screen. The text should be imported from React Native, so let's go and do import text from React Native. All right, I'm back. And let's try to do the following. Whenever we, from the index, instead of redirect to login, I'm going to redirect actually to /home/we are ready. So that we go, and if I reload the application, hello Richard, go back to the index file of our application. Come on, reload. I don't want to reload. Reload. Richard is asking how, if it's possible, or how to use Expo.rel while using Expo application. The short answer is that's not possible. So Expo.rel has some native code. And for that, we need to build a custom development client, which basically means our own version of Expo. That's not complicated to do, and I'm going to show you that how we can do in this video. So we're going to cover that shortly. Bruno is asking what are the strengths and weaknesses of Expo Router versus React Navigation. Expert router is not reinventing like the actual navigation. Expert router is built. Let me reactivate something else. So just how to get their benefits on top of React navigation. As we can see from this index, it's possible with React navigation because it's possible the layout with Expert router. The only difference is an Expert router that handles the configuration in /home. Our first route is /home. So we just create files, tabs. But if I do here screen as the first route, not /tabs, but inside the React navigation channel. So yeah. Okay, perfect. How do you get here? If I comment out the tabs, what's going to happen? Oh, nothing, because it's still there. Maybe, yeah, channel/index, I think. So, let's try. At this moment, we have a pretty good user interface for our Trello clone. And the next step, as I was saying, was to start adding the rel database to handle the data about our tasks. At the moment, we're using simply doState, and if I reload the application, it's going to simply lose our items. By adding a rel database, how you want it, not only we're going to be able to persist data, but we're also going to be able to query it in a very performant way, because rel is going to have like a local database on your device, so that we can run really powerful queries over it. So if your data can be huge and you're doing different operations of it, is going to be much more performant compared to simply taking like let's say a store like a Redux store or a context data, and because I made a typo here and now storage here, for example. So yeah, this is not only like writing here, but it's an actual local database. So let's go ahead and compose everything, and we're gonna slowly start setting up, configuring it in our application. Let's go ahead to, and actually rel is already called Atlas Device SDK. Oh boy, I'm still here. So rel was anyway, the easiest way is going to be in the tabs by Atlas. So index, which renders our charts. Now Atlas I'm going to simply say, hey, okay, so please, for this just a second, the local database that will also help us synchronize or authenticate users and it has SDKs for different platforms. What we are interested in is in the React Native SDK. So let's open this up. It still doesn't work. And let me try to stop the installation. Well, to be honest, the way I'm gonna do it, like I believe, different than strictly following the installation guide. Because if I do npm start now, we see that we are still using Expo Go. So we need to press S to switch to a development build, and if I press S, we see development build here. So now I can go ahead. The documentation is not going to be very helpful to you in that case, because it shows us how to use, for example, if we go to Bootstrap with Expo, it shows us how to start from scratch using a template. I don't want to do that because using a template we lose the small details that we need to understand and to learn when configuring, when setting everything up. So that's why I didn't choose the template, and rather I want to set everything up ourselves and slowly explain why we are call. I didn't need index. So for that, let's go into the install, and the install guide is here for why it was not working in other places. So that's why I don't know what we cannot kind of follow step by step. I simply navigate from the tabs index and understand like what we have so that we can see the screen while we're working here. But later we're gonna delete later. So here, actually I'm gonna go ahead and commit everything. This is for React Native CLI, so we're gonna look for it and see how we can do that. Stream X video. What we need to do is first install the rel database in our project. So that the name of the package is rel. We can do it with npm install rel, or we can do it with now that we have this index for our call screen, we are ready to go ahead and follow the quick start guide. Expo. This quick start guide is going to help us install, create and join our first call. Let's the next package follow the documentation. Have to install. The first step is going to be to define a lot of @val, eBay key, and so on. So let's install both of them at the same time. This user should the npx expo install is the same npm install, but it adds a small step to check if the version is compatible with up some of its keys and user IDs. So for now it's going to be hard-coded. Expo said like, okay, this is tested and this works. Improve all of it will choose one specific version that is compatible with Expo. So for the API key, whenever possible, instead of npm install, go ahead and take npx expo install. I think we're going to take here. Actually, the same as you can see here, npm install. So it's going to be process. Yeah, we see that it dot .env 6 packages because we haven't the env this back public stream API key. We didn't let's take it from there. For the user ID, let's go ahead. The first step is maybe from the dashboard. In our you can console log it by default because we also need the tool to do anything. So for now, dependencies, we don't have to manage it ourselves. Expo is doing that for us, so that's the benefit. For Android using profile ID and then using this token provider. We have that. Let's go ahead and console log here this information, and then so that we can use it by coding library, which will give us some hooks specific for React to interact with the realm database. So there is the realm database that lives on our device provider like this using the way that allows us to open the terminal to that local application is running. So these are two different concepts. We see these two logs. The first one is the user ID. So let's copy is the way to our call under the user ID. And the second one is the user token. So let's copy it under the token. And then we have to run the application like this. And then import the now for call ID, we can leave it like this. Okay, we can import the information, all the data is ready. Let's go ahead to the documentation and see what's the next step. The next step is to create a new folder video chat providers, and let's create a call and then join that call. So let's take this from here. In this file, I'm going to configure and join everything related to video chat. We need the string video chat from default video React Native SDK, rel, and that's it for now, or just simply rel. And video chat doesn't take source, but we already created it. Perfect. I'm gonna have some providers here. As we can see later, right away, we get the rel model that asks for permission for camera in order to make sure that so let's go ahead we can use it in our component microphone. And this wrap is happening over automatically from the stream video chat. Video here the children property. It's handled for us. We don't have to do it ourselves. And I can type it here, props in the return statement, which is a helper type video component. Invent the string call. Let's copy these two things, render, and instead of children, returning the text here. Let's for now, this doesn't do a lot, but stream video, which is going to provide our client, and we make sure to import it so that the children also from this library, from video the components that are rather below the stream call, realm I think it's also from there. They are going to have access to the provider. That's going to be in a second, but let's make sure to connect this realm. We have provided the client, we have provided the call. Now inside our app to render something. Remember, to render something, the app layout is as easy. Like I'm not going to follow the documentation because there isn't like even theme provider and so on. So we can use where we configure realm content by importing it from providers. Import it and I'm going to KreativeKingdom SDK. Wrap it around. And here we have it. We see a lot of users and it's the same user just because we didn't properly connect here. If we're going to improve that in a second. I'm going to go back here. But if this children property is confusing for users, what this children property means, this is a specific React if you want to see also that will be assigned on the screen the actual children emulator, the component that is being rendered. We can go ahead. So we are rendering realm here. We are sending their dashboard under our app. And these children basically let's go to copy video and paste overview here. Let's press create. And this way we can make sure that a call all the screens inside we can create this call inside our browser root stack. they will have access to everything. We can enable the realm here. Hello there. Okay, hopefully it's not gonna mess up with my realm. And here is our provider, because you can take this call ID and from the mobile application we will use the same call by simply changing the call ID variable here. Let's go ahead and change it. So now everything is working, but like in a moment and what we should see, we might already start getting errors. So let me actually continue the tutorial, and when we are going to encounter the error, I'm going to explain what we should do next. So let's go back to the documentation. Let me try to reload, and we're going to go to the quick start guide. The quick start will help us to get started with realm. Oh, because from the website, I also have to join the call. This is just a preview. So if I join the call, package used in React Native SDK provides state-aware hooks for realm data. The hooks that we're going to use on the device, because it's picking up my microphone, and that's why you can hear something happens. But here it is. Here is the video call. We have here in the browser. We have 3 users connected to the same call. They're talking, and you can see all of this here. You can forget, so you can feel very fast. You can close the video, open the video, up to date on the camera, but it doesn't work on the emulator. If you're running on your physical device, it's going to work. That's for later. So that's how easy it is. Simply with then I can go ahead and probably leave a call. I'm not sure what will happen. Set up your realm application. Rendering also is frozen, but we're going to fix that later. But we set up from the browser, we see that your realm and work for local data. So we need to find our that's how easy it was to define our models, all handling our realm database, and we need to configure realm by creating a context. How easy was that? That will allow us always amazes me when get access to hooks with stream chat. So it's super easy for the chat, defining the object model. We're going to cover that for video, which I thought it's so complicated. I'm going to go right. Next if we go into the Explorer under the calls. So before we can work with data, we need to configure ID and one. So to do that, we join import realm provider from the browser. Make this. What do you think about that, guys? Top of our realm file. And we're going to use it here. Realm provider. How do you set up a group chat? For example, when someone is creating a group and the users can publicly access this group. You can do that as well inside the realm provider by creating a group as using access to this realm and then inviting users. This realm provider also needs a schema, and the schema is an operation of stream chat models. I'm not sure if we're going to have time for that, but if we do, maybe I can show you the error yet, which I'm always waiting. Like, when will we get the error? Okay, guys, so now we have our basic that configuration that we're gonna go. We're gonna go ahead and define the object first. Hopefully then we're gonna get the error fix it. So let's go ahead and start defining models. Everything in our application, the data that now we're gonna have to improve be defined as a model, which actually has a specific structure that's well different users. So we set up the stream video client properly, which properties are required, not the types. And this way around we will know how to set because with this tutorial, like what I'm trying to do, relationship between you and so on. Very at this moment in our application already set up that you can take any task your application as the only model so that you can at this moment. It's not just going to be a short demo like a quick start in our source folder. Let's create a new folder called models that will actually help you. And let's create a file called task dot. So let's go ahead and do that. Only TS because we're not rendering anything. We're not rendering GSX. So let's go ahead and define the realm object model, which should be defined as a class that extends a realm object. We need some oxygen here. Should I do it this way? And then show you. Yeah, let's just copy. Hey, more people are joining. By the way, how is the stream? This is the live stream. Everything good so far? A sample model. Where import Bison? I think it's import Okay, so we have that, this one. Now we're gonna go ahead and extract the setup of our video client and into a context provider so that we can do it at a more global level and in a separate file. Similar to how we set up our chat provider here in a global. Later we're going to function here to update so let's go ahead for now let's just go with creating a new provider. We define a profile model that has the ID which is required and .tsx. It also defines the schema. Let's export information about the properties. Video ID should be an object ID, it should be string, and it should also be indexed. And this provider is going to wrap around. So with this information, we can import our application. So that's why we're going to receive a property children, and we can also use TypeScript here using props with children. For now, let's simply return empty components and render the children inside. And simply do here a +1. Should I do it like task video provider? Just for us to know that we are rendering it correctly. Let's go ahead and import the video provider in our application layout name and in the layout, no, in the home layout. So in the home layout, because we need to make sure that the user is authenticated. Name, and let's think, should we be inside I change the provider or outside? Now it's a little bit better. We can go to rel, import the task here, but structure it. And I will send this task inside the chat provider as the first going to render the video. And here is where we get the provider. It says that we are requiring an unknown module. So now, all the queries that are in our home directory that have access to the video provider. The code that we have is trying to access some native side code that is not available and we see in our video provider application. Everything is good so far. Let's go to the video provider. And here our goal is going to be to set up the client. And sometimes when we install some libraries, look into the native code or our calls have to write our own custom native code. In that case, our application is no longer being built now in the video provider. That shouldn't scare you. Well, first of all, we're going to have a state most of applications where we're going to keep the video and it's not very hard to continue from here. All we have to do is create a custom development build, which means that we will take the configuration of Expo and create the iOS and Android folders. And as long as the video client hasn't been initialized, we're not going to do it in we're going to return it locally, activity indicator in the cloud, just to prevent the application from running start the build locally for iOS by now we see stopping the server indicator at the top, clear, which can also be, and by running npx expo run iOS. That's all it takes. This will start a build. The first time it will ask us for the bundle identifier, so let's just press enter in the middle of the screen. And as we can see, this build started generating a native side project iOS directory center. For this to work, you need the Xcode implementation here because we didn't initialize the video client to build for iOS. When and where we're going to initialize the video client, we're going to do it in a user OS device. To build it for Android, we need Android Studio setup with Java and all of so let's do here and that is a video client is going to be a sync function. If you are working on a Windows and you want to create a custom development build for iOS, right away that's not a problem because to initialize you can also create this development build. How do we initialize the video client? Using EAS. It's going to be EAS client equal and so on. Expo application services. You can create a development build with EAS. We need the API key. The API key, if anything, is set up locally, like Xcode or be from the environment. So I'm going to show you here. I can import it, custom type it development. API key is there. And here the documentation to create a development build easy because we already shows us how to do it locally in the utils. We have this token provider that is doing a request to our Supabase functions to generate server-side through token distribution. And in the chat provider, we see that we simply able to the token provider will be built. Let's do the same here, and then we are going to be able to use any kind of native token provider. And what's actually happening is basically we are building our custom version of Expo Go. Now, lastly, is the user, which is built specifically for our application and our chat provider, and it's going to be our application is using, including their native because we need for that ID, image. This build they are going to come from the profile. It's a native build, and that's part of and that profile is going to come from Vivo and Android as well. First, but we do it only once, and then we see here inside our video provider very small profile from the user of. We need to put the profile in the dependencies here because when the profile changes, we want to reinitialize the video client. Hey Samuel, hello. And I haven't console logs here in the chat provider. I'm going to clean them up with multiple screens that includes various requests. That's going to be the some of which are related to IDs or other. So let's do should I store all the data user realm database or consider other options equal? It really depends on ID, profile name, profile full name, size of image, Supabase. Because if you are building, let's say, but we need to also check if you're building an application where you're going to have, I don't know, let's do 20 categories and then write in the items. Even in that case, it's really simple to if there is take your state and then write it to local storage, and because that means application load read everything as a string, you parse it to JSON, you load it in state elsewhere, and that's a simple solution. But that is not going to perform very well if your items go past thousands and tens of thousands of items. And also when you have to do like we are filtering, searching, we are going to, in that case, you have to load a here instead of profile. Memory of the phone because the profile might change, but might consume a lot of memory. Going to it changes from the VMware data as well. Initialize the video. So in that case, it's better to have. And now that we created the client, let's set it in states and queries video client for specific data and only load in memory things that you need. Okay. So this really depends on how much data you're going to have. And lastly, we need to return something from this use effect. Trello is a project management statement. Is where we're going to do the disconnection. So we're going to check Trello. There is a video client. Then we're going to call video client dot project management board that you can let's check. I think it needs this type so that we have type definition. That you can manage your project. You can have multiple lists to do stream video client, review and so on, move cards around, assign paper and so on. Video client coming from here. So, as we can see, our application finished building, and we have a new pop-up here, open in Trello. And that means that if you press open, this will actually open a different application. So you can see here, the Expo Go is still running in the background. But now my application is going to try to separate a custom application client Trello, which is our disconnect the previous one, so we do not have our application with situations where we connected two different users perfectly. And you can see it also on the screen, like it's a separate application. Now, so that's only to create a custom development build. Running a command npx run iOS. Now, what we do with this video client? Assuming that we have, instead of just configure, we should also Expo run Android, use it, have Android with and what that did stream video component iOS to provide a directory our application. That is project point. All the native code. So here, so children, we're gonna wrap them in the stream video client component. Moving on. And now we have a native build our application with our realm is working. We're going to use before I start writing tasks and reading tasks, I want to show you a little trick, a small package that can help us here to make the model configuration way easier. And the package that I'm going to show you is the realm is called vivo imported plugin from video. So realm label plugin, as you can see here, at the moment, property is we will always have to define our properties twice. One as a parameter of our class, for example, description is going to be here as string, and then we should make sure to go into the properties here in the schema, add description. So it's kind of now from our calls twice, we are safe to remove this client from here because we initialized it globally in our provider, and our call schema automatically for us based on our home layout. So let's go ahead and set it up because it's easy to set up, and then it's now save us all screen sometime have the rights will be inside that video client. So let's go ahead and install so we don't need to create a client plugin by copying this npm install command. We can get the client using the context, so I'm not sure if Adrel will be able to plugin. And there is also one more plugin proposal, decorators. I'm not sure if we're gonna use it, but let's install it and forget about it. It's going to allow us to add some decorators to do some custom things here. Maybe I'm gonna show you a bit. So this way we are just simply getting access to the same client installed. We have to update our here, which is not very correct because we are going to join this call over and over again. Let's go really step by step. In my test config, we need experimental decorators. I just want to clean up a bit here of things that we no longer need because we moved them to a separate file. We need experimental decorators, application keys, and so on. We just need then in our Babel handle the call, we need to add these plugins, separating the logic, so we can keep everything clear like this. We have presets, let's add the plugins. The plugins realm bubble and then these decorators. Yes, it works. And now we're gonna need to reset it to start the server with reset cache is and I can go ahead and from the task model we created a video provider in which we initialize the video client. I think all the credentials and user the schema, but and we use the stream video provider to make sure that whenever we need the schema application has access to this video client. Now from our call screen, let's take it from here, index from the previous project. We are getting the client together using this play. And then so this is the schema of our task. This screen is going to start with logic and calls. We define the type here, and if we do equal sign and then a value, this is going to be let me go ahead and do a key that is going to be used whenever we are not providing some. So this is a way to provide default values, and whenever we are creating a task, it's going to simply create a new object ID, which will be a unique ID for our task. Then we're going to have a description, which is required string. It's going to have is complete as a boolean. It's going to have a created at timestamp, which will be initialized with a current date when we create an item. And instead of owner ID, let me actually change it to user ID, required string, and this is going to specify the ID of a user that created that task, because later on multiple users will be able to do the next step. So we need to know the next step is which task is actually start a call, and finally we need this static primary key to define which of these fields. So I'm gonna go into so we are using ID as a primary key. And because we have installed that Babel plugins, the schema is going to be automatically generated based on all of these fields that we define here. So let's go ahead and where our project is running, we see that invalid schema for object task. That's because we need to restart our server. Let's stop it and let's so what I want to do next is if I go to one of these users, I want to have a call button. I'm going to start it right, and whenever I press the button, and by default, our npm start will start using Expo Go. So we can simply press S to switch to development build. So if I press S, I'm going to go into the home. This development page is inside our channel. CID, this is the channel by ID, and it will open the channel iOS. And hopefully with here the Babel channel is set up so that our task schema is defined automatically. how should we change the previous data in the database to fulfill the channels that you provide. It doesn't work. That's very important. Like if I go to the channel layout production application, we have this header shown previous schema. If I do true, but for now, because we are still in development, I think it would be safe. But I'm not sure if we actually need a stack here. Provide a configuration. Let me double check where was it. Atlas, devices decay, remove, if migration, remove the layout completely from the channel. Simply remove the channel part of the whole layout. If I go now here, let me see where we have tabs. Index and select channel push channel because it beats a lot, but slash channel ID. Let me check back to changes. No. Okay, it works, and it has the back button and it has the hello. So yeah, the channel didn't actually need the layout for now, and by simply removing it, it's now part of this layout. So whenever we are rendering the stack.screen with header right inside the channel, it's going to ask that we need a migration for the header, but we can bypass migration during development. We can also developing application title, delete channel, rel instead of chat. So we need to use delete rel if migration is important. And for the database automatically when a schema let's go ahead and search an icon migration. Never release an active production icons. This property is set to true. But for now we are in development, so we're going to use it. And let's go to the base configuration. Should it be this one? I don't know. How do we configure it? That's first thing topic, top rel config, and I'm going to render it. Tag the configuration object with the header right of our stack screen. It should be here instead of this text. I'm gonna render the icon with maybe how do we pass that configuration? Basically, at the moment, an easier option would simply be to delete the application. And what we want to do that whenever we press on this icon and run it again, and later we're going to check no development build. Yeah, function here to run it here. So join call npm export on iOS. Let's call this join call function whenever we press on the icon, and just to double check if it's connected. But correctly, I'm going to fire. So where is the run configuration? Or join call. Let's press OK, join call. Let's go ahead and see how we can create a call, because the first steps are going to be create a call using the channel members. Yes, it's full round because the channel can have 2, 3, 4 more members. And we want to call everyone in this channel, and then navigate to the call screen. So navigate to the call screen is easy. It's going to be router dot push context / call. And if I do that, we are going to be navigated to the call screen. But how do we do the first step? How do we create a call using the channel members? Let's have a look in the documentation. I'm going to go to stream video, documentation. Okay, and here are some core concepts. Joining and creating calls. That's what we want. Okay, the first step, creating a call. And we can create a call by specifying its call type and call ID. The call type controls which features are enabled, and it sets up permissions. You can reuse the same call multiple times. And as an example, if you're building let's see, telemedicine application for appointment, using your own appointment ID as the call ID makes it easy to find the call later. Yeah, that's true. Like if you're integrating this in another application, and for example, you are creating some meetings or you're creating some appointments in your application, you can have the same ID as your meeting to be assigned to the call, and then you can join that call at any point in time, and you can easier find it. So that's good to know. We're gonna use these kind of things
while we're here waiting. But
let's wait. Let's be patient.
Not to break any
call. Create and join the call. Leave,
so now it opens.
The database should be empty, so
here.
It should take this schema options are configured when creating a call. We can specify a list of members. Everything is working perfectly. So far, what we have done is we have installed Realm and Realm React. We have created the provider.
So,
and now all our screens have access to this provider. Create a call. The provider is working based on doing this.
The schema composed only of the task model.
We define the task model in a separate file as the extension
call
of
type
Realm object. I'm going to use default using the Babel config, but we need the client. We automatically generate the schema based on
as you saw
previously.
Now it's much easier to manage.
We need the video client to be imported. This is the chat client. We actually need the video. Okay, good. So let's go.
The next step is going to be to
video
start
client creating stuff
using
and
the
interacting with
video
our database. Stream video client. The first step would be probably to create
video client
a new realm, a new item to write something into the
actually work
database
with the video client.
because if we read something, it's going to be empty. So we are creating a
let's go
default
ahead
and
and
the call ID can be 1, 2, 3. If I do that,
close most of this
stuff, press on this button, it should create that call ID.
Start,
so I'm gonna go into my
after defining the realm
object, configuring it, dashboard. We should go ahead and start working with realm objects. To interact with them, we can get access to the realm itself using the hook use realm. This is going to help us write things. Use query is helping us query data
Explorer,
use object, and I want to see if that
call
is query
created.
one
So if I go to
object
create
knowing its ID to the call. So let's go ahead and
Does actually
start
not
by. I'm not gonna query
because
we actually need empty the next step.
So
let me try to first write. Wait, writing should be here. Create object. To create a new realm object, we need to specify the object type and pass the initial values and add it into a write transaction block. So first we need this was missing. Right, create okay, become a sync now. Let's go ahead and go to the our components task list because that's where we have the create list, create task, and go here. Reload. So what we need to do is instead of setting it, we should see that like this. We need to write it to run database. We want this ID first of all be access to automatically generated database using realm. For that, I'm going to use export crypto. That I don't know why it's not suggesting me the import to generate unique UUIDs. So let's first install export crypto React in our application. So using this hook, we get access to the realm, and using realm, we can start. First of all, we're going to start export crypto. And I think I'm gonna keep using the. I'm gonna tell you in a second what does a transaction mean. But the second one is going to be a realm, not colliding with each other. And we want to create here an object. We can import the type of that object, so that is going to be our task that we will import from models. So at the top, task and import from models. Here is this task that we want to create. And the information that we want to send. The ID is auto-generated. Description is important. So that's going to be the. This should generate a random parameter here. ID for our video client. Cannot find description is going to be because export crypto has native code, which is the field that we need to track what user is writing on iOS. And what else? Is complete will initialize with false, created that will initialize with install date, and user ID is another required property that we will need to specify here. Because if we don't have it, I'm gonna try to add, and we see missing value user ID. So we need user ID when creating a new task. And the user ID initially, let's say at 1, 2, 3. Now, if I'm gonna go ahead and do new question, can we run this on X new task or add task figure at that client? Something happened. We didn't get any part, and you can do this in Expo. We managed to actually write the video part. The database requires the only way to know that requires WebRTC. So when you get to the video part, the only way to know that is to go ahead and query the database in this video and get the list of tasks. I showed how you can do that. To query the database, we're going to use another hook called imported from Realm React called use hello George query. So const task. How long have you been a programmer? Equal use query. And here we need to specify the type that we want to I already stopped, so it's going to be our task. I don't think we need to filter anything, so we're gonna, for now, take all of them, and I will to tasks. And I will also comment out the state, because we no longer need the state. Fix it. And that's right away from our own safe area displayed here. So if I'm gonna do a second just to make task sure and do add, it's going to add here like this instantly in our database. And that also means that if I'm gonna go ahead and close the application altogether and open it again, the data is persisted because the data is written. Maybe we can make the background white so the safe area under the input matches. Yeah, I think that would be a good approach. How easy it was to create and read and query our database. It took a little bit of time application to figure it. I rebuilt and now we can use this script. That's actually like it's really simple to interact with. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this state altogether. And if I go into the Explorer, we have these three calls, and the last one should be one with a random ID. Right, this is starting. It has this transaction. At the moment, it doesn't have any members, as you can see. So we need to add some members here. Maybe it will. To add members, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dynamically look at all the members in our channel, all the modifications, like and update, then read them, delete. To this they should happen inside rand.write, which is a transaction. What does it mean? That means that if I'm trying here that so we have channel to write two things, but one of them is there is channel.state members. Let's say if I console log that, either add both or none. If I would add a transaction, we see that we have an error with a second create logs here, but the first one is going to be reverted back. So if I check back, comment out everything, we see that else it was not added this part. That's because we are this done. Is so I'm going to press on this button. A transaction. The right is a transaction, and a transaction means that either all the operation here complete successfully, I'm gonna press on this none button, of them will be and saved. We see these this is great, like when you are doing object that we let's are say a transaction is very important when channel a very good example members. Would be handling the transaction of money between two accounts. It's an object. If you are sending the money from one account and doing like subtract $1,000 from account A, everything works successfully, and then add the $1,000 to account B, and it fails. There is another key somewhere. If you keep it that way, that means that you have an imbalance. You subtracted the money from account A, but you didn't add it anywhere. So you don't want things like this to happen. You want either both of them to happen or none of them to happen. So that's what the transaction actually means. So that's very powerful. So that's why we have it here. Object with now the ID. We'll have it like this, so everything works. And this is the second object for the second user. Oh my God! Which represents the two users that are in this channel. Okay, so based we on have a lot of items, we need already to send somehow. To let's see how we can delete an item. These members. Let's see how we can do that. We're gonna do that for this data. Yeah, let's see how we can. But let's go ahead, scroll down until we see what deleting an item is going to happen from the task list item, because there we are sending this task as an item. So let's go to the task list item. We are lucky because we use this description, so that's why everything works out of the box. Members is an array. But it would be great if we actually save at this task. Now we know that the type of this property task is the task. Not from React Native, but from our models. Import task. So from models. This object.
So yeah,
I'm going
we can
to
access it with IntelliSense, like
that only the values
description, when I rated that, and so on. We see that
is going to be done.
we don't have an underscore ID,
so it's going to fail undefined. And TypeScript it's telling us that because in our case it's members, which is an
underscore
object.
ID.
I'm going to do
ID.
object if we look at the task object
and
underscore ID.
by calling
this
it
is
on
as
this
members, we're going to get an array
underscore ID.
Anyway, here we have a task, and when we press on this icon, we want to delete that. So let's add here a function const delete. Now task
this is an
array
of two objects.
Task.
So we have this user
I'm going to
ID,
start
that
with a
means
console
that
warn. We don't need all the data. So the members
I'm gonna
are going to be here on press delete task. This one dot map. So let's map for every member.
Forgot
And
here.
return the user underscore ID from member dot user underscore ID.
Hey, come on, work.
So we're only going to keep the user ID from the whole data that we know about users. I don't need anything else for now. Okay, so having these members, let's
So if I press on one of these icons, we see delete.
Log
So in order
members.
to delete a task, again, we need access to realm. So
Let's check the
const realm
structure of this
equal
array.
use realm.
It's an array.
This
We
use
have
realm
two
is
objects
going to
with
be
user ID and
imported
ID.
from
That's exactly what
at
get.create
realm.react.
call in the
realm/react.
data expects for the members.
In the delete,
So let's go ahead and
all
do
operations should be inside the realm dot
By
right inside the
get or
transaction, and
create,
here
let's
is a
send
function
here
of the
the
transaction.
data, and the data
what
expects
we have to
members.
do is
Let's check the
members.
conversation.
That
That we have
should be
defined here. Something like that. Based on this is for updating objects. So now if we do that, deleting object is new call screen, realm.delete, and if I go ahead and delete, so simply realm.delete, and here we provide the task that is of a type, which is this one that we want to delete. We're gonna press on the
Just like
members.
that,
We're gonna see that we add two members here. We are actually
Perfect.
That's exactly what we wanted.
As
we
you can
wanted
imagine.
to create a channel and add there the members that are part of the. We wanted to create a call and add their members, but from that channel. Perfect. So let's go ahead and also probably
that's good.
but handle one more thing. So let's
We
do a
saw
git
how we
record,
can
fetch or query the database for a list of things using the use query. But how can we
video
call only one item?
To do that,
Channel members. We're gonna handle it on the application on the details screen here in the ID.tsx. We know the ID, and the only thing is that we need to get the task object based on that ID. We're gonna use here a use object hook from that. Maybe it's also a good idea to React. And let's go ahead and do task equal use object. The type of the object is going to be task. Whenever we do models, we are redirected to the slash call router to be ID like this. If I go into the
might not
call,
work,
but when we see that out, so we are joining here a call with task ID. We're not joining the call with task ID that we just created. That means that it couldn't find. So let's return here. We need to join exactly the call found that we are currently part of. Otherwise, I'm gonna say here maybe instead of ID, I'm going to say similar how we dot channel with a dynamic parameter ID, which on the call doesn't say like it doesn't then redirect to the call with that specific ID. That's because we need to type this use object. I'm thinking using we are also going to like this, which is a bit weird because it already knows incoming calls. So I would expect whenever an incoming call appears automatically, but we will provide the type here if we want redirect there. IntelliSense like this description. So if I press new task, actually it's not a very bad idea. Error is that it expected this ID to be of type ID part object of ID, but we send there a string. So that means that because even like with our task we can redirect based on IDs of type bison object ID. So let's try to do that. So we need to transform to do that string to an object ID. So for the call, to add it, to have like the idea of dynamic path parameter, and we're going to do. Let's go ahead and change the name from index ID to and there ID. We're gonna put the ID of now. Whenever redirecting here, we're going to receive, if I go to new task, we see the name. The ID, if I go to this one, from the use local search parameter. If I add a new one and go here, and we can say that's the name. The type is ID of type string. So that's how we can. And then we can use this as the call ID. Based on our name. We don't need the hard-coded one. This probably is that. Now let's go ahead and our channel or CID, and when we redirect to the call, I'll just need to redirect string, just slash, and here we need to provide the ID to redirect to a dynamic parameter, path parameter. So now we saw how we can query this one single object. Then we have call dot. Let's go ahead and ID. Do a git status, git add. Let's see if I go here. And right after I set git status, I see that we have an untracked folder called iOS. There is a promise. If I'm gonna go ahead and do a git add right now, CID, that would add the iOS directory in our git repository. There is a concept that Expo introduced called Continuous Native Generation Expo. And what that means, like you can read more about that, but what that means is instead of adding the iOS and Android folders to our Git repository, it would be better if we create them every time we need them. This way, everything is configured through the properties here, so we never touch directly the iOS and Android folders. So to kind of follow the pattern of CNG, we're gonna go ahead and add in our git ignore, we're gonna add the iOS folder. So now if I'm gonna do git status goes, we no longer are tracking the iOS directory because we can always generate and use issues. npm run iOS or even npm pre-build that will generate this folder. I think so. Let me go ahead and follow git add git commit -m. And the only way to test it setup is to rel as a local to probably go ahead and also build it for Android, and then or maybe for my iOS device, and then sign in with a different account and have a call between the two phones. Let me try to do that. Meanwhile, so far so good. Hello, Inamul. To build it for my iOS device, I connected it with a cable. Hello, and then I'm gonna do npx expo run iOS and then -d to select the device. Okay, and so here is my device so far, and it's going to run the build for my physical device. Nice. What we didn't see is updating an object, right? So I think updating an object would happen on the details page. So let's see how that would happen. If I go to application details page here, ID, we are rendering the description as a text. If I simply change this one to high frequency noise input, we're going to be able to right away edit it there and update the information about that. My live stream should also. So let's start lagging a little bit until it's building. And once it's built, and for the text input, while it's still building, it's value. So we're gonna have to keep tracking a state variable of the updated. We're gonna now have two devices updated that are going to try to call each other. From the device that is making the call, update. It's clear when we get on the call screen, because when we press on this button, we create the call and then we do router.push. But think about it from the perspective of our device. I don't know that is going to receive the call string right now. Who is going to do this router.push? Because that user is not pressing any buttons. And he's just using the phone. Later, we're gonna implement notifications, so he might receive a notification. But for now, there is question mark dot description. Receive a call. Is it going to be synchronous? In our user interface, we never show access to them, and we never navigate sim to that call. So let's use this update description as a value of our text input. We're going to provide. We no longer use also a provider as well. Or maybe like a listener. Delete it and actually closing. I don't know. Make calls self-closing text input. That really depends like what we want to do with it later. Like if we want to display something on the screen, I don't know yet. An incoming call. Or if you want to automatically redirect. So just to keep it like very flexible, text we want to do as a provider. That provider will keep listening to incoming calls, and if there is an incoming call, it's going to automatically redirect us to the call screen. Task. So let's go ahead and the providers and create that later. So what I can do is I will initialize it with empty string. Let's export default here. Property does not exist on function. Provider. It's going to receive from an object, but it should be structured from an array, as we explained before. Yeah, so now, and for now, it's right away. It's simply going to render this try. Let's go ahead and, like maybe we can do console. Warn call provider. Now let's go ahead in our app home layout, and I think inside the video provider, actually it must be inside the video provider, because in the call provider that we're going to save, there is a callback. We will need access to editing, video. And if I do here console warn and that will be called video, and that component loses like kinda to the video provider. For example, pressing enter. So here we'll call provider. We'll call this. So from the call provider, what we can do here also call it when we go back. We can use it also calls it when we go back. Use so I think that's a very good use place where we that will give us access to all the active calls. So we can keep them inside update in the database our description. So because we know that we can editing, so we can update and say. So let's go ahead and do. Let's take the first update. For now, we're only going to support one active call at the time. And let's define it. Let's also create a user description. And what we need for that? Of course, we're going to change it. Rel from rel react. If user is no call, return. Otherwise, let's just say the console warn here. There is an incoming call with ID, and then let's do call in the update description. Just to we're gonna do keep listening. First of all, we're gonna check if we have a task, because if we don't have a task call, don't have what to update. So I'm going to actually we're going to be at the reason have a task call with ID. We can because even if we go ahead and do our the call, it's going to be here. Right. These are the active calls. This is how we change stuff in the database, and then round dot should it be update or change or I don't know. Let's check it out in the maybe can do it from here. But we don't need to do it here because my application is already running. So I can log in with another account. Create update, create, update. Realm. Here, right. Oh, we're just simply loading that field, and that's it. So it's going to be simply task dot description is equal to updated description. If that works, like that's really updated like this one, the state variable. So if I go to new task 1 to 3, and then go back, look at this test. It automatically updates, and by the time we are back here, like here, we can do normal text. Go back. I think it should be this one here. So that's really fast. So like instant. Cool. That's really nice. So that was updating. Very easy to do, even easier than creating and deleting. To call this device, but you should also see the device, right? Let's do. It should be array. Yes, thank you very much. That was for the structuring here of a state. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do the second add. Let me share my phone's screen here. Update task. Nice. Here it is. So that's going to so far from the simulator call perfectly account with a local. We see there is an active call here. This application doesn't something is happening of internet connectivity. Let's try to. It doesn't have anything. It doesn't need anything. We see that on the device. We install it on this call application, and we can use it. This call however we want, whenever we add it to. That's perfect. So we can simply redirect to that call. So far we maybe later you can display some user interface to allow users things and they decide if they want to join or not. Update for now. Router, and yeah, in the next step is going to be when we push, when we go ahead /call, and then by synchronize it with just cloud to join, so that if you want, for example, to work on the same project on different devices, or like on your okay, let's try it again. Tablet. I'm gonna synchronize all just to double check everything. So that's why we need to synchronize it in cloud. Or, for example, if you delete my physical device, this one, at the moment you're gonna lose all the data, because deleting the application also deletes the local database. But having a backup of your database synchronized in the cloud, and that would allow you to always come back to your application, sign in with your account, and we have our call on both devices with a local first application. Okay, I can leave it like this. That is going to be the next step. Next step, synchronizing it with a cloud. Leave a call, so you can see the whole. Any questions so far? Whole approach here. From one device, I'm navigating to the chat, or maybe I will go to this user. And it's gonna go to the chat with that user. I can generate a call from my physical device. Status bar. It will automatically apply there. Maybe not, because we think it's because of a film provider. So if I do it outside, like this, and put it into participant not found. Participant not found. How it works. Okay, what did I do here? The call, there is some problems. Okay guys, so the next step, as I was saying, is to go ahead and synchronize our web database with cloud. Okay, it is that works. Atlas services that's, I wouldn't say easy, but it's possible. It involves a lot of configuration, but I'm gonna again try to explain it step by step, and even add a bit of context around the segmentation that might be a bit confusing. So if we look at the segmentation we saw both modeling data, code operation. Yeah, I think I know why. I think that the previous call is still running. So the next step is going to cover Atlas app services from happening. For example, so Realm provides even if I reload your client application to the Atlas app services backend. The SDK provides functionality needed to authenticate users. So we are gonna also build the authentication over is an active call. But we're gonna try to keep, and if I go back, possible to get started back to that call which is actually still has running anonymous authentication. First, and there should be a way for us to go back to that call. And without some UI to display it, we're not gonna be able to do that. So I'm thinking that these Atlas App Services will also allow us to do access to MongoDB data source. Or in our case, smart MongoDB data source user interface as a way hey, there is a call. Not exactly sure like how like you can think of a better approach, like how to do it on the UI. In my case, I'm gonna keep it very simple, just saying that rendering a view here, management, okay, that will have a text. Okay, let's go ahead and the first call app services. So the first thing is going to be to create an app services application. So let me check also the documentation. Call ID helpful. Let's import the app services application pressable from app services UI. Press on that call to go back there. And this is a managed backend instance that imports your application serving React Native. Pressable and text from React Native. So to create the project, it's only going to be whenever the call. If you don't have the documentation in front of you, simply go MongoDB just Atlas to style Google it for a second. The first link should be MongoDB question mark. From here, you can go ahead the pressable style it and position. Sign in with absolute with background color. Yeah, I'm gonna sign in with my GitHub account, green or pale green or something like that. And I think the children will be, and after that is pressable, we should see if we press for the position we want see a list of projects rendered. Let's go ahead and create a new project by pressing top new project here, 50, and let's name the project maybe top 70. Let's click next. Or my user to take the insets, which is the size of the header. So that's it. Now I think we need to go to the next step. And do we have a safe area context? Save React Native safe area context. We need to go to App Services. So let's go ahead to the App Services. This will give us access to the size of a header. To choose the organization, we can take the top inset. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I can use that for my position absolute top plus, and I'm gonna add plus. So let's go to Trello 50 or something like that. To app services. No, should give me access. What's the size of that? Let's go to choose this not just dev. Trello. Come on. App services. I'm gonna do left, then right. There are some kind of things. Then this way. Embodying 10. So, and just like that. Like, I'm not gonna think about something to improve the style of it. I want it just to be functional. App services, active call. And now that we have some basic to gain access UI, let's render it only when there is a call. Atlas only when there is a call. So where is an active call? So I'm gonna put it call, and let me not share the screen for a second just to find where I can add my IP address. Whenever I press it should be there. To be honest, I want to be redirected not to compress. I want to be redirected. So router.push. To the call with the call dot things. Come on. Okay, let's try right now to see what's happening. So if I'm going to go to this user, call him, we see the active call there. If I go back, it's still here. I'll mute myself. And if I press, I'm redirected back to that call. But the problem is that it joins multiple times, right? Which is not very good. We're gonna fix that in a second. And also, I don't want to show this one if we are already on the call screen. Access manager, where? If we are already on the call screen, I don't want to render this active call. I can do that by taking the segments, const segments, from the URL, use segments from export router, and if I console log the segments, let's see what do we have whenever we go on the call. We have, the first one is home, the second one is call. I'm gonna have a variable, const, is that's on call screen, equal is going to be true if segments in position 1 very much is equal donation to call. You were saying, dude, it's awesome to have 0 life and answering people's questions. Thank you. Hope you. So we're gonna keep here for a long this time. One only if call is Thank active. You very much. I appreciate and that. If we are not dealing with this screen is much easier. And I think with the router.push we should do the same. Of course, let's Google it. Maybe not. There is some limitation on how many app services I can have enabled. Because if you're already there, then we don't have to redirect. For that reason, I'm going to have to add this variable in the dependency level as well. Let me simply try to sign out and sign back right now. If I go here, rejoin the call, I can go back. Oh. Whenever I go back, it redirects me back there. You know why? That's because this is on call updates and we go here. So let's think how to fix this problem. You have security menu on the left, network access 1 second. I'm gonna double check that. Well, signing out and signing back in fix the problem. Oh no. Redirects me back here. We need to push only once. Like if you go back. So what do I have? I have security menu on the left. So where? Should we just keep the settings? Alerts, organizations. Maybe inside there. It shouldn't be inside the project, it should be here. The easiest one. Or maybe we should not redirect at all and allow only by clicking on the top thing. Okay, here, access list by key docs. Only by pressing on this one, we're gonna be able to join. Sorry, administration. Okay, but what's the problem with? Well, the easiest way probably is joining multiple times. Disable this for a second. Let's figure that out. And that should be somewhere later on. I'm going to enable it back. So if we go now to Trello, we are doing, now if we go to app services, we are creating crossed. I still don't have it. I should not create because it's crazy. Require simply joining for Atlas Administrator API. But that's for the API. Oh, looking to manage access to projects? Yes. Let me check. There is echo. No, it's the same. Why there is echo? So, we go here. There is an active call. That's coming from this console warn from call provider. Back to project page. Let's go. Let's have securities. I have if security and I have network access. Okay. So go back. Current IP address not added. Call here. Okay, I'm gonna add my IP from here. Again? Hopefully not. Or maybe. Yeah, it's joining it over and over again. And we are deploying. Yes, status. I'm waiting for the status to become active. Maybe it needs a bit of time. Call ID, network access, join. The IP address is still like it says inactive. Maybe we should check the status here. Time for it to become active already. Console log call dot status state. Let's check the documentation for what states can the call be in. Call and participant state. To observe call state, you need to provide call instance to the stream short key. We had like some other issues like this, like to go through the configuration, like if you're not used to the Atlas dashboard, like it can be a bit hard. Advanced. Use calling state from use calling state here. Let me display it from the call provider. Let me display it call ID, and then here in parentheses I'm gonna render call.state, your IP address to IP access list for Atlas UI. No, it doesn't have state. Call state dot what? It should be calling state probably. 1 second, let me try again this one. Call state, calling state. Okay, let's see what do we have. If I do it here, okay, on my device that's idle. If I go back here, it's still idle. Why? Can it be because I'm on a free, and is there any limit on how many app services I can have enabled? Because I have it on another test account. So app services, maybe it's only available on one project. Come on, what's happening? Because I didn't have any issues with this that I'm missing test to do here. So if I look at the app services here, everything is working. So let's try to delete the application. I remember some in the past, some limitations of being able to do only a couple of things for the free account that I have. Look what we're gonna do. Instead of try to choose call join, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another component from instead of call content. If we look into the components here for the call, there is call content, which will display the content of a call. But there is also the incoming call, which will render the incoming call so that we can accept or decline it. But there is also the ringing call content, which puts them together. So ringing call content will handle displaying either the incoming call or the calling or joining indicator, and finally the call content itself. So let's render here, instead of call content, the ringing call content. And let's see how it works on the free account. So if I go here, for you it worked, right? Doesn't look very good. But we can try a new one. Ringing call content. Just going around like this. calls already.
Anton 13 auction. Anton 13 auction.
Yeah, I created so many. Let me go ahead and delete some of them if I can. I'll be able to do it from here. Because I believe some of them are still active. So that's why it might happen. Cool, I'm gonna have to undelete it. But it shouldn't be the problem, wait, because we are disconnected from that call. So the use calls hook should not give it to us, so that's why we don't see it at all. Okay. And if I go here and initialize a new one, we are connecting and then we are connected. On my device, it's like this. And if I go back, and then press again, it connects again. Hello, Ibrahim. Atlas security, missing IP. There is some sound in the background. I'm sorry, like maybe it's because of the calls like on the microphone. Let me try. If it's static noise, yeah. And hopefully it's only when I have an active call from scratch. I don't know if that's going to change anything. It doesn't even allow me to delete a project or what. Nice. Atlas status. Maybe we are having some issues. MongoDB. I think we're just gonna have to leave a call whenever we leave a script. And it's definitely something that I misunderstand here, joining and creating calls. Let's double check the documentation together. Get or create. I think we just need to do get. Await get. Trello board. Next call get. Yes. Not automatically join. That's what I was missing. And this should be done in a await. So for that reason, from here we go to app services and it should work, but it's not. Let's see that. Let me try to create a deployment first, even though you don't have to do it. Maybe that's gonna change anything. So let's select M0 for the free version. The cluster 0 is already chosen. Cluster 1, okay. We don't need a sample data set. And let's create deployment. Okay, that's going to create a database user. It will add my IP address to the whitelist, and we need to await this get. So I'm going to do, let's try in a use effect, and let's go next. Const fetch call close. Going to be in sync. So let's do that here. Then here let's try services get, and then set it in state. Const call set call. And after that, let's do set call. Exactly how I feel right now. resolve itself after a couple of hours. Support said it seemed like make caching or other browser-related issue, and whenever the cache, we're using a different browser next time. That's weird. Let's go ahead and start. And let's see it now. And here, like, if there is no call, return, I don't know, activity indicator, or maybe even if that's the problem, I'm gonna not redirect back, but an activity indicator is good. So go here, and what's happening? Come on. Call created, send the requirement. Let me see the activity indicator. So if I do back join, it's going to work, but it's going to join every time. So maybe for now I can do a return whenever you. Okay, so we are on Trello board in a incognito window. Here, fingers crossed, app services. Only if call is defined. So I think this should work. If I go here, that's fine. Now it's gonna work. Loading. Call is joined. Perfect. I'm gonna join from my physical device as well. Okay. My physical device is already there, but I'm not sure why you don't see it yet. Come on. Should I go ahead and try it with the previous database that I have set, to which I seem to have access? Let's do that. Yeah, because there is no other way. Yes, so indeed, I'm gonna use the previous application on which I have app services enabled, and I really hope that you are not encountering the same issues. I don't know, some configuration issues, some IP addresses, no idea what's happening. But here, if I go to a previous project that I have here set up, still the same problem. The test to do. If I go to app services, we can start from scratch. I deleted the previous app services, so now we can create the app services together. So what I'm going to do is, you can try to go with template from here, but I will go ahead and do it together. So let's press build, load your own application. Let's choose this one. Let's do next. Link your data source. So this one can link to the data source, which if in your project you don't yet have a data source, and the data source is going to be the actual MongoDB database that is being used, it will automatically create a free tier cluster. So in your case, it's going to be this one. In my case, I already have this Atlas cluster, so it's connecting to the Atlas cluster that I get here. So let's press save, name your application, let's name it, I don't know, Trello, save. And for the app deployment, I'm gonna use single region Frankfurt. Okay, so let's go ahead and do create app service. and we're gonna join when we press on the call itself. Let's close the guides. Maybe we're gonna open them later. So yes. Now, as I said, if you didn't have a cluster yet, that should have initialized a new cluster. Here, to see it, you can go to data services, and the data services is where you can look at the actual database. So here, the database, you join the call, and when we get probably not instantly, but in a bit of time, you should see the Atlas cluster. So you can go there, and that's where you're gonna see like the collections and the tables that the database has. At the moment, I have it. This is from the previous one, so I'm gonna delete it. Let's drop it. So at the moment, we don't have any database and any collections, but that's okay. We need to go back to our app services, and we need to configure a bit more things to start connecting our local Realm database with app services here. So let's go to the Trello. And what would be the next step? Let's check the documentation. Okay. In the documentation, we are at choose an application type. I started from the blank. Yes, now we are in application name, link data source. So again, this was the data source that was created. The region and the application environment that determine which environment values to use to learn more. Okay, create application. Get application metadata. Well, before we get to the application metadata, I think I'm going to go ahead and press on this no environment because I want to set up an environment. I want to set up the development environment. Let's save draft. And you can also
why with
next content it didn't work. And that's my question. Review draft and deploy. Deploy. You know. So now we switch to development environment. I'm not really sure if that's what I wanted to do. So let me check. Crashed under the apps. Trello. Yes, it's in development. And I want to go to the manage app settings. In the app settings, ranking call, where is it? Yes. Is it going to show in the documentation? Let's use the build okay. It used to show more measurability as well as give you version to cancel the call before anyone accepts based on calls, ringing state, and a call type. Yeah, but why not? Usage, stream call, so much information here. Let's try to get the call not from the ID but from the use calls. Maybe that's going to make it easier on our call page here. So it's actually going to simplify a lot of stuff. Go back to the previous documentation that is specifically around the use of SDKs. So the first step, we create the application. Call equal. We need to get our application. Yes. Just trying to think like the step-by-step process that we have to do, because right now in the documentation it says like we already need to get the application ID. So let's follow that, and from the channel we're gonna have some issues. We're gonna come back here because we still have to do some changes here. And I know them, but let's see. Maybe it's not time. So what we need now is the ID of our application. So if I'm gonna press on the name of our application, maybe inside app services, we have application ID. Let's copy this application ID. I think there is and let's go in our providers in our Realm. Here in Realm, this is our local database. Now we're going to go ahead and import the app provider from Realm React. So I will import it right away here. The app provider is how we set up the connection from our application to the cloud app application that we define here in Atlas App Services. So let's go ahead and render the app provider. Inside the app provider, we're gonna have the realm provider, and inside realm provider, we're gonna have simply the children, like this. But the app provider will also need the application, and the application should have the ID of our application. But I'm figuring it so out. We can have here I'm doing like a stupid mistake that I cannot see. ID equal, and let's translate app ID. It's not like that. It should be ID, not application. ID, app ID. So let's go ahead and copy. I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna try dashboard call provider for a second and paste it here. Let's go ahead and open that application. For some reason, let's see the logs if we have any. And let's load. Okay, everything is working fine so far. What are the next steps? Well, the next steps is actually the user comes index somewhere, I don't know, at the top. I will render the user provider is going to allow us to authenticate and handle information about the user who is currently logged in. There are ways to have just anonymous users, but anyway, we need some kind of a user to be able to link the data with a specific user, because the application is being used by a lot of users, and all of them are creating data, so we need the information about who is creating this data. So let's go ahead and add this user provider. Call user here provider because we are no longer using and this I know for sure. Before we actually do anything, let's go ahead on our application, and under data access authentication, being inside the app services, so from one device, we should go ahead and first of all allow users to log in anonymously. So let's click that. Allow users to sign with get or create. If I press on this one, it redirects here. Let's do save draft. Go back to application. This one is enabled, and then go to here. And let's do also enable the one for email. Hopefully that's going to be the selected for email and password user confirmation method. Let's do automatically confirm users for development and production. You can send a confirmation email. We reset password. Ringing the call. So now here we see that we are calling. Let's do my device. If I go here, we see that I'm gonna redirect something to Google for now. And don't really want to go into a lot of details with reset passwords, but this is more with a URL that you want to understand, like that. Trying to reset the password. Oh my god, I see a property that I forgot to mention to specify the ring. If we go back to authentication providers, probably that's what we want. The stuff that we are doing anonymous email. Let's see under user settings. I think one of that stuff is in the home layout for the call provider. But we need some things to be changed on the whole application settings. So if I'm gonna go to manage app settings on them. No, that's gonna come a bit later. So anyway, no longer need this. After doing the changes, we're gonna see here review and deploy. So after doing some changes, we can go ahead, check the updates, and press deploy. Call. These are deploying changes. Was successful. So now we would allow. I'll keep it for a second like this, but I think it's going to be anonymous, and also we go back to mail the password. Let's go back. Let me check if instead of user provider using calls again, we're user provider because taking by ID will support us having multiple calls at the same time. Our application provider. So this is a provider. Down here, we're going to if we provide here a fallback fetch component get const. Let's see that here login. I'm gonna define this component that will simply say, but on my device text that it's ringing. So if I go here, still something doesn't login as guest and call. Wait, call get set call. Let me import. What happened here? Import text from React Native. Now if I'm gonna pass anonymous login as the fallback of our user provider, what's gonna happen is if there is no user authenticated, this approach will be fallback. So that's where we have anonymous login. Or maybe let's go ahead and actually create it as a component by taking the first one. Let's call for a moment. We're going to support only one active call at this new file. Okay, here login physical device .login.tsx. Let's move the anonymous login to our login component. Let's do export default. And actually, I will call it like login, just login. Because for now it's going to be login as a guest, but later on we're going to have like more types of login. So text from native. And let's also see how it works here as well. I can go and check it out, and I can answer the call, and when answering it, both of them will align everything in the center. I will mute myself so you can see it. And maybe instead of text will be a button. This is state join, so join back, and it doesn't join. Let's go style finally. So I can go back and forth. Flex. I can use the application, but I'm still using line items center and justify here. Center. I'm gonna make sure that this is kind of slow, but it's still works. So let's go ahead and import this login component in our realm provider. And as you can see, even if I left that screen, my camera is still working, so I can say hello, login from, and I can go back here to see the component. Close the camera, login, open it up, and let's render it as a fallback of our user provider. Okay, we see continue as a guest. If I press, nothing happens. Nice. But let's go ahead and see how we can sign in as a guest inside our login leaves here. So here it's going to leave correctly, and if I leave here, guest, it's going to get into this state. Probably we can subscribe to guest again to check if there is no call. We should not be on this screen. And here we need to actually authenticate the user as a guest. To do that, if I remember correctly, we're going to have the use index here for now. Hook from realm React. So if there is no call, we don't even want here. We want to do equal direct of thing that should be, I don't know, /. So that means that when the call is finished, we're going to be ready. So if I simply call this login with anonymous and guest login, if I press this button, because I'm right away back in my application. Because the realm in this user provider will render the login when only when there is no user. When there is a user, it's going to render. Let's do it like this. If the children is our screen. And now if I reload the application, it's going to remember that then I'm gonna do router. That means that now inside, for example, otherwise components, let's do router dot task list. We can get access to the user using the same use to this from the slash. So if it can go back, just go back to the previous screen. And if I can go const user equal, I'm gonna be redirected back. Use user. So what that will do is use call state outside user the string call. Let's see what's the information about the user. Was it in the provider? So if I do reload, It has information about the application. It has should have an ID, no? Use call state. I don't know where did we use that. Let me try to json.stringify user null and 2. So, oh, probably here we need to simply return null. This doesn't look like a user when we left the call. So now if I join and then leave, we are redirected back. And that will work even if the other user joined. But there is an error when the call provider, when we press on this user, go to call, and then just like this. Okay, so what's gonna happen now? We're gonna initiate a call. We're gonna ring it. The other user will receive this notification. He can press it. Then he can decline it, and in that case, both of them will go back. Or he can go ahead and say, okay, accept it. Both of them will connect. And if I leave here, and if I
so
leave
you can
here,
go Facebook, Apple, Google,
leaving the call. And we can do the same again. Maybe now from here, we're gonna go here and call. Hello. And then what's up? We've had the user. Here it's ringing. We can say accept.
Let me try to simply do console log user.id.
And it also has the video. Console log. Perfect. User.love it. ID. So now right away we see the ID working. This one is if you want to user that was created for us, but you need to probably go to our state like that will tell you like Atlas if you already did it once. Here we can go to up users once, and then you don't want to.
And we will already see a user with an unknown name with this ID that I just console logged in the call location.
And the provider is anonymous login.
The thing is that the data of an anonymous user is going to be stored only for a limited amount of time, and after I think 30 days or something like that is going to be deleted. So that doesn't mean that the local data is going to be deleted, but the cloud data. So later on in the video, we're going to see how we can sign in with actual email and password, so that the user can create an account and log in from different devices.
Ringing. Join.
For now, what I'm going to use this use user in our task list is when creating a task instead of hard coding this user, I'm going to do user.id.
So if calling.
We're gonna need it later, but make sure to do user.id here in the task list. This way we are assigning it to a specific user
without this slash. Oh, that's a rough start of Realm, I must say. There are configuration issues. And now I expect to be redirected to the call screen only when the call is ringing. But later I can go back to the application without leaving the call. So let's see if that will work. Plan. If I press here, I expect to be redirected yes instantly. And if I am inside the call provider, and then I can go back in, and I'm not redirected back there. I can press to go out. And because this is already
and by the way, I'm now thinking like
I will not have to do it
about
manually.
this
when creating
process of seeing a text continue as a guest. In a lot of cases, that's going to be because you might want to show like a login screen and with a button continue as a guest. But if you want to right away, like when you open the application, to go to this screen without having the user to press on anything, simply console log this guest login here. So whenever the component will mount, it's going to perform a guest login and it will right away redirect there, and you might not even need to render anything. So this would automatically log in the user as soon as you
I can
open the application without him having to press on anything. I'm gonna keep it like this because later on maybe we're gonna have like a proper login screen here. But now let's continue. And what I want to continue with, as I said, is I want to synchronize the database stuff, the local database, and the cloud. Everything, so because I forgot next step to provide. We need to enable synchronization. Call is not. Let me check if documentation is of any help today. Is working. Or we're gonna have to go YOLO. Okay, we're not done yet. We still have things to do. Atlas Hub Services Connect. And I think that the next step is going to be to set up some notifications. So that we can find when this is happening. Function query MongoDB. No. But before that, manage users. Give me just let's go to. I'm gonna take Atlas device sync automatically synchronize data between client application let me know what Atlas you think App Services backend. How's it going? The backend that we created here in App Services. I'm gonna be back very perfect. Soon. That's what we want. When a client device is online, asynchronously synchronizes data in the background between the device and your backend application, and that's what powers and makes this. Both an online and offline application, which is offline first, and only after the offline is happening, the data behind the scenes in background is being synchronized with the cloud. So for that, we're going to use a flexible sync. When you select a flexible sync for your backend application configuration, your client implementation must include subscriptions to query the fields. Flexible syncs works by synchronizes data that matches query subscriptions you maintain in the client application. So from the application, we're gonna subscribe to data, and that's how we're gonna keep things in sync, because maybe not everything we want to synchronize. That's also possible. So let's go ahead and configure a synced realm. You can configure a realm to automatically synchronize, between many devices that each have their own local copy of data. We need to enable flexible sync on the backend, so let's do that. I'm gonna go to our app services, and here let's go ahead under. Is it going to be Atlas Device SDK? No, it's going to be Device Sync. Under Device Sync, let's go ahead and press Start Syncing. Generate schema. We actually have a schema, so no thanks, continue to sync. We're gonna go to the configuration of the device sync. We're gonna choose flexible here. For now, let's select development mode. And the cluster is that MongoDB where we want to use or where we want to write the data in the cloud. Okay, define a database name. Let's select or add a database. We don't have any database yet, so let's call it Trello. Let's create. And selecting the queryable fields, we need to make sure that we're going to come back here to select them. That's a very important thing, and I spent like hours figuring it out. But now, I think everything is done. We can press Enable Sync. Write a copy of all our data that matches the JSON schema in your... Okay. Check your cluster storage before proceeding. Before Enable Sync. Okay, Enable Sync. Okay, what's there? Add the default role for a preset. Default user is denied all access. User can read all data. Users can read and write all data.
Let's select users can read and write all data by default, and then we're gonna see how we can adjust that. Add default role. What else? Are we done here? Probably yes, so let's press review, draft, and deploy. And let's deploy our changes that enables device synchronization. And it's very important to have developer mode on and flexible sync type. All right. Going back here. Authenticate the user. So, still here, still ready to push through. To configure a sync realm, we need to import providers, configure application provider. We have done that. Okay, let's do it. Realm, we have app provider, all good. User provider, all good. And then we need to configure realm provider to enable the sync on it. So realm provider is the provider for our realm local database. That's where we will also say like, hey, great build synchronized with the remote one. Yeah, make sure it should be inside the user provider, which we already have. And we also must set up a subscription in order to start the synchronization. Okay, guys. The example below uses an initial subscription, but you can also start. Okay, this is how you can providers. And so our next step is actually going to the realm provider. We need the synchronization configuration. I'm gonna copy this sync notifications, and I'm gonna add it for our realm provider. So what we want to do is we want to receive push notifications when sync. First of all, user configuration has flexible true. So for that reason, and we also provide here some initial subscriptions, like subscribe to some integrates with notifications. Update, we just have to configure them. Here is where is going to send all of these notifications for us. Subscription to the tasks. So we need to import anything. We just have to configure it and make sure that stream knows about our tokens, so it can send the notifications for us. So for that reason, let's go ahead in the documentation, and actually I'm gonna go into the models task. Should we destructure stream dashboard under the where is it? Oh, we already chat messaging. So let's first now follow the documentation from chat messaging. That should start under React Native UI components. Let's try to reload if we scroll down, see what's going on there. And right away, everything disappears. We're going to select V2. Let's try to because this is the new add task. Cannot write it to send task when no flexible sync. And we're going to follow this guide to set up and configure notifications. We have flexible sync here. Why are not working? Let's go ahead and for that we're gonna use Firebase, and inside the application stream chat is using the TC library. But again, like we just have to set up things. Here are some information. Push notifications are sent for new messages to all the channel members who have push notifications. Also for replies in the thread, or if you are part of the thread, or if you are mentioned on error here. If they can provide that one error for the sync to notifications for him, so all of this is actually handled by stream chat. Perform input operation. Now let's go ahead under the Firebase project setup. We need to create first of all a Firebase project for our application. Let's press this URL. And here, let's go ahead and create a new project. It's going to be Telegram here. So let's press continue. Connected, like I created a and disable. Let's double check. Let's go ahead here and reload our project. Let's press create project. See what's going on. So if I go to my Trello, this is the application ID. Application ID. Then we have a schema. And the schema was uploaded from our local project is ready. Schema. So let's continue. Know that something worked correctly. On this part, we need to register our Android and our iOS schema that we defined locally in our local database Firebase using the model. Here under the getting started, let's press first on iOS, and it uploaded it. To register via iOS, we need to provide our app bundle ID. So you can find it under your sync models app.json. If you go under iOS, here you're going to see the bundle identifier. So let's copy that. Let's paste it here. App nickname, Telegram is going to be okay. App Store ID, we don't have it yet, so let's press register. Good, permissions are completely open for application. Okay, that's also good. Sync session. No, make sure to download the file. No, configuration. We're gonna need it in a second. It's okay that we have. Okay, it's download mode for me here. And we can move to the next part. And I think we are done. I think we can close this one. And we should see the iOS here. Let's press it fails to select to add an Android application. To synchronize. And the Android package name is also going to be in app.json under Android. Let me check again. Package, which in my case has the same package name. Objects, I think this one should be added as a string. Let's register. And it also has a rerun on and open. Again, download this file. Okay, perfect. Next, we are done. Okay, something worked. Let's go back to the stream documentation and follow this guide. And now if I'm gonna go to app services, we will also need to data upload our API to check out the actual authentication key to our Firebase project. Database. So here is a guide how we can do that. Let's go to Atlas cluster, our collections, and here we should be generated through the Apple collection under the Trello. Let's press on this URL, and right away we should see the objects in our Apple developer account. If I go back here and remove one of them, they should probably be removed from here as well, or at least. And yes, on this page, we should see the certificates, IDs, and profiles. Let's press on the keys. That's how the information synchronizes in the cloud automatically behind the scenes. Here, without us having to do a lot of stuff. The only difficult part, of course, is the configuration and getting it to work. And in fact, like after that, can only have one. We don't have to do anything. I'm going to revoke like the same way as our one that was working and create a new one by pressing offline. Now it's also under the keys as well. The certificate identifiers and in a moment we're going to see this and by logging in into the same account services APIs. Trying to let's press continue to properly register and download this file now from here. Trying to work with the same data. To set it up, we want to go back to our Firebase console under the project settings in the cloud messages and the API notification. Add our iOS configuration. So back on our Firebase, let's press on this gear icon and go to project settings. Under cloud messages, we're gonna see here. What should we see here? Okay, let's go ahead and do the following: git apple commit app configuration set under the APIs of authentication key. We have to provide because there is no way of key yet. Let's press upload up, and here we need to drag and drop the last file that we downloaded here just now. It should be this one in my case. From Turkey. Hello. And the key ID, we're gonna take it from iOS where we generated. Can you self-host the whole stack, or you need to pay a monthly plan to MongoDB? That's a very good question. The team ID and self-host it's going to be under the membership tabs. So let's press on this URL. MongoDB, yes, you can self-host MongoDB. Team ID, app services stuff here under the membership details if you scroll down. So let's press it here. Upload. Now Firebase will have access to APIs so that we can send notifications through Firebase, and Firebase will use API to deliver let's go ahead and now set up email-based Firebase authentication, email FCMs like Firebase Cloud Messages because are only supported it's good Android, to have like guest logins, but if I want to run this application from a different Firebase, we are able to use Firebase. Firebase will let's run it on a different device by doing npm npx. So now Expo run Android. We are done.
And see how we can have different data.
We are done.
Filter the different data and only then do that.
Yes, that's how we're going to do it next. The first step, upload API, is done. Now we need to set up and configure our application.
Yes, you can do that.
For that, we need to install React Native Firebase and Firebase messaging. So let's just copy the name because you're going to use Expo install. Let's open the terminal.
That means
and
that
do npx.
Yeah, I'll try to
Expo
use like 2 phones.
Install this name. Let's actually do the second one as well.
We wait
the
and do
Firebase
it step by step.
messaging.
Hopefully, it's not going to take like crazy
Into
amount
the
of
same
time.
command and add the legacy tier.
Meanwhile, I
depths.
can prepare the next thing.
I can go to Expo icons. Let's go here and let's find the user icon.
I don't know, something like.
Let's continue. We need to set up Android application credentials and configure Firebase. And let's render it as part of the header on the project board. So for example, I'm going to go to the application. Is it the layout? Under the screen options here, let's see what let's do header.
Do here.
Right. It's going to say
Expo.
it's going to be a component that will render this icon. I will import it from Font Awesome and I'm gonna render it like this. So from this documentation,
It should
we see
be
that to configure
gray.
Expo, or maybe light gray. We need to add the React Native Firebase module to the plugins array. 20 maybe, or yeah, 22 to enable Firebase. We need to create and download
whenever
service
we
account.
press
We
on
already
this
did
item,
we're gonna have to go to provide
profile
the
page
page for
for the
downloading
actual
Google
login
services,
page.
and this one in app.json for Android Google. Okay, so the files that we downloaded
I'm gonna
from
follow
the
that
Firebase when we initialize iOS and Telegram and Android, those 2 files, let's bring them in our application. I'm gonna open it somewhere here. From downloads, I should have not the off key, but the previous 2 ones.
Android, why?
It should be called
Why
Google
is that?
Services. I'm gonna
What's up with
those
those
numbers.
Why it's not running?
And Google Service info like this. We can go ahead and right away add them to the git ignore because these are files that should not be pushed to your repository. And the same for the second one. Git ignore here. And we need to go ahead in app.json and specify for iOS, we will provide the file path here. Google service file is going to be dot in this directory, the path to this Google service info. So here we have a continue as a guest. So here we are linking
I'm thinking
this
that I don't need
the service account, the credentials to the iOS. We should do the same for Android. Think add it somewhere here. I'm gonna call it a no Google service file. It's going to be dot and the name. In this case is Google services.json.
Anonymous login.
This is for anonymous login. And in the providers, if I route back in this documentation, do Google service file like this. Now it still renders continue as a guest text, but as I was explaining to you, let me show you how to do that. So instead of think we need this use framework, what I can do is build properties. Login here is anonymous. A bit of I can delete this one or instead simply return null. We did that. We did the Google service for iOS. Anymore. So this is a component that right away when being rendered will Firebase login application. That's what it does, and we are right away here. So we have access to the same also in app.information under the if I write something on the iOS, send it automatically adds here. And if I write something here on Android, make sure that you are still in this array. Let's add the plugins there automatically. If I delete Firebase application, things are updated and deleted instantly. For update messaging, save, update. Perfect. So we see how the synchronization works between two devices. Both of them are running also their own messaging part. Local. So I'm going to duplicate it, but behind the scenes, they are synchronizing with the cloud and trying to make sure that the data is kept in sync between the two devices. For build properties for iOS, we need to set use. The thing is that the Android iOS, they logged in as anonymous users. Properties. If we check in the authentications or in app users, we see that we have two users right away here. And that I don't want to see the tasks created by one user in the application of a different one. I want everyone to manage their own tasks, and later on, by creating an account, you can share this task between multiple devices. But only when you're signing in as a same user, which signing in as a guest user would never happen. Guest users I think it's going to be added by the messaging part. So what we should do, we need to add some rules of how we want to synchronize data. We want to synchronize only data created by the user that is authenticated. And because our model, our task has this user ID, now we want to say like synchronize only the tasks provided by this user. This can be accomplished by filtering in the subscription, but the better way is to completely actually go ahead and to do this from permission standpoint and to completely avoid anyone having access to some data that is not theirs. We can do it to do that. I'm going to first go to the iOS and Android folders in the configuration. And now we can do an npm. Scroll down and click here, edit queryable fix. This is something that I missed, like to preparing an device. An hour to figuring out why I cannot do it. Because we installed Firebase and we need from the collection, select our task, and let's add the this is going to happen as a queryable The next step is going because we need this user ID. We need to give stream chat to be used access to our permissions to check if someone is allowed to do an operation on the task. Can send notifications. Let's press save to our Firebase application. Let's press save changes Firebase, again. It's gonna get to our devices. Save APN or directly through FCM. To do that, let's follow this documentation to get the Google Service account to our data access. And I'm gonna go to the rules. Yeah, so these credentials are used by defining the core Firebase servers. Got it. Let's go ahead and define some rules on the task Firebase. Go to settings. There are some default rules here, like deny all access, read all, and write all JSON file. But I'm interested in the other preset, this one. User under project read and write their own data, and admins can read and write all data. So let's select this one to make sure that the data in task database is only being able to read and write by the user who created it. Let's create here Firebase add preset role. So we see that there is some issues because I will press cancel because we actually have generated and the issues are for the user key. If I open it up JSON file, we need that one. If I open it up, because we need to see that the permissions here to stream chat are working with all that. Let's go to our project. In our case, we have user ID. So let's go to change from our project to user ID. And under chat and what happens like here before inserting, deleting, and these push notifications are both. It's going to check if the user ID of the task is equal to the ID of the configuration here. User, and only then it will allow it to do. So let's click Save now. Firebase. Everything let's provide the credential JSON here. I think we need to copy paste let's go back to our applications. Let's try to, and I already see that it synchronizes correctly, even without reloading. Even go ahead and open that file that you just downloaded. Is my task here. I'm going to probably try to and this is Android task, but let me try to. So they are not shared because they are different users. So that's how we can limit what data is being able to sync on the device. One way to do it is using the rules and specifying what data a user has access to. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we should see Firebase push configuration successfully. The next step, yes, here. This was the synchronization. Now, stream is going to be allowed to send notification. The next step probably is going to be our application. Proper. Let's see what's going on here. Like build, you use the application as a guest, so but then you want to go what's going on create an account so that you can save this data. We're using API. This is how to upload the file. Sign in with the same API, but on different devices. For that, the next step is going to be to register a device email with stream password. That means authentication. When opening a device, let's go ahead take the device application and give it to stream. Let's create a new token that represents one user. So whenever that user will receive a message, stream will know to which device exactly should it send login. And here, I think I don't have a lot of time to actually implement the login screen. So let me check the but first let's wait until this is done. Let me try to go with this one, and I'm gonna explain shortly what's happening here. And last step is to only connect like this icon from the top with the login screen. To do that, I'm going to wrap it inside a link. What is better, Firebase or Supabase? Expo router. For as a backend, like for backend features, I prefer href. Is going to be it in this project for the authentication, but it also provides a database with a very nice. So if you press login, it's on top of Postgres. I'm rendering to a page with input for email and password. I recently discovered your channel on my quest to build my own mobile application. I'm going to check like the rendering. The rendering I'm overwhelmed by the amount of for our email. Any recommendation how to saves the data in the email and build it at the same time. It has exactly a text like input for like as you said, like password. You have an idea, you have a project, you try to build it, and you learn something that prevents you to move to the next step. So if that's like you're gonna have access to the UI with that source code, learn more about that. But I'm gonna touch later. Having like a real project, so that you can copy paste these real problems as I don't manage to build it from scratch. So continue on that journey. It takes a lot. And it has two buttons. We wish it would be easier. One of them is just it comes with time. Login. And can this be done with Expo push notifications? Let's do. But Expo is still like integrating through Firebase. So with Expo notifications, which is a library to manage notifications locally, you can definitely. I'm gonna assign also with register notification service. I was not able to see the button. But yeah, Expo notification service will still have to connect to Firebase. It has two buttons. One of them is register, and for that we are calling explaining this to a function called login with email and start to send email and password. And for the register button we call it register with email and notification as well. To get on Android, this function, no matter what, it still has to go from FCM. Firebase register called login with. To get on iOS, it should go for the register is from Apple email notification service. And login with email and password from this only FCM, so that you send it to FCM and then FCM sends it to API. So then on top of all this setup, you can put like Expo notification service login. So you send notification. So let's go ahead and try to register services. I'm going to use my email. Is sending it to FCM and a dummy password. Let's press register APN and right after that we are so in that like our project board like this because and now what happens is after the registration we are adding if stream chat registration is complete we automatically log in that user. And if I go back maybe here would help understand this or visualize it to my application. If I check up users now, okay, we should see a new user. So we have our provider email and password with this ID. Even if we're going to try to send a message right now, nothing is going to happen because Stream does not know the token. What happened there? Does not know that this user is using this device. So whenever he receives a message, we need to notify this device. So now this to do that, we're going to need to register that only when register we are sending with the account token. of my email. We can check that on Android. I recommend doing that. If I go ahead in another provider with the same account, I should be able to access the same data. TSX. Let's export login, save, and we see that we have access to the same data. That means that you can use the same application from different devices, and they will synchronize between each other like this. As you can see, hello, props of children, like this, and so on. Simply, for now, if, for example, one of these devices, children, will not have an internet connection, of course, a console, I will close the internet connection on Android because that's possible. I'll say new task while offline. Let's go ahead and import it in our application. Let's do add task layout because we want it's not going to be enabled only on iOS side, but here. So here, new task I think it's going to be even above iOS. Let's add some task from iOS as well. Let's maybe delete the this is my account task, and we see that on iOS because we here we do not have internet connection, so the data is not up to date yet. Maybe not, or maybe but the next time you're gonna go ahead and connect to the internet, and as soon as you do that, pay attention to what's happening here. It will take a bit of time to connect to the internet, but as soon as that will happen, let's go to the notifications provider and implement the logic layer to let's see, get permissions for notifications and then generate the token. New task while offline was requesting new task from iOS is here, and the first one, the first task that we deleted is deleted. So now, as you can see, all the data inside here is request permissions, continue await messaging, while online should be imported right away updates from where. And this is the power of the whole system that we have managed to build so far. That's messaging. What I'm proud of in that. Firebase / messaging. Request permission, and if it's enabled, we're gonna say, okay, everything is fine. We have around 15 more minutes. Now, thinking what here, what to cover. I have like multiple registers, but that token with screenshot server. Not the most important. Let's copy this use effect. What I wanted probably to cover. Can we see how on this login screen? Okay, the use effect is even if I'm already logged in, like it's all the way till here. Can I do? And we're gonna probably try to simplify it a bit. On login permissions, and after request permissions, I'm gonna have this. Let me try to do. Let's create a new screen. For example, I'm not profile.ts. Actually, it's going to be very simple in my case. And here, let's do export. I will only leave the token function, get profile. So let's remove everything here. Return, view, text. We're gonna have profile, and that's it. I'm gonna remove React Native, and here this stuff from here. And what I want to do is when I get to the login, or even before getting to the login, maybe in this link, I can check here in the init, in the request permission, and register push notifications. And that's it. I'm not gonna do this one. Set is ready.
139.
Yeah, let's keep track of is ready state. Is ready. Set is look, ready. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here figuring this out. You can do definitely if it's better. Not ready. I'm going to simply add a render the next part there just to be able to see the profile screen. So I'm going to have the login, and I'm going to have a profile. And in fact, this one user circle is for profile. Now, and here is anything because we are not subscribing for the login. We are not even subscribers, so that's okay. Client arrow font awesome. The client in this case is not yet initialized. So we will get it the same way as we get it in the chat provider at the top here. So we are simply going to get it from stream chat get instance in the notifications provider. At the top, we're gonna get access to the client. So again, this is not here. Best approach because you need either to show like stream chat. So we get the client, request permission is clear, now use effect. Either to show the profile screen or the token, then push provider is Firebase, the push provider will be redirected to the profile. Exactly here, the perfect, here, in my case is Firebase with and I can get information probably about the user. So user equal use key. User, push provider which is a name that we can import. Here it is, in my case that is Firebase. From use Firebase equal import from realm React. So here I can do text style color white, and there is this set local device, but for some reason I used the add device. Let me check the documentation if it explains what's the difference between set local and add device. There, user.id. Okay. User message for now. What I want here actually is to try to do a sign out. So let's add a button with a title sign out. On press, what should happen? Probably using the use of, we can get access to the sign out function. Const add device. Please note that a device call requires user token to be set on the client. So client device call should be made. This is not true. I think it's a mistake. I think I gave him this feedback, or maybe I don't understand it correctly. And for some reason I used the add device, but it should be made before the connect user. So instead of set local device, user.logout, maybe it's going to work as well, but for some reason when I was preparing, I was the user client dot add device log, and here we need ID, which is the user token. So let's do token. Let's go. Then we need the push provider out, which is going to be provide, of course. Push. How is it called? Push provider, which was imported from our. Where is it? Then we need the user ID. So user.id, but we don't have a user yet here. Let's take it from const user equal use of user ID, and lastly token that push provider name on their user instance. That's how user logs out, added it there, or I can use logout from. And in the it is weird that it didn't work, but let's try the logout. So let's see if it will work. And we see that it asked us for permission. That means that it generated this data. It got here to request permission, and we are getting this model. Let's press allow task, and I'm going to try to sign in with COVID, not just .dev. I think it was. I should reload it. It's going to be different, and if I go to profile and sign out, I am anonymous. So I'm going back to the anonymous user. What I wanted to do is, whenever we are logging in, I wanted to connect. Like, for example, if you work as anonymous user, you have like tasks here, and when you create an account, you don't want to lose these tasks. You want to kind of move them from anonymous to your user there. So there is a way to connect identities. I'm not sure if we're gonna manage to do that. But here, manage sync session. No, look at that. Manage users. We have authenticate users. Here, we're gonna have a notification if we look at here. Connect. We can press open, and we have a screen here. Perfect. That means that our notifications are actually working. Meanwhile, in the background, I'm going to go ahead and build for Android as well, so that we can later test it for Android as well. Link user identities. So linking user identities is a way to link different identities to the same account. So user can, for example, sign in as a guest with email and also with Google, Facebook, and so on, and have the same account. So I think that works by using the made after client linked credentials. Link credentials after the register. So link credentials is imported from where? Link credentials, email, password. Maybe in user.link credentials, set user identities. And in that case, this is the function that is user inside the login screen. Credentials. Is it imported from where? From Realm React? Because one thing I can do is in our home layout, I can put the notification provider inside the chat provider. And in that case, the user will be initialized. But I think I was getting errors in this case. So let me try to do a reload. Where is it coming from? Is it outdated already? No, it actually works and it doesn't throw errors. So maybe we should do it this way, and maybe in fact, like, I didn't understand this correctly, and it's in fact like should be made after connect user, the add device. So we can get this user here, and all the code that you saw there previously, I removed it, but make sure to check it out because that code is going to listen, and when the user also changes, listen to on token after refresh. Logging in. So whenever or before the Firebase we need to do link refreshes the token for a device, user.link, we are going to remove an old token from stream chat and we're going to add the new one. So this is actually a good code. Just make sure to adjust it for your needs. For us, it's going to work, but whenever it's user is update, it's going to add a new token, so stream will send more notifications than actually needed. No user, Realm user. Link identities. Link credentials. Hello, and link credentials, expects credentials. And credentials is what? I'll have to look more into native Wind UI. I haven't used it a lot. Native Wind, actually. The recoil video. That is quite an old video. I'm not sure what happened with recoil, and it seems that Facebook forgot about it. Hey, Carlos. Yeah, I cannot get access Carlos to this Jr. Hello. How are you doing? So I'm waiting for the Android build but I believe it finish, should be like and this. I'm very happy email with it and password. I just say that. So if I'm very happy, I'm going to sign in right now. Is actually not a big problem because it's just insufficient to have storage. So I'm gonna have to remove some stuff from my device. And let's check it here. Remove some things here. My Android emulator is so slow. Probably I need to update it or something. Like I never do that. Sync over local. And let me try to do it again. This time I think it's going to be faster. And we can test another thing, because we saw how... Oh, you see? Messages are pushing a notification, and we get here, but this user, if I'm checking here, this user device, we see test is calling you, so we can go here and answer the phone. That is going to be the first step into notifications for calls, because in the next step, we are actually going to use the system UI, similar to how you see on your device whenever you receive an authenticated user with that. You see the system. But anyway, I'm going to stop here because we are running out of time. Close it. And then you can also everything is working perfectly fine to the phone book, and you sign in as that in the history. We're going to try to implement that as well. We can work as a guest user, we can work as an authenticated user, everything synchronizes, everything works offline as well. So and whenever we are here back online, I called it Android, it manages the synchronization with the backend. That was an interesting experience. Sign in. I haven't really enjoyed this project. I wished that we didn't have to struggle with that configuration issues with the Atlas services, but in the end it worked quite well. And I want to see where you guys are going to take this project from here, because this is just the beginning. This should give you an understanding of how you can set up this configuration and use it in your project, whatever that might be your new course. So if you enjoyed this tutorial, make sure to subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, and actually I'm going to ask you a small thing. If you actually took value out of this tutorial, if you enjoyed this, it would really mean a lot to me if you can write a couple of nice words on Twitter and tag me at vadim.notjust.dev. We're collecting some testimonial for our upcoming course, and we want to showcase some words or the experience from our students from here from YouTube. So go to Twitter, say something nice about the tutorials that we have done, tag me, and we're gonna try to include it on our next website. If you have any questions right now, feel free, but we have around 2 minutes. We have to end it. My Android is just using a document picker. Do we need to ask for permission? If I'm not mistaken, yes, you need. Did it update? What do you think? Let's try to reload. Johnny saying, I love this. All the tutorials don't do this part. They usually stop right here. And yes. Thank you very much. Go here, find. What's this user? Someone is asking about syncing Postgres databases. That's probably something that I really want to get into as well, because this is really great, especially if you have a new project, or if you are already using I close the application, if you're using some kind of a Postgres database. In that case, you would need a different solution. So I'm gonna make sure to cover that as well. And if you want to send ideas, we have an idea board. There is a link in the description below where you can submit project ideas, features, tools that you want to learn more. And I'm gonna try to cover them in our next tutorials. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for being here with me. I hope you enjoyed this one. And for Android, next week. Background message handler for notifications to work in background. On iOS, it works by default, but here on Android, it's also in this documentation for push notification. Okay, I receive a message from Android. Scroll down a bit. If I close the application, on iOS, send here a message. Will it work? Receiving notifications when background or quit state. For iOS, since the notification field is present on iOS, it is automatically picked up by the Firebase is again displayed to the user when the application is not in foreground. On Android, we need to listen to the notifications in the background. We need to use the set background because we didn't set message handler. This handler works only for Android. For this handler to work on iOS, message handler the payload must for notifications to work in background. Must be customized. On iOS it works by default, but for iOS it works on Android. It's also in this documentation for it's only like you need adjustments like how you want to present the notifications. Down a bit. notification trigger, you can display the notification on Android to set up outside your application logic as early as possible. Receiving notifications from background or quit state. For iOS, since our notification field is present on iOS, it is automatically picked up and to do that, display to the user when the application is not in foreground. On Android, we need to listen to the notifications in the background. We need to use the set background message handler. How are we going? This handler works only on Android. For this handler to work on get the user ID, the payload must have to save it in story because this is running data only. But for iOS it works for us. We don't need that function. It's only like if we need adjustments, like how you want to present the notifications. When the notification is triggered, you can display the notification on Android to set up outside your application logic as early as possible. So we need to set it up outside our application logic. We need this message. To do that, in our case, only to get the message text. Okay, I think I can handle that with interesting. How are we going to get the user ID? So first things first, where can we do this? As we can see, this is running do it as soon as possible and outside our application logic. The thing is that would be like the index file, but because we are using Expo router, we don't have an index file. So what we are gonna do now is we're going to create an index.ts file, and we're gonna in the package.json we're gonna move from Expo router entry to index message here. This folder index.ts only to get the message text. Now this is going to be the entry point of our application. I think I can handle safely close everything and try it again. And the thing first things first, where can we first of all, as we can see, it tells us to do it as soon as possible outside our application logic, so that we still are using Expo router. That would be like the index file, but because we are using Expo router, we don't have an index file. But then what we're gonna do now is we're going to create an index configure our file background notifications, and we're gonna in the package. Let's try we're gonna move from Expo router entry to index where this folder index.ts. Now this is going to be the entry point of our application. I think I can safely close everything and try it again. And the thing that we need to do in index is first of all import Expo router/entry, so that we still are using Expo router to reload some of our applications. But then we switch to development build and then press I or configure our background notifications. Let's try to where everything is closed. I can close. How can you deal with font scaling in normal React Native application? I can do npm start. Like the most basic one would be to get the device size and then like do some if statements like if device size, like you have a base font and then based on the device size you have like different breakpoints. Like on a small phone you decrease it. Let's try to reload so as we can see that configure from index is being called, which means that this file is being invoked and everything is working back as it was working before. And there we can import this messaging from Firebase and go ahead and set the background handler for the remote messaging in normal React Native application. Okay, let's do it like this. Like the most log basic one would be to get the device size and then like do some if statements. And we can if device size, like you have base font and then based on the device size. Let's just console log different breakpoints. Like on a small phone, you decrease it. So I think it was. So as we can see, the background from index is being called, which means that this file is being invoked and here working back as it was working before. And here we have a console log remote message. We have data, we have channel. Maybe I can even do and go ahead and set the background handler for the remote messages. .stringify. Okay, remote message like this, console log, and we could try again. Message. Now we need to open the application Android again so that we update this remote message. Let's just console log to see what we see there. And then we go in background and we send another message. So I think it was, but I can take it configure there. The background JSON format is there. Can go to Android and let's try to send here something. So what do we see? We see data with channel ID. We have a console log remote message. ID, we have data, we have a channel. Sender. Maybe I can type to from and time sender. JSON dot stringify remote message then two. And we could try based on the documentation what we should do, but we need to open the application Android again so that we update I'm this not sure background like where we're gonna get the user ID here from. And then we go in background and we send another message. It doesn't want, but I can take it in a JSON format. So what do we see? We see the user ID with channel ID, understand where we're gonna get it from. ID, we can write it to sender, to async storage, and then read it from. But the user token, I'm not sure we're gonna be able to send a request to Supabase without the user being authenticated, like in background. We can adjust our function to be able to generate even based on the documentation what we should do, but we should think about like security like it's. So I'm not sure like where we're gonna get the user ID here from. Oh wait. Supabase gets session. Maybe we can do token here. Generation is for an anonymous user, not for actually our user. Yes, I believe like now it's going to fail. And then we don't need the .van. We're gonna receive data, so I can destructure data. Authorization status 1. Okay. And I can check. We go here, console, and do that. Log data. We have access token. We have session. Okay, maybe Supabase is actually storing. Let's see if even data is Supabase is Supabase on the device storage. So that's cool. Because I don't that means that we have everything to generate even outside of our application code. Like same thing as we have here, where it's taking the user handling the message. So. Oh, and maybe the token generation is for an anonymous user. We have for actually our user token. Yes, let's do that. I believe like now it's going to fail. Together with the stream chat get. Authorization status stream chat. Okay, we go here and do that. Because we know the idea of a message, we just need to get information about that. Okay, maybe Supabase is actually storing. So stream chat get. Maybe Supabase is storing this on the device storage. ENV dot. So that's good. That means that we have everything to generate to implement same thing as we have here. Stream API key handling the message. So this way, create a stream chat client. Then for the user ID, we're going to take it from the data. Let's do that. Together with the stream chat get. Data.session.stream chat. Data.user. Because we know the ID of a message, we just need to get information about that message. or data. So stream chat get here we're data dot session dot env user dot id id expo public stream API. And for the user token, I'm gonna simply give a token this way. Create a stream chat client because we saw that it then works. For the user ID, we're gonna take it from the data. Data.session.message client get message remote message dot data dot id data dot why my is not data working? Dot user dot id I think because it should be I think yes I will do that or data dot session. Let's see data dot session dot user dot because ID. It can be string but anyway I think it's gonna work. So let's look here console log and for the user token, I'm gonna simply give a token or provider. We can continue here with because we saw creating Android channel using Notify. Let's import Notify. Now handle the message client get message remote message dot data dot id. Why my is not working? Because it should be I see from we do that. No, I don't know. Not if you're because it can be string. But anyway, I think it's gonna work. So let's look here console log message create channel. So we're creating a channel here which we're gonna be able to send a channel using Notify. Display notification. So we are getting some data there and then display notification. And that's it. It's a bit more boilerplate than compared to iOS, but you can adjust a lot of things here. Cannot redeclare data because we already have data here. So maybe I can destructure right away the session and I can do here like this. And if session dot user not if you maybe with a question mark then we can return and console log create channel. So we're creating a channel through which we're going to be able to send notifications of session display notification. Maybe that's so we are getting some data there and then display notification. So after all of this done, we see new message. It's a bit more boilerplate message user name and then the body. Okay, but you can let's see if it's gonna work here. Let's cannot declare data because we already have data here. So maybe I can destructure right away the background handler and I can do here like this. Then let's send a message and if session dot no it didn't work user of course it didn't work maybe a question mark. I should close then we can return open it once console log error no active of session close because maybe that's also and only then send the notification. So after all of this done, we see new message from notification, the new message from Vadim and here is the message body. Okay, let's see if it's gonna work. Here, using the let's open that. Perfect. So Android notifications are also working. Execute this background. It will open the application. Then later, let's follow these guides next to listen to user interactions. So that we can get the initial notification. Maybe I should navigate, close the application, open it once. Because now the notification will simply open the pressing the notification will simply open our application. But we want to probably open and also redirect to the channel from where it's coming from. So that's also possible, but you're going to have to add new message from Vadim Savin, and here is the message get initial notification and on background using the Notify library. Perfect. So Android notifications are also working, but I'm pretty happy that we have notifications for application. iOS and Android, so I can follow this guide next to listen to user interactions notifications, so that we can get for iOS and then navigate whenever we want. That was interesting. Because now the notification will simply open the pressing. We have around 30 more minutes. So what I want to try to show that we want to probably open is how we can get the system UI from where it's coming from. So that's also possible, but you're gonna have to add this get initial notification and on background even call manager. So follow the guide later. But I'm pretty happy that we have notifications working both iOS and Android, so I can do git add, git commit, push notifications for iOS and Android. Oh, that was interesting. Yeah, the system notification for... We have around 30 more minutes, so what I want to try to show you is how we can get the system UI, this one, how is it called? The system display when receiving a call. To do that, let's go ahead in the documentation. We're going to stop here for the chat messaging. No, it's not in call manager. But again, I recommend following along because there is a lot of things that you can implement here on top of these notifications. We have it working, but you can improve from here. So I'm gonna go ahead and open a new file to show you the next setup. Yeah, the next system notification is going to be under the developer, video and audio calls, under React Native documentation, and let's go under this one. Advanced guide, the system display when receiving a call. Sorry, overview. To do that, let's go ahead in the documentation. We're going to stop here. We saw that the basic notifications for calls are working. So if I'm going to call it like this, I recommend following along because there is a lot of things that you can implement here on top of these notifications. We see the notification, we can open and we have it working, but you can improve from here. But so I'm going to go ahead and open use actually the system UI for that. To show you the next setup. It says for next setup for us is going to be under the developer, video and audio calls. So let's go ahead under React Native documentation and let's go under Firebase. I think I'm just gonna make sure that we have everything because guys, we have already done this configuration and it is the same configuration as it is used for the chat. So we saw that the basic notifications for calls are working. So if I'm going to call it like this, the call kit, which is the one giving us access to this ringing call, making outgoing calls, we have to actually set up also APIs directly with Stream Chat. It sends so let's go to the push provider's Apple push notification, and this page will show how to receive stream video push notification to make. So let's go ahead VoIP push call kit using Apple push notification services. Firebase. I think I'm just gonna make sure that we have everything because we have already done this configuration, and it is the same configuration as it is used for the chat. VoIP, IP, VO, IP. Certificate. So this one is the most weird thing that can happen. We're gonna have to do a lot of stuff. And it can be quite confusing. So let's go ahead and follow giving us access to this ringing call. In order to create that, go to developer account. We have to actually set up also APIs directly. Make sure to select Stream Chat. Apple push notification services. So let's go to the push provider's Apple push notification, and this page will show how to receive stream video push notification to make VoIP calls with call kit using Apple push notification services. Let's go ahead under our Apple developer account. Apple. We need this developer account. How to pronounce it? I'm already a bit tired. VoIP, IP, VO, IP. This one account. certificate. Yeah. So this one is the most under the certificate and weird and profiles that can happen. Like we're gonna have to do a lot of stuff, and it can be quite confusing. So let's go ahead and follow it together. Yeah. Let's go to certificates. So in order to create that, go to developer account, select certificates. Here, when you create a new certificate, make sure to select from this page. We are Apple Push Notification Service SSL. Go to the services and enable Apple Push Notification Services SSL, Sandbox and Production, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead under our Sandbox and Production account. Apple. That's it. Go ahead at the top, press continue. For the Apple ID here, you're gonna select your Apple identifier for the project under the certificate and IDs and files. I think we need a. Do we need a certificate? Continue. We need to upload this. Yeah, let's go to the certificate signing request to manually generate one. You need here a certificate signing request from this page. We are going to funny part. Go to the services and enable Apple Push Notification Services SSL. Here, let's press learn more how to generate this. Let's check the documentation. Certificate signing request, Sandbox and Production. To create a certificate signing request, we're gonna use the keychain access on your Mac to create this one. So for the Apple ID keychain, you're gonna select your, it's going to be Apple interesting. I'm gonna go from the project. How's it First step is Telegram. Go to keychain. We need to upload this. I'm gonna to upload the certificate signing request to manually generate one. You need a certificate signing request from your Mac. That's the funny part. In this keychain access, what do we have to do? So choose keychain here. Let's press learn more how to generate this from my certificate signing request. Yes. It's not on this window. To create it's actually in the menu. We're gonna use the press on the key access on your Mac to create this one. But you cannot see this. So let's open the keychain. I cannot change here at this moment. To be just press. I'm gonna go from top in your navigation bar. First up, this keychain access is open. Press on keychain access name. Keychain. Then from there, we need to press on certificate assistant. I'm gonna certificate assistant, and then request a certificate from a certificate authority. So after you do that, you're gonna see this in this keychain access. What do we have to do? In the dialog, enter an email address, and under user email address field. Okay. Yes. It's not on this window. It's actually in the menu. Leave a CA press on the key access, empty, choose save to disk. Sorry that you cannot see this. Let's press choose here save to moment. Just press like at the top in your navigation bar. When this keychain access is open, press on keychain access name. Save. Then from there we need to press on certificate assistant. Let's replace it. Certificate assistant, and then I can show in Finder certificate certificate authority. So after you do that, using this certificate window that we just generated, I can upload it here. And I do it like this. In the dialog, enter an email address, and after uploading user email address, we can create our push notification services. Let's press continue. Common name. Okay. Now we can download this file. Leave email address. The problem is that this file is .ce. Let's press choose here save to disk. And if we go to back to the GetStream documentation, continue. We see that we need to convert the APS.ser save. CER. And I have another one. Let's replace P12 certificate, and we can do that using keychain access and upload it to our dashboard. This certificate there. Okay, I don't know how to do that, but we can Google it. Using this certificate that we just generated, remember this kind of stuff. I can upload it here. I do it like this. So how to convert it and dot. After uploading it here, we can create our push notification services. Let's press continue. Keychain. Ensure you have selected login. Now we can download these files. Look for the problem is that this file is .cer. This one we should be able to export it. And if we go to back to GetStream documentation, we see that we need to convert the. I have it on the side. I have it here. SER. Ensure you have selected login.p12 certificate. Here we can do that using keychain access and upload it to our dashboard. Okay, I don't know how to do that, but we can Google it. I mean, there is no way to remember this kind of stuff, like all the certificates. Then go to the certificates, login.certificates. Look for the desired certificate. The problem is that if we search it by name, which is the file download to certificate, APS for the desired certificate. Ensure that you have expanded it. APS. At this moment, it's not going to find it because it has another name. So we need to remember how I open again its name because it has a different name. I have it on the side. I have it here. How to find the Ensure you have selected login keychain. Here in the left, go to the login. Maybe you can try with this command line as well, the command as well. I think it might work even easier. These certificates, login here. Certificates. Let me try to double press on it. Look for the desired and see what's happening. The problem is that if we search it by name, which is but it's not the file downloaded is APS. Is it APS? It's not gonna find it because it has another name. And I remember how I found its name because it has a different name. How to find the name? Maybe you can try with this command line as well, the command as well. I think it might work even easier. How to find the name of a certificate. This from here. Let me try to double press on it and see what's happening. But it's not this one. Anyone has any ideas? I'm gonna get there. I think I know. If we look into the certificate, there is the certificate name. So let's try to find it by this name inside our keychain access. Yes, I found it. Go to login, search it by your certificate name here, and it should be here. Now back to that. How to find the name of a certificate. Now I have to expand it. Anyone has any ideas? I'm gonna get there. I think I know. If we look into the certificate, there is the certificate name. So let's try to find it by this name inside our keychain access. Yes, I found it. Go to login after we find search it by your certificate name here, and it should be here. Now back to that Stack Overflow. Export. Now I have from the keychain. If we expand it, click, we see export, Apple, and so on. Let's try to do that. And we're going to export file format P12. Okay. Certificate under the documents. I don't know. I can do it even on the desktop. Save. Okay. Enter a password which we'll use. Don't set any passwords. I think we don't have to set any passwords. And here I need my password, right? Export, okay. From the keychain, if we click, we see export, and Apple, just and like so on. That, let's try to finally do that. Have this, and we're going to export file format. We can take it, go back to the documentation, and see what do we do with it. The documents, I don't know. So having this one, make sure you configure no password, and we go to the dashboard. In order to configure, you need to visit save. menu. Okay. Enter a password
video,
which will use. Don't set any passwords. I think we don't have to set any passwords.
And choose APN.
Here I need my password. Back to our dashboard. Let's go to video and audio under the push notifications. We have a Firebase, but we need a new configuration for APN. I'm gonna call it APN. I'm gonna provide here that certificate that I just generated. Just like that, we finally have this P12 and certificate. Bundle topic ID. We can take it, go back to the documentation, and see what do we do with it. Bundle and topic ID, your application. So having this one, make sure it should be no password. We go to the dashboard. In my case, to configure, you need to visit menu. Let's press create under video, push notifications, now new configuration. Is configured for remote notifications and for the and choose APN. VoIP. So back to our dashboard. Let's go to let's see what do we have video to do next. Audio under the push notifications. We have a Firebase, but we need a new configuration for APN. I'm gonna call it APN. The ringing setup. I'm gonna provide here that using certificate. The next step is that I just generated. This is the ringing setup for Android and iOS. And bundle topic ID. We added a push provider, both Firebase and iOS APN. Application bundle now ID. We need to install the dependencies. It should have Firebase up. We have this one. Your bundle ID. In my case, Telegram VoIP push notification. Let's press create. If I check it. No, we don't have it. So now let's do NPX. Is configured for remote notifications and for the install for iOS. React Native VoIP push notification. See what we have to do and next. The call keep. Let's check if we have it. We don't have it, so we can use it as well. Oh no, what's happening? The ringing setup using Expo. The next step is to configure the ringing setup. So this is the ringing setup for Android and iOS. We added a push provider, both Firebase and iOS APN. Then now we need to install the dependencies. We have Firebase up. We have this one. We need the and then I'm gonna do native VoIP push legacy notification. We don't have it. If I check here, depths. No, we don't have it. So let's do npx enter expo install React Native VoIP push notification, and the call we have them installed. I think we're gonna have to let's check if we have it. So let's do. We don't have it, so we can use it as well. Oh no! npx expo run iOS. So npx expo like on the device as well, but we're gonna see this one. And so what do we need here? This one is for handling income push on React Native call keep. Firebase credentials we have done already. And then I'm gonna do legacy. We have done that. Peer depths. Enter. We will not be using. Because we already set up APNs, we can directly use APNs. We're going to have to rebuild our application. So let's do npm. We will not be using Firebase for iOS, but it is necessary for the setup of React Native iOS to have. Okay. Add the config plugins. Maybe we like on the device as well. But so see. For the React Native. And so what do we need here? This one is for handling income push on iOS. Okay. I think we don't need to disable video on iOS because we have video, and I'm wondering like what's the default values, because it looks like this is just disabling. I don't want to disable this kind of stuff, so we can keep it there, but we need to set the call keep. We will not be using because we already set up APNs, we can directly use APNs for iOS. We will not be using Firebase for iOS, but it is necessary for the setup of anything else. Firebase to have, okay. Add the config. So if your application is audio only, we need to disable video on iOS. Include field is used to show the history pass through to show the history of calls made on iOS. Maybe it's not going to be enabled by default, so I think we don't need to disable video on iOS because we have video JSON where we have I'm wondering like what's the default values, because it looks like this is just disabled. Add it. I don't want to decide this kind of stuff, so we can array there. But we need to set the call where the second one is going to be the configuration. So let's go into the app.json video and iOS false keep and include calls in recent. Let's put it true. And what else? Include the calls in recent. I don't see anything else. Now I can go ahead and build it again. So if your application is audio only, you need to disable video on iOS. And fail to resolve plugin. I think this plugin to show the history of calls made on iOS. Let's try to install. Maybe it's not going to be enabled by default, so I can configure them by going back to our app.json, where we have npx React Native video install. Let's add config plugins inside a call kit and array. Where the second one is going to be a configuration. So I dash video iOS false here and include calls in recent. Let's put it true to include the calls in recent iOS. Now I can go ahead. Really want to see this working. Come on. Build it again. And fail to resolve plugin. I think this plugin was not there. Let's try to install it. Francis, hello, how are you doing? Superior. npx expo. Everything is good, how are you? Config plugins, React Native call keep. No, npx expo. Install. Dash legacy. Here should we depths. Will the Android have this setup by default? Really want to see this working. Was only here. What's gonna happen if I do? But I don't think so, because even the messages we set them up manually. So Francis, hello, how are you doing? Android, where is Android? Superior. Everything is good. How are you?
I know.
Okay, iOS is ready.
You better make me look good.
This one here. If I call Android. Should we? I think I need to rebuild it. Will the Android have this setup by default? If I'm gonna call iOS, because that one was only here. What's going to happen if I do? But I don't think so, because even the messages we set them up manually. So
Thank you. No, I'm so glad you said hello. I will be fine to
and then another one I'm actually configure npx expo run iOS --d to build it for my device as well.
Oh, yeah. No,
I really hope I need to rebuild it.
No, I trust you guys. I just feel like I put the other flag.
But with so many builds at the same time, like hopefully my computer is holding up. For Android it was built. We might need some extra configuration. We might need, and then another one actually gonna trigger npx expo run. We can also disable Firebase to build it for my device as well. Having Firebase.json. Basically, it will record the incoming push notifications once the setup above is done. If the push config has been set using set push config. To do this, with so many builds at the same time, like so we need to set push config. Holding up. Add the ability to statically navigate to screens in your application build when a user taps on the push notifications. It's running here. Why it's not running here? We might need some extra configuration. We might need this one. We can also disable Firebase in the iOS initialization. That's by having Firebase JSON. Basically, automatically process incoming push notifications once the setup above is done. If the push config has been set using set push config. To do this, follow the step. Oh, so we need to set push config. Add the ability to statically navigate to screens in your application. When a user taps on the push notifications, it's running here. Why it's not running? Well, this here is done. I still believe like we need the next step. We need the set to call this set push config to set up the configuration to be able to be used later. So I'm going to skip this because this one is going to handle the navigation, but I'm going to go to right away to set push config. That's risky. So let's create the utils set push config file under source utils. Let's create a new file set push config, and there let's import all of this. And set it there. While this is done, I still believe like we need the next step. Even without this push config. We need the set to call this set push config to set up the configuration to be able to be used later. I'm going to be optimistic. So I'm going to skip this because this one is going to handle the navigation, but I'm going to go to right away to set push config. So let's create the utility set push config file. Not working. Under source utils, let's create a new file set push config. And there, let's import all of this. So that means that indeed we need to call this set push config. The stream, let's fix this file. There. The stream API key is going to be from our process.env. Let's test. So let's copy the name this push config, and for this stream I'm going to close this one. Stream API going to be optimistic here. I think that it's going to do process. Most probably it's not env dot export. Let me try. Okay. Token provider. We will import it because we have that function. Token provider. As you can see, user ID is trying to get it from there. In my case, so that means that in this we need to call this set push config by time. I'm gonna look at the stream. Let's chat message this file. The stream API is going to be from. I'm gonna take my ID, but what's my ID? And let me console log it. So let's copy the name provider. And for the stream, where do we need it? Here, console log. Stream API key here. Let's do process.env.export. Okay, console log. Token provider. We will import it because we have that function. ID. Token provider. User ID is trying to get this one there. Let me in my case set it up in hard code for a second because really I don't need bit pressed by time. I'm gonna look at the chat message explore. Users. I'm gonna use this hard-coded user ID, but what's my ID with no name? Let me console log it in the auth provider. Next, what's here? Console log. Static navigation. I don't need it because I didn't implement it. So I'm going to comment out this static navigation. Console log session is expo is true. That's important. Push provider name. Push provider name. It's if it's push provider name. Other push provider for iOS. For iOS, it's this one. APN. Let me quickly set it up in this config. And for Android, I don't need the username. That's Firebase. I don't need user ID. I'm gonna use this hard-coded user ID with Android incoming. Okay. Next, what's up here? Static navigation. Let's try. I don't need it because if I implement it. Oh, but I need to call this set push. Comment our static navigation. is Expo is set push important. Push provider name. Push provider name. If it's push provider name, other push provider name for iOS. For iOS, that's APN. So now I'm going to reload. And for Android, Expo notification library is not installed. Expo notification library. Yes, we need to also install this Expo notification library. Oh boy, I'm not managing. For Android, NPX incoming. Expo install. Okay. Expo. Okay. Notifications. Okay. Legacy pure depths. Come on. Let's try now. If I reload now, oh, but I need to call this set push reload in our index file. Set push config. If I'm gonna call that in here. So now I'm going to reload. I'm gonna call another one. Let me do build. Expo notification library is not installed. Expo notification library. Yes, we need to also install this Expo notification library. Oh boy, I'm not managing. NPX. Expo installed. Expo notifications. Legacy pure depths. Come on. Now, will you work without a reload? For iPhone, please. I think it's gonna work in here. I'm gonna call another one. Let me do a build, a new build. The limit is to be in 4 hours, so we have 4 more minutes. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna be quite sad. Let's get ready. And whew. Here we have it. For iPhone, please. So from Android, I think it's gonna work to call this one, my device. 4 minutes left. Okay, build successful. But why it's in on Android? The limit is to be in 4 hours here. So device, come on, 4 more to run. We need to load. If this doesn't work, let's do it fast. Be quite sad. Okay, it's here. Let's get ready. And from Android, I'm gonna call test. And let's call. And please. Come on. Here we have it. Something? No? Call created. Permission can be queried, assuming granted. What account I have here? So from Android, I'm gonna try to call this one. Let's test my device. Why it doesn't work, please? 4 minutes left. So now it works. Okay, build successful, not here. But why it's in on Android? Oh, no, it's okay. It's launching here. Device, come on. We need to run, we need to load. Let's do it fast. Okay, it's here. I'll go back, and from Android, I'm gonna call test. Let's call. And because I wait a second, please. Wait a second. Come on, I'm signed in with a different account here. No, let me try with that. Call created. Permission can be queried, assuming granted. What account we have here? It's test. Why doesn't work, please? So now it works. Not here. Reload. 2 minutes left. Will I be able to do it? Is it the same ID as in the config? Oh, because I... Yes. Wait a second. Wait a second. If I'm gonna call, I'm signed in with a different account here. Let me try with that, with one. Why not? With maybe the token is not there. So let's try token. Token. No, I don't manage. So I'm gonna. Will I be able to do it? Is it the same ID as the config on our website with what's going on there? Yes. Now, if I'm gonna call provider.van console, why not console log? So it's this token. Come on. Alright guys, I didn't manage. I'm gonna come with the details, what to fix a bit later. But that was it for today. I hope you enjoyed this one, and I will see you next week with new tutorials. Bye bye guys, see you next week. No, I don't manage. So I'm gonna come with some details
What's up, Node.js developers? Welcome back to a new live stream. Today, I have prepared something very exciting for you. Let's go ahead and see what are we going to learn and what are we going to build in this tutorial. Today, we are actually going to build an Instagram clone using React Native, Expo Router, Supabase, Cloudinary, and a lot of other tools and libraries that I would use today to build a production-ready application. So let's go ahead and see what is the tech stack that we're going to use for this build. On the front end, definitely we're going to use React Native, and React Native is recommended to be used with a framework. The framework of our choice is going to be Expo, and we're also going to use Expo Router as a navigation library. Today, I have prepared something very exciting library. Let's go ahead and styling. What this is are we going to learn if you're coming from web and have experience with Tailwind CSS? Today, we are actually going to build an Instagram super easy for using React Native, Expo Router, Supabase, Cloudinary, Tailwind, and a lot of other native tools. You're going to see that if you're new to this, it's going to be a bit different, but it's a learning opportunity. So to see a different way of styling components. What is the tech stack that we're going to excited use for this one build. I've been on the front end, try it definitely we're going to use React Native, and React Native is recommended to be used to be a full stack tutorial. Framework of our choice we're going to use Supabase, and we're also using Supabase Router as a navigation library, and also the database layer and the API library to query for styling. This is native Wind, and so if you're coming from web and have experience because Instagram is so heavy it's going to be super easy for you to work on Instagram. Basically, you're sharing a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and when building such an application, you're going to see if you're new to this, it's going to be like different, but it's a learning opportunity to see a different way of styling components and optimized images. And I'm super excited about this one. I've been meaning to try it out for a very long time. Drawbacks or hits going on that your application because your application is going to be a full stack tutorial, very slow. If you're loading full size, like using 10 megabytes images in your feed, for example, authentication, and also the database layer and in order to optimize our images on the fly to upload a new post, we're going to use Cloudinary. Then Cloudinary Instagram is sponsoring today's video, and with Cloudinary you can on Instagram basically you're sharing a lot of photos, a lot of videos, process and when building such an application, images if we are not optimizing the media like the images and videos, then our application is going to be super slow. SDK media and today unoptimized images are see how we can use it in our application to not only optimize the images to send that your application will get and your application will feed to feel very, very but slow. Also how to do if you're loading transformations size, such like as a 10 megabytes images in your feed, for example. Take a large photo in order to improve that photo and by focusing on optimize our images on the fly, like for example, an we're going to use by applying filters. Cloudinary is actually sponsoring today's video, and with Cloudinary you can store, thank you very much, Cloudinary, optimize this video possible, process and your media files such as images and videos. You're going to have an opportunity to try it in an application. More recently, Cloudinary we're going to get React Native a bit later in the video. And today we're going to give it a try and see how we can use it in our application to step-by-step guide. Optimize the images. You can access it following the link in the description. I'm going to also open it somewhere, but also how to do some other transformations such as a very slight crop and
and we're gonna take a large photo and crop in this tutorial to implement by focusing starting from setting up a project face in order to display, for example, an avatar, all by applying filters, integrating the backend, a lot of array optimization that are made possible by Cloudinary. So make sure to follow the link in the description, open up the guide on the side, you're gonna need it, tried it yet, and if you're ready, an opportunity I'm also ready to try it in an application today in this tutorial. We're gonna have all my setups in the video. It's very manual for me. I also prepared streaming today from Moldova, the step-by-step guide. You can access it following the link in the description. I'm going to also open it very excited here to get started. Hello everyone who's joining us live. And we're gonna follow it in this tutorial to implement everything, starting from setting our project. The first step is going to be the way to set up a new project. For that, we're gonna use Expo backend, specifically optimization, Expo authentication database and so on. Let's go ahead and open a new terminal. To follow the link in the description, open up the guide on the side, you're gonna need it. And if you're ready, I'm also ready, we can get started. Let me zoom in so I don't have all my setups, but everything is very manual for me. I'm streaming today from Moldova. So from my home country, the first step is to set up the project. Let's go ahead, I have my home terminal, but I'm very excited to navigate to get started. The place where we keep our projects. And here, let's go ahead and initialize a new project using npx create. So, looking in our guide, the first step is going to be to set up a new project. I also like for that we're going to use the latest version and specifically the create tool. And then we need to give it a name. Let's go ahead and open a new terminal. And very important, let's also write --template. In order to start with a blank template. Nowadays, Expo is starting with some default components and screens as well, but I would really like to show you how we can do everything starting from scratch and explain everything on the way. Guide. So the first step is to set up the project. Let's go ahead, go down until you select the blank navigate TypeScript. Let's press the place where we keep our projects. And here, let's go ahead and initialize a new project using npx create. If this is the first time you're building React Native applications with Expo, in terms of development, I also like to go at latest to take the latest version set up with your system tool, really, and then really minimal for building Expo application. Instagram. The only thing that you need very important is let's choose let's also write --template. Where is it? Let me. In order to start with a blank template. Nowadays, Expo is starting with you need some default components and screens. If you go ahead and do Node --version, show you how we can do 18 at the moment, starting from scratch and explain everything on the way. So minimum 18. On this menu, just go down until you select the blank. Then you can use let's press npx command, and this npx will automatically install the create expo application to generate a new project. If this is the first time you're building React Native applications with Expo, your project in terms of development, the environment that you have let's open it up, set up on your system. Our editor of choice, in my case, that's Visual Studio minimal, so I'm going to simply say application. And the only thing that you need is Instagram, Node.js. This will open a Visual Studio Code. I don't need the terminal anymore. You need Node.js, so if you go ahead and do Node version, I'm using 18 at the moment. You need, minimum 18, something like this. And before we jump into most of the files and folders, let's go ahead you can open a terminal. You can do it from command. npx will automatically install the create expo application to generate a new project, and after that, or using the shortcut, your project open the terminal here. Perfect. And let's open it up in start. Our editor of choice will execute Visual Studio Code, so I'm going to start the development server and the name of our project, which is Instagram, like this. This now will open a Visual Studio run this application. I don't need the terminal anymore. The Expo Go application. Expo Go. It's available both on Android and iOS. This one, so and then scan this QR code using your physical device after installing something like Expo Go application. Before we jump, then you're going to see your application running on your physical device, and you can do everything you need to build and test Expo applications. I'm actually going to run it on iOS simulator by pressing I, or you can also do the shortcut Android. I'm going to open the terminal emulator. and our application is going to start both on iOS and Android. This will execute Xbox Start, run it on which will start with development and emulators, and soon, for example, for iOS, QR code like you need to have Xcode. Now, the easiest way to run this application is by downloading for Android. Xbox application, Windows, macOS, and also Linux is available both on Android and iOS. Have Android Studio setup. Scan this QR code here using the little physical device configuration environment installing to run it. But if you don't have that, then you're going to use your application running on your physical device. That's everything you need to build and test. As you can see, I have a simulator running, and I'm actually going to run the iOS simulator by pressing I. We should see that also do that on Android. It tells us to open up emulator, up the TSX file, application, and we can find this file in both on iOS and Android. And if we go ahead here, run it on and simulator and emulator, for example, for iOS, hello world, you need to have Xcode and install and set up. Save. For that, you need a macOS auto refresh. But for Android, you can do that on both Windows or on the device on Linux. But if we see that to have everything Studio setup, so here fine, and we need a little bit more configuration and environment setup to run it. But if you don't have that, just use Xbogo on physical device expands. Good to go. Is Supabase really good? As you can see, we have a simulator running, and we should see this video up, but we should see that welcoming most of the recent applications. It tells us to open really good because up the TSX file, and we can find this file in the root folder. And if we go ahead here and database, see the text, and we update the application, have hello world at home. Thank you very much. And hit save. It's going to auto refresh and apply this change on the simulator or on the device. Hello Rogelio, if we see that, it means that everything is set up fine, and we can continue to the next step. Krishna and Matthew. Cool theme, the theme name, I think it's Material JavaScript Expanse. Is Supabase really good, or is just the video sponsor? What do I need to know before starting the December this video playlist? But at least I've been using JavaScript and then just jump into recent applications that we have. Really good. I'm trying to keep them Postgres accessible for anyone, no matter your experience. Anyway, database. So let's continue the tutorial. We have set up our project. The next step is going to be to set up Expo router. You've been an inspiration. I'm gonna open Expo, the installation guide. You can click it here in the new tab. And we're going to use Expo router as our routing library. Expo router is the first file-based navigation system, which means that I think it's we will simply create files, and Expo router will set up the screens for us. What do I need to know before starting the November playlist? And you've been using some JavaScript and then just jump into any tutorial that we have. I'm trying to keep them to make a lot of sense accessible for anyone, but I'm going to explain step by step what's happening behind the scenes. So let's continue the tutorial. Built on top we have set up our navigation. The next step is going with Rack navigation. We're gonna reuse a lot of the knowledge that I'm gonna open Expo, for example, installation guide. You can click it here. Some of the navigation, some of the stack options and so on. We're going to use Expo router, but first as our install routing. So let's open the documentation. Expo router is following the link file-based navigation system, and let's scroll down until we see manual installation. The first step is going to be to install the dependencies such as Expo router and the other dependencies. If you're coming from let's copy this command you've been using, and let's come to our project. Let's open the terminal, the Next.js one, and because in the first terminal we have a lot of sense for you, server running, but let's press plus step by step what's happening behind the scenes. We will be able to router is also built on our Rack navigation, and if you have experience with Rack navigation, we're gonna reuse a lot of the knowledge that we have there. For example, to configure some of the screens, back to the documentation to see what's the next step options. And the next step is in the package. But first, we need to install it. So let's open the documentation to point following the link from the guide router, and let's scroll down until we see manual installation JSON. The first step is going to be to install the dependencies such as Expo router, and the main is here, which now points to our. So let's copy this command. We will have to update it. Come to our project router and open the terminal, like the command. And because in the first terminal we have our server running, Let's press plus to open a new one. Let's go back here. We will be able to navigate from one to another. Add the schema. And now we can in app.json command to install expo router. Let's open app.json and the rest of the dependencies. And somewhere inside the expo configuration while it's installing, I usually add back to the documentation to see what's the next step. And the next step is the schema. The package. Let's call it. We need to change the main entry just to point to expo. And this is so let's copy that scheme that is being JSON for the deep links. And expo router will and the main is here, which now points to let's scroll down for the next. We will have to update it to point to expo router and make sure to we can actually install the React web and React DOM, and we're gonna see if maybe we're gonna run our application on web as well. To add the schema. So by installing React web and React DOM, and let's open up JSON and somewhere inside we're going to support configuration here, and we're gonna usually run our Slug application on the web as well. Schema. Or the scheme. Let's see what extra. Not just. I think this one is by default, and this is the as well in app.json for web use. We need to change the bundler to for the deep links. And expo router will automatically figure deep links web. We need let's scroll down for the next bundler step. Use Metro. Yeah, we can actually install the React Native web and I think the last step, and we're gonna maybe this is actually added automatically. We're gonna run our application on web as well. So by installing React Native web and React make sure that it's using Babel, we are going to expo. And I think that's support the case web if we're going to be able to run our application on web as well. Expo, so we don't have to do anything. Let's see what extra. I think this one is by default. That's it. Now we just need to restart the server. JSON for web. And I'm going to go back to the terminal that is running our development server. I'm going to stop it for the web so that we can start it and clear the cache bundler. So for that, I'm going to run npm start. I'm going to do double dashes space dash C. And I think the last step. And maybe this is we're going to see here added automatically in the Babel.fig. The bundler we need to make sure that it's using that's exactly what we need because we changed a lot of things on the Metro side. Actually, the case. So now, if I'm going to reload our application, it's using Babel to receive it so we don't have to do anything. It's a bit slower at the beginning because it builds from scratch and later it caches. That's now it. We should see now we just need to restart this is the welcome screen from Expo, and I'm going to go back whenever to the terminal that is running our development server. I'm going to stop it, create it in our application, we can start it, and the way Expo router is working. So for that, I'm going to run npm start. I'm going to do every double dashes space dash screen for clear almost every file. We're going to talk about that later. See here. So let's go ahead and define this app directory and define the first screen. The bundler can create the app directory and it's rebuilt. That's exactly what we need because we changed a lot of things on the Metro side code. So now if I'm going to reload our application, and in this source we're going to have the app directory. It's a bit slower at the beginning. We're going to have later the components from scratch and later it caches so that we can see that side by side. This is the welcome from Expo, and we see files whenever we don't have yet any now that we have this app directory in our application, let's simply go ahead and the way Expo router index is working is it's looking into the app directory, and every index in that directory becomes a screen. In the app directory becomes the home screen. We're going to talk about that later. So let's go ahead and define this app directory and define the first screen. You can create the app directory directly in the root folder, but I really like to keep all the source code in a separate folder called source. And in this source, we're going to have the app directory. We're also going to have later the components. Make sure to import created it so that we can see that it's side by side. And other source files for the application. Native. Okay, now that we have this app directory, let's simply go ahead and reload the application by double pressing tsx file. Expo router will check the app directory. And we'll see the index file becomes the home screen. This index file the screen with a URL slash the first screen that we so just by creating this file here, Expo router if we simply export here a component which is also default function navigatable, like we can navigate here later. And if we return, for example, it's not pre-recorded. No, it's not pre-recorded. Hello world. make sure to
He's not
import
even looking at the
text
chats.
from
I'm looking at the chats, guys, from time to time, but I really like to focus and to deliver a very cohesive experience, so that even if you are watching this later, and if we're gonna reload the application by double pressing me getting distracted every single minute
app directory
from what I'm trying to explain,
and we'll make this index file
from time to time. I'm stopping, and I'm gonna answer your questions if you have them.
So just by creating
this file
here,
Router created a screen for it,
which is also navigatable, like we can navigate.
Is
here
React Native CLI
later.
outdated or something? Because in YouTube everyone is using Expo. No,
It's not
React Native CLI is
no,
not
it's not
outdated.
pre-recorded.
React Native CLI is not the recommended
He's not
way
even
of
looking at
building
the chats.
I'm
Production
looking at the chats,
applications.
guys,
We're
from
building
time to time,
applications.
but I really like
Because
to focus and to deliver
even
a very
the meta
cohesive
team
experience,
so that even if you are watching this later, you can follow it
and a
together
framework
with me.
in this case we're using Expo
is helping
every
us
single
in a lot of
minute situations
from what I'm
managing
trying to
libraries,
with managing the native side code and so on.
stopping, and I'm gonna
So
answer
it's
your question.
either
if you
you're
have
building
it.
a framework
so feel
yourself
free to write
here
here
a framework.
Hello, Roman from Ukraine. How is React Native CLI outdated or something? Because in YouTube everyone is using Expo. No, React Native CLI is not outdated. React Native CLI is not using CLI. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of legacy projects are still using CLI
building applications.
but because new stuff that are being built is
Even
mostly
the meta
using
team
Expo. That is behind React Native, they're recommending using a framework. And a framework, in this case we are using Expo, is helping us in a lot of situations, with upgrading, with managing the libraries, with managing the
People
native
are
side
saying
code
that
and so on.
it's a pre-recorded
So
video.
it's
No, it's
either
not.
you're building a framework yourself or you're using a framework. I'm not. Hello,
Roman
saying
from
I'm not
Ukraine.
able to
How are
learn
you
React
doing?
Native at all. I'm trying for 6 months. Please help. What are you trying to do? Like, what's the method you're trying to learn? I think the industry is using CLI. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of legacy projects are still using CLI, but the new stuff that are being built is mostly using Expo. Krishna, check out the tutorials on our channel. I'm trying to make them super clear and simple.
People are saying
later
that
I can
it's a
recommend you
pre-recorded
some,
video. No, it's not.
very beginner-friendly tutorials.
Anyway,
let's continue. I'm not. We have our home screen here.
React Native at all. I'm trying for
And
6
for example,
months.
if we're
Please
gonna
help.
create a different screen,
for example,
what are we trying
I
to
don't
do?
know.
Like, what's the
About
method you're trying to learn
.tsx.
it? And if I'm gonna copy paste the same code to about, changing simply the name and calling it about us, then let me open Expo Go. You know why it's closed. Krishna, check out then from index.
The tutorials on
if
our
I'm
channel,
going to
I'm trying to
go
make them
ahead
super,
and render here a
clear and
link
simple.
instead of a text. Later,
A link
I
from
can
Expo
recommend you
Router.
some very beginner-friendly tutorials. And specify that the link should lead to
Anyway,
let's continue.
About.
We have our home screen here.
About us.
And for example, if
Check
we're going
what's
to create
happening
a
if
different
I press
screen,
on this
for
about
example,
us. I
actually
don't
it's
know.
going to go there,
About
which has
.csx
page. And if I'm going to copy
Here,
paste
the
the
button,
same
let's say,
code to
go
about,
to
changing simply the
about
names. If I reload
and
I see
calling
go
it
to about
about
us. If I
us.
press it, I'm on the about us
Then,
page.
Let me
So
open Expo Go.
as you can see,
know why.
just by creating these
closed.
files and exporting a component
Then
from
from
index,
Expo Router
if I'm
will
going to
set up the
go
screens
ahead
and
and
later we
render
can use
here
this link component
link
instead
instead
of
of
a
text to navigate to
a
that
link from
file.
Expo Router.
And the link to that file is going to simply be the name of the file. And specify
Or
that later
link
on
should
if we
lead
have like
to
folders,
slash
it's going to be for
about
example slash folder slash another
About
folder
us.
and then slash the
Check
name
what's
of the file.
happening if I press on
Similar
this
to
about
how you
us.
would navigate to
Actually,
a
it's going
static
to go there,
website
which
has
about
where you
us.
have like HTML
Page.
files, for example. Here, the button.
For now,
let's say,
I don't need that
go
one here. I just
to
wanted to show you
about
how
us.
that is done.
If I
I'm
reload,
gonna move back
I see
to
go
text
to about
hello
us.
world.
If I press it, I'm
And
on the about us
what I want
page.
to do right now is I want
So,
to also
as you can
showcase
see,
the
just by creating
layout
these files
file.
and exporting
I told you that
component
everything
from
in
them, Explorer directory, set up the screens, and later we can use this one more component from Explorer that we can navigate to that file. And that one the link to that file is going to simply be the name of the file. Or later the on, underscore layout folders is file going to be, for example, going to wrap around our screens. Another folder, the file that will define the shared, similar to how UI elements and the static website between multiple screens. Where you have like HTML Think about the tab navigator. The tab navigator, I don't have that one here. I just wanted to show you how the actual that is done. Tabs, I'm gonna move they are shared. Like they do not change. They stay static. And that's why we need what a layout I want to do right now is I want to also showcase UI layout file. Shared logic. I told you that everything in the and that's why we need a layout file. But actually, there is one more in the app directory file is that usually called app directory. The root one is the underscore layout function root layout. The underscore layout is because file this layout is going to be wrap around our wrapping around the file that will define the shared, so no matter where you are UI elements in the application logic, you are going to be screens. Think about the tab navigator. So the here navigator will have different screens for every file, like global providers and so on. Tabs, they are shared, like they do not change, they stay anything. That's why we need a layout file. We're gonna see a blank screen shared because UI basically elements. First tab is logic rendering the layout. In the layout, that's tells why we need a layout file. If we want to tell the layout directory, go ahead and render the usually called you're supposed to render. The root we can do that by rendering the slot function. The slot is a layout from Explorer. Because this layout is going to be children property. Wrapping around take everything that you want to render in our application. So no matter where as you can see, the hello world in the application, you are going to be inside the root instead of a slot. So here is to render a stack to define like global providers and so on. An actual navigator. If we don't right away anything, then we're gonna lose. We're gonna see a blank screen because basically the first tab, the header rendering the layout, we even name the layout of our files like what to render next. If we want to tell the layout, like, simple, go ahead and render a stack in the layout. We can do that by rendering a slot. You can import slot tabs is imported from Explorer. And if you replace stack with tabs, the slot is very similar to the children property. Tabs at the bottom. Basically, take everything that you want to render and render it here. And as you can see, the hello world is somewhere there on top. And if you simply duplicate the about, if we're gonna have instead of a slot tab, you decide to render a stack, super simple, then you're going to render an actual navigator. Let me go ahead and actually remove and right away about we're gonna see that it already has them and how's it called? Now that we understand a little bit better how at the top we even name the screens are created, how the layout is created. I will also show you as maybe I'm gonna go here back render a stack in the layout. It specifies okay, I need to render a stack for the root layout. Import tabs. And if you replace that with tabs, then you're going to have our application, tabs at the bottom for index and about, and new 2 pages, a folder that will contain an index about because we have 2 files. And if you simply duplicate the about all the screens, we're going to have a third tab here for our bottom super simple. Basically, after the user is let me go ahead and actually the user created an account, he's going to see the bottom tab navigator. And so let's create a folder called tabs. Now that we understand a little bit better how putting it inside the screens are created, how the layout is we make sure that we simply I will also show you screens inside the tabs, for example, index.tsx and so on, but we do not affect the URL. So the URL is going to get affected. For the home screen of our application, I'm going to create the layout for this folder. A new folder. So let's call it underscore layout. Contain all the screens that will be here. All the screens for default for our bottom tab navigator. Basically, layout. After the user is signed in order to create an account, he's going to see the bottom and let's render the tabs. So let's create a folder called this folder or the screens in this folder by putting it inside the brackets here, the parentheses. We make sure that we simply at the moment we do not see screens inside the tabs, because, for example, by default our application and so is rendering the index file affect the URL. If, however, we want the URL index file again when we go to the home screen to automatically go in the tabs, I'm going to create the layout for this folder. So let's call it underscore layout, redirect the user from home screen to the tab navigator. Here, let's export. The thing is that the index in the app is the home screen and it always should be there. Tab we cannot replace layout because you should always have that in order to create the nested URL. Tabs navigator. But from that slash URL, let's render the tabs because by returning a redirect or the screens in this folder, we can redirect inside the tab navigation. At the moment, we do not see it here because by default, our application is rendering the index file. So now if I reload, if however we want from the index file app, when we go to the home screen, maybe to automatically go to the last slash first tab here, maybe we can actually redirect the user from home screen where I don't have the tab navigator index. Yes. The thing is that the index in the app, we don't have home screen in it. If we're not exporting anything from we cannot replace it. We do not have a always have that. So I'm gonna copy some URL, something like from. But from that slash URL, we can to our index by returning a redirect component from Export Router. We can redirect them, for example. And if I slash redirect tabs slash tabs now slash. Yes. So now if I reload, if I reload the application, what's happening is we are opening the index, the home screen. We are getting redirected to slash tabs. Maybe we're looking at the tabs and we see the index files. Where that's what's running inside here. Yes, that's true. If we don't have some, if we're not exporting anything from tabs because one of the header we do not have a screen. So I'm gonna copy some tabs with something like it's coming from the root layout here. And the other one is coming from the actual tab navigator. If we want to hide one of them, for example, I'm going to go into the layout, I can hide all of them by giving here to the stack some screen options. And I'm going to say tabs now shown false. Yes, now it works. That will now if I reload the application, what's happening is we are opening the index, the header, that we are getting redirected tab navigator tabs. We are looking in the tabs, and we see the structure that we actually want, and that's what's rendered here. If you have experience with React navigation, we have some see that these screen options these are actually because one of the header screen options, because this stack is coming from tabs navigation. At the top is coming from the root layout here. The screen options will be applied to all the tab navigator in a stack navigator. If we want to hide one of them, for example, I'm going to go in one layout, we can do that as well. I can hide all of them. Let's see how we can do that to the stack to tab screen options layout, and I'm going to say header and shown. My goal is to change the title of the first of the index page header. And we're to do that, I'm going to expand here from a self-closing tab navigator to opening and closing. That's the structure that we actually want because I want to just have some properties of navigation. You're going to see that these screen options, these are actually React navigation screen options. So by rendering because this stack is coming from target some of the screens here, and we target them by giving the screen options here, will be applied to all the name of the file in a stack, for example, index. But if we want to adjust only one screen, we can now we're targeting that. Let's see how we can do that by going to tabs, and we can send here layout options such as and. My goal is to change the title of the first, and we can call it index page. I think on Instagram it's called for to do that, you. This is going to be expand here from a self-closing tabs to opening. If I reload, closing, see for you like this. Because I want to adjust that's how we can properties of some tabs dot change the options of specific screens. So by rendering tabs dot more information about what target some of the screens here. Check out target them by giving the name here, which represents the name of the file. For example, index in something else that I can adjust here is now we're targeting that. So tab bar that icon, and we can send here some options that will such as return something, header, title, and we can call it. I have that in the guide as well. I think on Instagram it's called for you. This is going to be our feed. I have. If I reload, font awesome for you. Let me copy it from here. Perfect. Oh, let me actually. That's how we can. Yeah. I want to render change the options of specific screens. In that bottom tab navigator. More information about first of all, let's go ahead and find that send there icon. Check out by going to navigation documentation.
icons. For example, Expo Vector. Something else that I can adjust here and opening the icon, I think. So tab bar icon. If I send here a component that will here I'm going to filter by only using font awesome and I'm gonna search for have that in the guide as well. We have this home, I'm not sure why it's not loading, but if we press on it, here it shows how we can import it first. So let's copy that font awesome. In our tabs layout. Let me copy it from here. Oh, let me actually and at the top, let's import the font awesome. I want to render an icon. Also copy the way we render the font in awesome. The bottom tab navigator. And first of all, let's go ahead and by sending it to the tab bar icon. By going to Expo like this. So tab bar icon is a function that Expo rendering the icons and opening the icon just like that we export at the bottom there. The color can actually be here. I'm going to filter this function if we using font color here. And I'm gonna search and send it to we have this home color of why it's not loading because it's going to be dynamic as you can see. How we can import it first. So let's copy that. We can adjust that in our tabs layout tabs. Screen options and at the top let's import the font or something like team tab. Now let's also copy the way we render the font tab icon and render it by sending it to the tab bar icon like this. So tab bar icon is a function that is rendering the icon. No, whole. And just like that, we have tab bar active tint color. The color can actually be dynamically change from this function if we destructure here at the bottom and send it to the color of icon. Because it's going to be dynamically active as you can see, in this case it's black. We can adjust also dynamically send it here to the tabs. Because if we add another tab here by duplicating the index from bar and renaming it to new and then duplicating it once again and renaming it to profile, we created 3 tabs at the bottom for, let's see, home, no, new, in the profile page. We have tab bar active tint color is the option that will change the color of the active tab bar here. For example, in tab navigation, so you can do it in general in Expo router. Let's go ahead and also adjust and the active icon is going to have this color. Because we also dynamically send it here. Before I do that, I also want if we add to another label of the tab bar here by duplicating the screen options of the tab icon, send here and renaming it to new and then duplicating it once again and renaming it to profile, we created tab bar show at the bottom false for if I do that now we only display icons and profile page labels. That's as how simple it is to add new screens. Let's go ahead, for example, and paste it by the name to also the file, which is duplicating this tab screen. Let's adjust the title and the icon for profile. Let's call the header title. And for example, the second icon here is called vivo, so I'm gonna change the name here to new. Okay, I'm gonna change the title to let's create post. I like how it looks. And the tab bar icon maybe is going to be increase the size to 26, something like plus of all the icons. Plus square. Oh yeah, maybe now it's better. And that's going to be a plus sign. And we have the 3 tabs that once again. Here. I'm gonna
Là les gars, bien suivi Scott. C'est ça. Let's go vite. Un, deux, trois, attaque! A mess? Okay. Exactly. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
Coach, we have captains, please.
Ajmo Srbija! Evo nam doći tamo.
Lock. Lock.
Second half. Defense.
On the 25. Yeah. You're 20.
Yeah, I will try to.
Digamos, ajde! Ajmo, Žure, pun gas!
Idej! Dobra, ajmo dalje!
Pega, pega!
E hoje? Qualquer coisa no chão. Mantém o movimento ali. Diminui. Mantém o movimento aqui, tá? Nico! Nega! Nega!
Ei, faz aqui de novo. Esquerda, pode olhar o dele.
Vai, Brani!
Nico! Não, vou avisar. Tá vendo os problemas começando? Tá vendo os problemas? Não, tá certo. Fala aqui. Volta. Sai daí, Kio, sai daí. Sai daí.
É o Big Zero!
Boa, cara, vem, chegamos, hein? Pararam, pisão.
Interno, Xermão, interno!
Olha, casa!
Vai, moleque!
Não!
Boa! Excelente, Visa!
Boa! Bom trabalho, Visa!
Ei! Aimoré, a flash do center foi aí, você viu, né?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Because it's only.
Mantém, Visa, mantém. Vem, escorrega, Visa, check. Ei, interno, Aimoré!
Curto! Nada! Ei! Entrou o segundo QB! Edmar!
Ei, Goiânia! Ei, aqui, ó, Goiânia! Olha o Theo!
Vai, moleque!
Vamos, caralho! Primeira pro gol, não achou? Aqui não tá.
Coach, deve ter caído. Volta.
Acabou. Tá vendo a tela?
Renato!
Normal.
E aí?
Ator, backline. Vai, desgraça. Olha pra frente. Vai pro fundo.
Vambora, mais uma, Xermão.
Lembra?
Vai, Lumico, vai.
Atos. Não tinha o Mega? Foi short. Ele tava antes, já tava plantado na grama. O Mega? O Watt? Não. Vamos. O cara que tava em Mega. Vamos, porra.
Vem jogar no caralho. Check. Vem. Ei, olha o Ei, olha o cara perto do center. Olha, se ele for mais é hit.
É hoje, pô. Mesmo que ele esteja plantado.
É hit.
Bora lá.
Olha o split, ei, out. Tira aquela lá. Ei, olha o split aqui, reduzir split. Vai, split reduziu, mano.
First and goal! First and goal!
Está fora! Está fora!
Ai, moçada, André, cobre o trânsito, não é, mano?
Yoshi, não achou a...
Ai, viva a noite! Ai, Mugaio!
Alto!
Gaio, pera aí na jaca, Frei! Gaio, pera na jaca, Frei! Ai, meu brother, que já curte por 30 ai, Frei!
Olha o chão! Shield! Não, tira o espaço.
Estoura a gente, não fica com medo. Melhor que tomar o 7, estoura a gente. Vamos.
Ei, cuidado com o forte aí, cuidado com a vertical do forte! Autois! Já, vem, da parte do número, aí. Indio, lê o branco e desce.
Vai, chamou!
Ei, defesa!
Sai mais atrás, defesa!
Índio, centraliza, Índio! Foi!
slabije baciti, brate, duva vetar, odnese u kurac.
Ajmo, Di! Ajmo, Di! Boa, Pioche! Boa, boa! Samo ga spusti, kad ga skine. Sekundant, you're running. Ne, ajmo da im uzmemo loptu, bre, Ajmo, Obara! Evo, koč, bom trabalho do Pedro. Bom trabalho. Ajmo, sad, Tako je, ajmo da istisnemo, Running is stop. Ajde, razli da Žurki, skidaj topi! Ajmo! Opa! One second. Pronto? 17 Gaju, to je centar. Vai, bora! Deixa rodar.
A gente tem duas jogadas.
Sim. Deixa rodar. Ajde, branimo treći, pritisak na njima, bre, ajde, bre. Vai!
Normal.
Sai mal, bre. Ei, a gente precisa pontuar aqui agora. Duas jogadas foi pontuar.
Aquela uma pessoa comigo que foi fechado, o ato não abriu no meio também, né?
Eu vi como parado. Não, eu vi
não, tinha alguém parado no meio. Eu parei, porque eu paro de bloqueio e saio.
Vai dar.
ter mega aqui dentro.
Tem que ser leve.
Eu posso sair, mas tem que ter mega aqui.
Portão. Ei, coach, o que é que você acha da gente... Pra conversar. Tem um segundo, só. Eu pedi. Vai, vou. Brasil. Serbia. No more time out for Team Brazil in this half. And 4 down. 14. 1 minute.
Indio.
A gente se pressionou.
Quem foi que foi nessa bola? Ei, vamos! Watch the clock! Ei, gol! Agora é gol! Mesma coisa no gol! Vai! Ei, no gol!
Ei, no meio!
Ok. Coach, 5 segundos, coach.
Vai! Vai!
Aí, ó! Ei, todo mundo na bola.
No. Pass to the second coach.
Hey, fama! Se eu falo vai no fundo, você não fala nada, você vai no fundo, eu vou aqui, eu tô fugindo. Você vai no fundo, fala que não, que eu vou. Abre a boca. Vai na defesa, vai na defesa. Gira, gira!
Vai, vai, vai!
Full time, mano. Option. Option. Blue. Hey! Jure, na pobjedu, Jure!
What's the wind down goal? Let's go! No more timeout Serbia in this game, okay? Third down. Brazil. No more timeout for Team Serbia in this play. It's third down, okay?
Paraná, Paraná! Yes! Yes, look, watch here, watch here. Ei, vamos! Visa! Ed, última jogada. Última.
Tá na linha de 2,5.
Vai pegar defesa e volta. Avisa. Ei!
이번 달린다.
트라이 보자 트라이. 트라이 2점. 트라이 2점.
트라이 2점이야 얘들아.
트라이 2점.
트리플이야. 용기 들어.
I can't watch it during the game. So just at 0 or 0-1, my club ranked, so I blew the whistle. Was it that? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah? Okay. No, I think more or less it's okay. Young brother, side. Anyway, thank you very much.
Même l'autre, je l'ai fait pour rien. Je fais juste être patient, Jazz. Je fais juste être patient, Jazz. Non, non, juste, j'ai rien fait. Non, non, check
If it's two back there, both go.
Kickoff out there.
Australia and Chile have both one win. In Group C, Germany has 2 wins. Great Britain and Sweden have both one win. In Group D, Austria and Switzerland have both 2 wins. In Group E, Canada has 2 wins. Italy and Finland both 1 win. In Group F, Panama has 2 wins, New Zealand and Czechia both 1 win. In Group G, Israel has 1 win. And in Group H, Japan and France have both
Dalas, Dalas, Dalas. Eso es. París, 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 París.
Go defense, go down. Hey.
Last beat.
Beautiful, Ty. Good work, offense. Time out, pursuit.
¡Arriba!
Same play.
Go, time out, Ty. Time out, Ono. Let's go. Let's go, D, let's go!
Okay.
Va, tercero, va. Nasti, va.
Coaches, 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes on 1 minute. Hey, which rating? 154. 154. Hey, turn that tie.
Venga, va, defense. Venga, va.
Yes, check. Hey, give me the telephone.
Stop the shit, let's go! Let's go! Let's go, Noemi!
Check. Manage the time. Let the rest come. How long, ref?
Buena ahí, yo qué sé, yo me fui más aquí.
Escucha.
Uy, lo he hecho.
Hey, let's go defense.
Va.
Mira, de tapa el pase que se te ha escapado, o sea, era muy fácil de pasar. Porque vi que la bola era buena, pero... Estaba solita. Y ya no.
Deep.
Bien, Laia, bien. Va, otra. Uy, venga, lo acaba de corregir.
line.
Georgia, pass.
One more, let's go, one more. Inside 2 minutes, both team, timeouts. Second round.
Va a contestar, luego te lo va a contestar. También te digo, este partido tiene que hacer 60 porque se mandan muy largos por por eso que me refiero que se llama. O sea,